Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Fifth floor, mushroom forest. The once glimmering forest, glowing with faint bioluminescence, had become a wasteland. Mushroom trees lay toppled in heaps, their severed branches and caps scarred with claw marks and bite wounds. At the center of the ruins yawned a space fissure, over 4 meters long, jagged and raw. Beyond the rift stretched a lush, verdant jungle, primeval, thriving, and deadly. The proof lay in the beast that crawled out of it. One such creature, a hulking worm plated with thick chitin, was drawn by the scent of scorched flesh wafting from the 5th floor. It sluggishly wriggled halfway through the gap. Then, without warning, the fissure contracted. The unstable edges sharpened into blades of space. The worm's armored shell, so durable against claws and poison, parted like paper. Worse still, the rift's edges embedded into its flesh, slicing deeper each time it shifted. Unable to advance or retreat, it writhed helplessly in agony. Yet it never realized this was its last chance at escape. The fissure continued shrinking, inexorably, until it closed shut, leaving nothing but half a worm carcass on the floor. Oh, so that's what repairing a fissure feels like. In the core chamber, the monumental crystal steel gleamed with pure cyan light. Linden's soul still remained inside it. The pull of the core had not ceased, but he no longer feared being drained dry. Once his soul filled the steel, a curious cycle began. The core drew his essence in at a steady rate and spat it back out again at the same pace. Now his soul flowed like a dual-channel circuit, bound in a state of dynamic balance. A semi-permanent link with the dungeon's core. Semi-permanent because, as administrator, Linden could forcibly withdraw himself from the crystal at will. But he chose not to. Reckless extraction might destabilize everything. For now, balance was safer. With the core in his grasp, he held vast authority over the Amethyst dungeon. In theory, he could command punishment lightning, control passage rights, even shift space itself. In practice, it was like debugging foreign code. And Linden was no programmer. That lightning bolt that roasted the codex earlier, pure accident of being inside the core chamber, where permissions were at their most direct. Outside, every operation would become exponentially more complex. Fortunately, repairing rifts was simple. He only needed to funnel soul-provided compute power into the fissure's coordinates. The dungeon handled the rest. But this carried a price. His Pudgy control limit had been permanently reduced by 500 units. And during active repairs, more capacity would be consumed. Thus, faced with a broken, war-torn dungeon, Linden had no choice but a cautious repair strategy. Prioritize the most dangerous rifts first, patch the rest later. Other functions? He'd learn as he went. Still, he had a hunch. Punishment lightning was probably the easiest button to press at random. Beyond permissions, he gained an unexpected boon. Inspiration LV1. His perception had cracked open. Though faint, he could now sense the presence of souls. Apart from his own vast cyan essence, others were still hazy behind a thick fog. But this was a leap from nothing to something. The skill wasn't stolen. It had awakened naturally from his first-hand brush with soul extraction. The soul domain, once his blind spot, was now within reach. This crisis had proven it. All his careful contingencies, body transfers, and severed networks were physical measures. Against soul-level mechanics, he had been helpless, outplayed by nothing more than a trap hidden within the core's rules. Had he possessed inspiration sooner, perhaps the Codex's scheme would have been exposed. As for the yellow tome, he hadn't destroyed it yet for one reason. A sliver of his soul now clung to its cover. At first, it tried to push him out, but each time it shoved, he wedged more in, until equilibrium was forced. In the end, the codex gave up. Through this contact, he touched its essence. Not quite a soul, but something like it. Whatever it was, wrapping and crushing it with his own spirit would snuff it out instantly. More direct, more absolute than any fungal parasite. Even if he hurled the book into the void, distance meant nothing now. The soul link remained. The codex had claimed it held vital intelligence. Smack! A Pudgy tossed the tattered volume onto the floor. Cyan veins still traced its cover, but it was a wreck, hardly recognizable as the once mighty sacred codex. A Pudgy kicked it aside. Didn't you say you had important intel? Stop playing dead. Spill it. No answer. A thin arc of lightning struck. Smoke curled from its cover. Still silent. Then more lightning. Again and again, until the yellow tome was nearly charred black. The speech Pudgy gasped theatrically. Oh no. Forgive me, mighty codex, I forgot. You don't even have a single page left to write on. A minotaur was promptly sacrificed into the book. A feeble soul seeped into its cover, only to feel Lin Jun's cyan grip clamp down on its essence. Listen carefully. Lin Jun's voice carried through the Pudgy. No more souls in your cover. Ever. If you store one, just one, I'll crush you where you stand. Understood. The spine quivered faintly. A new page sprouted, thin, fragile, desperate. The yellow tome rushed to prove its worth. Stop the lightning. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The secret lies behind that little core gate. A few Pudges stood before the small sealed door. Lin Jun, now dungeon administrator, could have opened it with a thought. But his voice was flat, incredulous. What do you mean a sixth of a demon king is sealed behind there? Seal, not burial, which meant it wasn't dead. But what the hell was a sixth of a demon king? Gather all the fragments and summon Shenlong for a wish. And chopped into 8 parts, yet still alive? Given this world, maybe, just maybe, that was possible. Of course, this was only the Yellow Tome's claim. And with its track record, hiding half the truth, mixing a deadly lie among 9 truths, tripping you up at the worst moment. Every word it spoke had to be doubted. If not for Lin Jun's abnormally vast soul, he would have been finished already. Scheming, traps, dirty tricks. On that front, he grudgingly respected the Yellow Tome's skill. Thinking this, Lin Jun expressed his respect in the most straightforward way. ZZZT. A sudden lightning arc struck the book dead on. Charred. Boss, I swear every word's the truth. I wouldn't dare lie. How do you know what's sealed behind the door is a demon king? My mission is to release the demon king. Mission? Who gave you that task? I don't know. Ow. Stop zapping. I really don't know. From the moment I gained awareness, the mission was already there. I only know if I free the demon king, I'll obtain a soul of my own. That's all. Ho. So it really was like a wish. Your own soul. Lin Jun recalled that not quite soul core inside it. And what difference would that make? Everything. World apart. I've dealt with souls all my existence. I know better than anyone. A soul can be bound, reshaped, but it never dies. To have a soul is to truly live, eternally. The tome grew heated. Lin Jun graciously shocked it again to calm it down. So, you still haven't given up, huh? Still thinking of stealing my core to release your demon king? And no, boss, not at all. Boss, if you release the demon king, that's legendary merit. The Lord Demon King will rule the demon race. He won't covet your little dungeon. Surely? Then why didn't you consult me before? Lin Jun's voice was cold. That was because I wasn't sure of your stance. Ow. Don't zap. It was revenge, boss. I didn't think it worth telling you. I was wrong. The Pudgy's tendrils lifted the charred, smoking codex, dangling at midair. At once, the book felt the terror of its impending end. Boss, if you don't agree, fine. Just spare me. I know many secrets. Vampire ascension. The hero's holy sword. The Emperor's black history. I'm useful. I'm still useful. SP. A thick art plowed through its fragile page, carbonizing it. The pudgy snapped its tendrils shut with a clap, gripping the smoldering book like a burnt log, and carried it out of the core chamber without a glance back. Linden didn't destroy it. As it said, it was still a library of knowledge. With its life hanging between his fingers, it was smart enough to know it had just one lie left to spend, and it wouldn't waste that on trivialities. So most of its intel could be trusted, as long as he guarded against its twists on the big things. But spared death didn't mean spared punishment. Mushroom guard number 3. Norris, I'll reinforce your Jedi's breastplate. Boss. Oh, sure. Norris scuttled out of the construct obediently, curious to see what reinforcement meant. The next moment, to his utter confusion, the pudgy took out the scorched, smoking yellow tome and jammed it straight into the Jedi's chest. Senior. Norris stared at the charred cover, bewildered. He poked it. Bits of blackened skin flaked off. The tome couldn't even respond anymore. Behind that door might lie a fragment of the Demon King. As tempting as it was to peek, leaving it sealed was the wisest choice. It wasn't prejudice against demons. He'd seen vampires, demonkin, dwarves, elves, beastmen. None were truly different from humans, apart from biology. It was just plain fear of the unknown, and fear of trouble. Legendary merit? Please. That was just a flowery way of saying, step into the storm's eye and prepare to be devoured by every faction alive. Linden had zero interest in that. If his true body could just bask safely in the sun, lay down more fungus carpet, build more mushroom gardens, without attracting attention from the big shots, that was all he wanted. Nothing more. Still, the core was both admin chamber and Demon King prison. Security had to be airtight. How many pudges should he assign here? At least 1,000 to guarantee fighting strength. And elites among them, too. But at that rate, how many pudges would he even have left to use? In the end, Linden brought the 2 war golems back. It took half a day. The moment they crossed into the core chamber on the back of Chubby Pudgy, they reactivated. At once, the pudges carrying them were shredded from the inside. Then the others nearby fell in turn. In less than 30 seconds, over 100 pudges were dead. Only after purging every threat did the constructs return to their original stations at the core gate, motionless. Nope, Linden couldn't control them. Somewhere among the countless motes of the steel was the authority node for them, but he couldn't tell which. So they reverted to default programming. Kill everything in sight, including pudges. But Linden had his own solution. He now controlled the compute power itself. As long as he didn't funnel any into the golems, they stayed dormant. A fresh pudgy swaggered into the chamber. The 2 constructs didn't stir, frozen like statues. Good. He couldn't reprogram them, but he could keep their power switches off. As gatekeepers they do. With core security settled and the Demon King problem shelved, Linden turned his focus to dungeon repairs. And the Amethyst dungeon, even ruins, was too kind. Horrific space fissures tore through every floor, ecosystems had collapsed, and some straight-as-very landscapes had shifted. The new administrator had work to do. As long as compute power was sufficient, the dungeon could repair itself, a truly astonishing ability. And this repair wasn't limited to fissures. Take the 3rd floor, for instance, the trap floor. The dungeon not only reset its traps automatically, it even repaired destroyed mechanisms, refilled wall cavities, and... wait, crap! Linden hurriedly cut off compute power to that process. So the only reason he'd been able to dig fungal tunnels through the first 7 floors earlier was because the dungeon had been too underpowered to keep up with repairs. The upper floors, though scarred, were still manageable. Repairing them was a matter of labor, not impossibility. Even the 5th floor, after the Battle Royale, wasn't the worst. The real trouble lay in the 6th and 7th floors. When the dungeon's collapse had accelerated, new fissures had burst open everywhere, even in places previously untouched. That hollow in the mountain? Its once fist-sized rift had widened into a 6-meter maw. The 2-tone slimes couldn't hold it back. No monsters came through, but the corrosion curse poured out, turning half the floor into wasteland. Worse, The slimes themselves leaked through to the opposing dungeon. If he'd known it would get this bad, he would have eaten those slimes first and stolen their skill core split. That ability had always tempted him. Mushroom Garden number 2 was gone. Thankfully, the Treants had transplanted the saplings back into the secret forest beforehand. If the 6th floor's ecology was half ruined, the 7th's was wiped out entirely. It had been almost wholly aquatic. Now most of the water had drained away. Only 2 to 3 meters of shallows remained of 100-meter depth. All the great underwater beasts were dead, their carcasses half-picked by fish and shrimp before Pudgy carried the remains away. With the puddle left behind, no new underwater overlord would ever rise. And the fisher responsible? Linden didn't bother patching it. The water was gone. Repairing it wouldn't bring it back. And since it leaked neither curse nor monsters, its priority was low. As for the fishmen, Linden searched the ruins. Nothing. Not a trace. Their strange idol vanished too. The only explanation was that the fishmen, carrying their god, had migrated en masse through the rift. Sighed. Another neighbor who moved without saying goodbye. But at the idol's former spot, Linden found 3 preserved Pudgy corpses, likely his last 3, who'd burned through their magic. The fishmen had preserved them deliberately. Why? When Pudgy touched the bodies, a message entered his mind. 300 years we waited. At last, we returned to the sanctuary. Lord Pudgy, forgive our abrupt departure. The fishmen shall forever be your friends. May Neferila guide your soul. Not exactly without goodbye, but, Lord Pudgy, as a mushroom, Linden was used to starting with negative favorability. For the fishmen, who'd barely interacted with him, to treat him with reverence. Honestly, it was creepy. Were they trying to recruit him into their faith? His soul needed no god's guidance. So the rift beyond must lead to their sanctuary. Best to leave it for now. As for floors 8 to 10, without fungus mats, he could only sense many fissures, no details. His mats were spreading toward the 10th floor stairs. Soon he'd see. He remembered the werewolves there. They had devoured 40 of his Pudgy. If possible, he wanted to tame them. Hopefully they hadn't been killed by monsters from the other side, or gone charging into the rift themselves. Aside from dungeon repairs, humans demanded attention too. After several collaborations, Fal had extended an olive branch to Aiden. On Linden's orders, Aiden accepted, officially registering with the guild. Linden trusted Aiden. A pragmatic man, parasitized but not exploited, he had little reason to betray. And indeed, intelligence now flowed steadily through him. Fal had led the townsfolk 10 li away, waiting for the dungeon's collapse. In their plan, within 2 weeks they'd know whether to return and rebuild or disperse. A week had passed already. They would be disappointed. The dungeon wouldn't collapse. It would emerge stronger. When they discovered that, they'd surely send people to investigate the core. And the sight of 2 were golems there, what conclusions would they draw? With golems guarding the chamber, unless a sword saint arrived, no one could break through. Even inside, they couldn't wrest the core's control. If they could, they would have already. Still, Linden wasn't about to gamble on impossible. That was why he had deliberately left the first floor looking unstable, to give the illusion of impending ruin, buying himself time to master the core's permissions. But he felt like he was forgetting something. He reviewed his thoughts. The stone fortress was fine. The fungal tunnels reached the Demonkin tribe's underground. As their stable food source, relations were good, honeymoon period, even. They seemed to be saving up contribution points, not spending them. For what? He didn't know. Piggy, Gray, and Norris were doing well too. Gray lazed about uselessly. Norris grew skilled with Jita, showing off. Piggy trained diligently every day, shaming Linden with his dedication. Everything was fine. What had he forgotten? Pink Pudgy? He shifted focus to the night Pink had carried off. Pink treated it like a treasure doll, feeding it magic potions daily, even curling up with it at night. Classic only child psychological issues from lack of parental care, but the number of nights seemed halved. Danger? The ducal mansion was safe, and Pink's doting ruled out casual loss. So most likely, They'd perished during the Corps' soul draw. The same had happened at the fortress, causing unrest when Pudgis dropped dead suddenly. But once Lin Jun absolved them of penalties, the Demonkin let it pass. Ah, that's what he'd forgotten. The scout Pudgy Link was gone, taking a day off to sort out upcoming developments and ramble a bit. At last, our little green mushroom has truly taken control of a dungeon. Congratulations. From now on, Amethyst Dungeon may slowly get renamed to either Pudgy Dungeon or Mushroom Dungeon. Which do you all prefer? If I were to split into volumes, this would be the ending of Volume 1. As for the final boss of the dungeon arc being the Yellow Book, how many readers saw that coming? Though it went down in just 2 chapters, its scheming against the protagonist had begun long ago. And strictly speaking, from a strategy standpoint, it was the Yellow Book who won. Some readers might see that as a poison spot, a frustrating plot choice, but I never intended to write an omniscient, puppet master genius protagonist. After all, I only have ordinary intelligence myself. If I forced a super genius MC, it'd inevitably become a case of shooting the arrow first and drawing the target later. From Lin Jun's perspective, readers can see his thought process, how he hides and transfers his body, sets up backup plans. Not flawless, but never something like deliberately making dumb mistakes that could have been avoided. For example, with the Dungeon Core, he did try it himself first, only sought the Yellow Book when desperate, and even tore out pages to weaken it beforehand. But against absolute information disparity, he fell into the trap anyway. Likewise, the Yellow Book also lost because of information disparity. It never knew how unusual Lin Jun really was. The MC's special qualities will gradually unfold in later arcs. He's far more than just some so-called hero. In short, our Mushroom Lord has high tolerance for mistakes. Being tricked now and then is fine. I won't write the kind of story where villains grind the MC into misery. The tone stays the same. Happy mushroom farming while slowly breaking the world equals. Next, the story will shift toward other dungeons and the surface, with a major new arc beginning, the Human-Demon War. Give me a day to sort out the entry point. Oh, and Pink Pudgy will finally be getting more scenes. The Vast Sea, a cargo ship, patched all over and with sails that had seen better days, swayed on the waves as it slowly made for the silhouette of Angie's, the northernmost port city of the kingdom. Because he had once been hunted in Clark, Dylan wasn't sure if that territory's lord had placed a bounty on him. To be safe, he had chosen a merchant ship bound for the far north. The voyage was much longer than his trip there. The journey was not smooth, not because of pirates or deadly sea fog, but because the ship's water-conjuring mage died of old age. Perhaps the captain had hired him cheaply, for he had been an elderly man, only a second circle mage. At his age, sudden death was hardly surprising. The old mage passed peacefully. The ship, however, fell into a drinking water crisis. Their reserves weren't enough for the remaining voyage, so the captain diverted to a small, uninhabited island marked on the charts as having a freshwater spring. But misfortune snowballed. While detouring through unfamiliar waters, the ship struck a reef. Luckily, it wasn't a fatal gash. The crew plugged leaks and patched frantically, and the ship survived. But the string of delays cost them dearly. When Angie's harbor finally appeared on the horizon, the crew were giddy with relief. Not life and death, but hardship giving way to joy. Everyone rejoiced, except Dylan. Boss, say something." In a cramped cabin bunk, Dylan held the corpse of the scout Pudgy, head throbbing. Several days earlier, Boss had suddenly fallen silent. The scout Pudgy had collapsed out of mimicry, unmoving. At first, Dylan had clung to hope. But within days, the body had shriveled, blackened, hardened, and gave off the aura of decay. It was dead. What had happened? He racked his memory for the last words. I'm about to be sucked in." Dylan clawed at his thinning hair. What did that mean? Calm down, think further back. He recalled the conversation before. "Dylan, let me tell you, our dungeon's wild now. All sorts of things happening. Shame you won't see it when you're back. It won't last. I'm off to do some small repairs." Bang! Dylan slammed a fist into the wooden bunk frame. "Boss, what the hell happened to you?" Boss's fate was unknown, but judging by the scout Pudgy, it wasn't good. Dylan felt he had to return fast. He knew his limits. Barely scraping gold rank thanks to Boss's buffs and gear, he was weak. Trouble Boss couldn't handle, he surely couldn't either. But what if? What if he could help even a little? Boss had saved his sorry hide and helped search for his daughter. He couldn't just sit idle while Boss was in danger. He had to return. The moment the ship docked at Angie's, even before the gangplank was secured, Dylan pushed past the captain and sailors haggling with greedy harbor guards. As for the dead scout Pudgy, he gave it a sea burial, eyes stinging. Asking a friendly-looking dockhand for directions, he hurried to the Adventurers Guild stables, only to hit a wall. Silver rank, drawled a lanky clerk in guild uniform, lazily flicking Dylan's adventurer badge back at him. "Sorry, no dice. New rules. No rentals to solo adventurers under gold." "What? That wasn't a rule months ago." "Yeah, well, it's new. Things outside are chaos. Demon spies, grain shortages, bandits everywhere. You go out alone, some thug robs and kills you. Who compensates us? Your little deposit won't buy us a decent horseback. Can't you make an exception?" Dylan slipped 2 silvers across the counter. The clerk swept them away in a blink, expression softening, but still shook his head. "Brother, not that I don't want to help, but rules are rules. More coin won't make me risk my job." Dylan's temper flared, but the man leaned closer, voice low. "Listen, in the back of the stables, there's an old chestnut horse. Should have been retired to pull a plow, but it's still sturdy, good for long distances. Talk to old Limp, the stable hand, 6 or 7 gold, and he'll sell it. Pricey, but you can resell it later and won't lose much." Dylan had no choice but to nod. But there was a problem. He didn't have that much. On the road, most of his expenses had been covered by the scout Pudgy finding purses. Now he had only 3 gold. Enough for a slow ride with a caravan, but far too little for speed. Damn it. He clenched his empty pouch, glaring toward the stables. Where do I get money fast? Think, Dylan. 40 years alive. You must know one way. The first thought was, find a demon spy cell, pose as a comrade, scam some funds. Smack. He slapped himself hard. That was suicide. In the end, with tears in his eyes, he pawned his phantom cloak. That fetched enough for even a warhorse. But he still chose the old chestnut. The clerk hadn't lied. Solid build, calm eyes, steady hooves. Dylan stroked its glossy neck, acknowledging it as a partner. Wasting no time, he packed some rations, and per Boss's plan, selected 4 relatively intact red reef fruits. Supplies in order, he sought out the semi-gangster fishing crew in town. A few silvers clinked, and a deal was struck. Soon, a shabby little skiff ferried Dylan out of the city. What he didn't know was that had he waited even one more day, he might never have left at all. Angie's port, nestled along the northern coastline of the United Kingdom, had always enjoyed a strange tranquility. It was neither a frontline fortress nor a city of resources. Though nominally close to the border with the hidden empire, the towering Reed's Ridge Mountains stood like a natural barrier, cutting off war and strife. For nearly a century, even in the most tense years of kingdom-empire confrontation, the residents of Angie's port had still slept soundly in the salty sea breeze. But now, as the continent's situation grew ever more strained, the city's lord had tightened inspections of all ships coming and going. The order itself was reasonable, but once filtered through the ranks, it became a gleaming cash stream for the dock guards. Merchants, fishermen, even small exploratory ships stopping for supplies, all became their prey. A few silvers could speed up inspection, and a few gold could make questionable cargo conveniently overlooked. The guards' purses swelled, but under the busy surface, the harbor grew oily with greed and weighed down with unease. Edwin was also a dock guard, but unlike the lucky ones, he was a lighthouse guard. The inside of the tower was cramped and damp, filled with the smell of lamp oil, sea salt, and old stone. Edwin leaned against the cold wall, his rough fingers absently rubbing his flat coin pouch. "Damn lighthouse!" His voice, heavy with exhaustion and resentment, echoed in the narrow space. Those dockside brothers, the grease dripping from their fingers would feed us for a month. And us, guarding this cursed rock, scraping by on dead wages. He grew more worked up, punching the wall. My boy, his aptitude test just showed water magic talent. He could be a mage. But the tuition, where the hell am I supposed to find that kind of coin? Beside him, a younger guard sat polishing the lamp's glass, responding only with the occasional grunt or sigh. He understood Edwin's bitterness, but to him the nightly rant was as constant as the waves. What worried him more was the missing third man. Big Eye Fish has been gone too long. Did he fall in the sea? The youth set down a cloth, listening. Outside, only wind and waves. Bah, forget him. Edwin waved irritably. Maybe he's napping somewhere out of the wind. Even Slacking's miserable in this job. But unease gnawed at the younger guard. Big Eye Fish could be lazy, but never vanished this long. I'll check. He stood, took up his long spear, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. A blast of frigid, salty wind slapped him, making him shiver. He squinted, scanning the platform. No sign of his comrade. He headed toward the leeward corner, usually used for relieving oneself, boots clacking on stone. Big Eye Fish, he called softly. The moment he neared the shadows, a black figure exploded from the outer wall like a phantom, too fast to follow. He glimpsed a flash of slick scales, then icy pain at his throat. He tried to cry out, but only wheezed. The spear clattered to the floor. Clutching his bleeding neck, eyes wide in disbelief, he crumpled. Inside, Edwin jumped at the sound. What the hell? He rushed to the doorway, froze. The young guard lay in a spreading pool of blood, twitching. Beside him stood a nightmare. Taller than the tallest man, lanky but covered in wet, dark green scales. A thick, muscular serpent's tail dragged behind, supporting its frame. Its triangular head bore cruel yellow slit pupils that fixed on Edwin. In its hand gleamed a curved, bluish dagger, still dripping blood. A snake man, a demon. Edwin bolted back, slamming the door, bracing it with his body. But the pressure behind told him he wouldn't last long. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why me? In that instant, he thought of his nagging wife, his son dreaming of magic. He abandoned the door, lunging instead for the thick rope dangling and used in the corner. The serpent burst in, dagger plunging in his chest, but with his last strength, Edwin yanked the rope down. Gong! A deafening, urgent bell rang out, piercing the night sky of Angie's port. Moments later, more tall serpent men slid from the shadows outside the tower. At their head was one even larger, scales nearly black-green, a ring of dark red bone spikes around his neck. He saw the two fallen guards and his comrade, still holding the bloody dagger. Rage burned in his reptilian eyes. You fool! You let them ring the alarm. The ambush is ruined. The shaken serpent stammered an excuse, but was cut short. The leader looked toward the harbor, lamps flickering awake, shouts and clashing steel rising. The others crowded him, anxious. What now? The leader's eyes narrowed with ruthless resolve. Without proving ourselves, we won't survive in the Empire. This mission cannot fail. Before the humans gather, strike. Drown the docks in their blood and fear. At his order, countless serpent men swam ashore with weapons. Slaughter followed. The docks plunged into chaos. Serpent warriors outmatching guards and rousing townsfolk. They set fire to houses and ships, spreading the panic. Screams, clashing blades, collapsing wood, and crackling flames merged, painting half the city red with firelight. Quick, everyone to the docks. Kill those demons, the Count of Angies shouted again and again, panic consuming him. Then he looked up, despair froze him. From the darkness, several demonic warships loomed like beasts, their massive hulls sliding into the flaming harbor. Oath City, Council Hall. The grand chamber was filled with dawn light streaming through high windows. Archbishop Ditas of the Light sat in plain white robes, a golden holy sigil faintly glowing on his chest. Duke Brennus, armored and stern, tapped unconsciously on the map spread across the table. And at the main seat, Grand Duke Lorenzo frowned deeply. Fresh report. Lorenzo's voice was low and tight. Angie's port has fallen. Serpent Men launched the Vanguard raid, followed by 8 Imperial warships. Count Angie's sent one final message before abandoning the city. So all those spy activities were just the appetizers before the feast. Brennus snorted, then narrowed his eyes. Serpent Men, the Empire has such a race. They exist in the far north. And seizing Angie's port, what's their aim? Likely to bypass the Ridge Mountains and strike High Castle Fortress in Alamar together with the Empire's main army, forming a pincer. Lorenzo traced a dangerous arc on the map. But fortunately, the Empire hasn't fought a real war in too long. They didn't even manage to disrupt magical communications. The message reached us at once. He turned to Brennus. The interception falls to you. If there's a chance, retake the port before they root themselves too deeply. Fine by me. Brennus nodded, but shifted quickly. What about supplies? Elvian, how's your side? All eyes turned toward the glowing communication crystal at the hall center. From it came the voice of Sword Saint Elvian, still groggy with sleep. My side? Demons did send assassins against the envoy, but I cut them down too easily. Not sure if any nobles were among them. That's not what I asked. Brennus snapped. The grain. Where are the elves delivering it? Not so smoothly, Elvian admitted helplessly. They keep spouting the world tree cannot be lightly awakened as an excuse, only willing to provide 1/3 of the quota. These long years, what are they thinking? Brennus slammed a fist down. If we fall, do they think they can stay untouched? Could it be? Lorenzo's gaze shifted toward Archbishop Ditas, tinged with suspicion, that the hero summoning ritual has been leaked. At this, Brennus's eyes also turned to the cleric. Impossible. Ditas's voice was firm, his expression unmoving. Strange indeed, muttered Lorenzo. Then to the crystal. Elvian, inform the elves directly of Angie's port's fall. The demon's invasion is no border skirmish, but war. By treaty, they must contribute, demand grain at once, and call on them to march in support. He looked back to Brennus. You depart first. I'll prioritize sending you rations. I'll also dispatch envoys to the dwarves, urging them to attack the Empire's eastern frontier and pin down the vampires. Brennus gave a curt nod. So be it. Lorenzo cast one last glance at the Archbishop. The matter of heroes was known to few, entrusted wholly to Ditas. For now, he could only trust there were no leaks. Silver Sand Bay. The sun was already high when Commander Tanaka strolled lazily from his mansion toward the guard post. This was his routine. Parade about with his lackeys, extort a little inspection fee, and end his hard day in the tavern. Not far away, a young mother carrying her child watched his slouched figure vanish around a corner. Hugging the infant tighter, she whispered, How much longer must we keep watching him? We already copied the scroll's results with memory crystals and sent them back. When will higher-ups take over? Guarding a hero every day. This is too dangerous. The child blinked innocently, then scanned their surroundings with sharp, wary eyes. Its voice, incongruously sharp and seasoned, came from the little mouth. Complaining Moya? This is a heaven-sent merit. Only a Duke-level adult could handle a hero properly. You think we'd be told their movements? They must probe carefully. What if it's another trap like last time? The last time was when a fake summoning ritual lured away a demon duke. The greatest humiliation the demon race had suffered in a century. None dared pursue accountability. Meanwhile, Tanaka, now level 24, stepped from a restaurant, having inspected the food. He grinned at the satisfactory results. Where to next? He was content with life. He knew exactly what he was doing, abandoning the hero's duty, serving as a glorified guard under a slaver lord. And he felt no guilt. In his old world, responsibility had crushed him like a beast of burden. Now, in this strange land, with no ties, why should he care for others? Defeating demons, saving mankind. That was for the other hero, the pretty young woman. Let the youth chase glory. He just wanted a quiet life. But fate had other plans. That night, returning home, Tanaka opened his chamber door. Moonlight streamed in. A pale but strikingly beautiful woman leaned at the doorway, lips curled in a faint smile. "Welcome back, hero." Name: Eleanor de Knox. Race: vampire. Level: 72. Tanaka's pupils shrank. Instinctively, he raised his hand, gathering faint light. But Eleanor seized it with icy fingers, snuffing the glow before it bloomed. Crack! The sound of breaking bone. The level gap was insurmountable. Tanaka couldn't even resist. Yet his expression barely changed, which drew a raised brow from her. Her voice was lazy, mocking. "Playing tricks on sister's memory? That's rude. If you're not here to kill me, then what?" Tanaka asked flatly. "Come with sister, and you'll know." Her smile deepened, brooking no refusal. Seeing she wouldn't answer, Tanaka only muttered, "Calling yourself sister to a middle-aged man. Isn't that weird? And I like pale skin, but you're overdoing it." The next moment, his body began to fade, becoming translucent. "What?" Eleanor's smile shattered into shock. She lunged, but her hand passed through emptiness. Silently, like ink dissolving in water, Tanaka's figure melted away, leaving no trace. A deathly silence fell. Her hand froze midair, her pale face twisting from disbelief into burning rage. Gone, vanished? Impossible. She, who had seen countless spells, could not fathom it. Not even an avatar's spell left no trace. Yet that level, 24 man, whose only special trait was memory deletion, had slipped from her grasp. Humiliation, scarlet power burst from her body, obliterating the entire residence in a roar. "Hero, I'll remember the scent of your blood." The explosion woke Silver Sand Bay. Guards rushed out, staring dumbfounded at the ruins of their commander's home. By morning, the island lord's fortress overlooking the bay had doubled its watch. Far out at sea, aboard a drifting ship, Afa, from one cabin came a strangled howl of pain. Tanaka curled on the floor, clutching his hand, teeth rattling, sweat pouring. "Damn, should have known it had hurt this much," he gasped, vision blackening. After long minutes, he lay back, trembling, wiping his soaked face. Sin of Sloth. Unique title creates a perfect duplicate of yourself, dismissible at any time. He had gained this title a month ago. The conditions were unclear, but he had mastered its use. He knew demons had dealings at Silver Sand Bay with the Island Lord. That was fine, but lately, their disguises around him had grown suspicious. And demons didn't realize he could read panels. Their tricks were useless. So, sensing danger, he had let his clone attract attention while his true body slipped away on an unknown ship. He wanted to live quietly. This world wouldn't let him. Staring out at the dark waves, rubbing his still aching wrist, Tanaka muttered, "Where should I go now?" Meanwhile, not far below the waves, another hero faced her own trial. The Tide Sanctuary, an underwater dungeon where vast chambers, sealed in magical bubbles, allowed landfolk to venture. At least, that was how it should be. Now, a sealed chamber. Only exit, a central pool. Corpses of fishmen floated on its surface, their blood staining the water. Guards ringed the shore, weapons ready. "Can we retreat the way we came?" Hero Sophia asked with a trace of hope. Priest Samuel shook his head. "The mud passage is sealed by fishman magic. Breaking through would take time and leave us defenseless." Sophia frowned. The sanctuary's paths were labyrinthine, but the enemy knew them better. That fishman wasn't strong, yet wielded every trap and mechanism to deadly effect, his warriors throwing themselves to the slaughter. And with rising water, they had been forced into this chamber. They had magical bubble gear to survive underwater, but it wasn't fit for fighting. Outside, fishmen waited. "Lady Sophia, this is no longer training," Samuel urged. "Use the teleportation circle. Return to the ship. But the circle only transfers one, and drains your mana." Sophia protested. She looked at each of her men. "What about you?" "We'll cut a path and join you," their captain replied. "Better to give them this than waste lives." Sophia pulled a rotted wooden handle from her cloak. "Relic, Ocean Scepter Fragment." It looked worthless, save for the glowing panel. Useless so far, yet the fishman had demanded, "Return the holy relic." Samuel opened his mouth to object, but Bella, silver-eyed, staring at the damp ceiling, spoke. "There might be a passage above. Tracks lead there. Then stop." At once, all eyes lifted. Samuel's magic boosted the captain, who clambered up like a gecko. Indeed, a hidden shaft, but likely flooded. As long as there are no fishmen, Sophia seized hope. Prepare bubbles. With glowing orbs enveloping them, the captain struck the ceiling. Water cascaded down in a roaring torrent. Samuel's staff blazed, lifting the party upward against the flood. "The outer halls!" Sophia cried, recognizing the vast space as they burst through. But fishmen surged in after them. One guard met the captain's gaze, then turned back alone, blocking the horde with his life. Clambering up wet ropes back onto the ship, Sophia gasped, sunlight blazing overhead. "We made it!" But joy was brief. Scanning the faces around her, she froze. One was missing. "Where's Ron?" Silence. Then the captain said flatly, "Ron stayed behind. You let him cover us?" Sophia whirled, voice rising in disbelief. "Your safety is paramount." His tone was cold, resolute. "Any sacrifice is worth it." "Worth it," she echoed, choking. Reason understood. But this was the first time, in this world, someone had died for her. She opened her mouth, but no words came. At last, she turned away, silent, and walked into the cabin. The heavy door closed behind, shutting out sun and wind. Bella's eyes lingered on the captain. Then she too followed Sophia inside. Sunlight. Breeze. Finally I can feel it again. Atop the cap of a giant mushroom tree outside the dungeon, Night Pudgy held Lin Jun's true body aloft, greedily basking in the long-lost sunlight. With the humans temporarily fled, and with clones prepared as insurance, Lin Jun could finally let his true self out, unafraid, to embrace the sun he had yearned for day and night. This was the taste of freedom. Half a minute later, Night quietly gathered his true body back, fluttered his little wings, and descended lightly from the tree. Lin Jun then made a cruel discovery. He actually preferred the damp, gloomy swamps. Though he had heat resistance and couldn't truly be harmed by the sun, his body still felt oddly dry when exposed too long. Must be instinct, a quirk of his race. Goor. A low growl rumbled beneath the mushroom tree. A wind wolf crept out from the bushes, amber eyes fixed warily on the scaly Pudgy. Fangs bared, paws scraping the earth. It hesitated over whether to attack. Lin Jun kindly helped it make the decision. A flash of his bladed tendril. Seichichke. And the wolf split cleanly in half, collapsing onto the mycelium mat without even a cry. Since the human's departure, lesser monsters had begun probing the area. But all were small fry like this wolf, not worth his attention. Without human interference, Lin Jun's mycelium spread unchecked, engulfing even the Adventurers Guild. Surface mana density was lower than underground, so naturally born slimes were rare. With no predators, Lin Jun didn't even need Pudgy patrols here. What's more, sunlight-fed photosynthesis generated mana far more efficiently than in the far north. Laying out carpets of mycelium under the sun was pure profit. The glowing mushrooms sprouting across the land lured monsters as well. Lin Jun ignored them, content to play the role of producer and decomposer. Meanwhile, he began digging mycelial tunnel networks on the surface. Since humans would surely return, he dug deep. Building a dungeon beside the dungeon thrilled him just thinking of it. Above, things thrived. Below, order was slowly restored. He had sealed the largest rifts that spewed monsters. The rest were being cleared one by one. He didn't seal them all, though. He left small passages for Pudges, handy for future visits to neighbors. Especially that lush, green forest brimming with life. It practically begged to become Mushroom Garden number 4. Moments like this reminded him of poor Dylan, one of the earliest employees who had endured hiding on the 5th floor back when Lin Jun had nothing. Now Lin Jun owned the entire dungeon, yet Dylan wasn't here to enjoy it. With Dylan's rotten luck, Lin Jun doubted he'd ever return. Maybe he'd raise a monument for him on the 5th floor, an empty grave for an absent comrade. Meanwhile, his inspiration skill had leveled rapidly. Perhaps from constantly breaking down corpses, watching souls dissolve, it had reached level 3 in mere days. Now, he could faintly perceive the state of souls he consumed, and he noticed a stark divide. Creatures like minotaurs left behind dense soul cores that slowly merged into the world like drops of water into the sea. Others, slimes, dryads, mirage, and the like, only shed scattered wisps, dissolving like dust on the wind. After repeated tests, he was nearly certain the difference lay in intelligence. Minotaurs might be muscle-brained brutes, but they were still truly sapient. Someday, he'd study how different intelligent races' souls varied. Nor had he forgotten the other sapients in the dungeon, the werewolves of the 10th floor. His mycelium had already spread there. Like the 5th floor, the 10th was hammered by invading monsters. But unlike the wreckage of the 5th, the werewolves had slaughtered every intruder, leaving only bloodstains and drag marks. It was as if they'd never been attacked. Through the mat's senses, Lin Jun saw their camp, bellies round, fur glossy, looking far healthier than before. They had no intention of leaving home. Instead, they feasted on every takeout delivery that dared step in. Unfortunately, they were wary. Patrols scraped away at any mycelium near their village, stopping Lin Jun from observing too closely. Still, he wanted them. With potential rivaling vampires, werewolves were a prize. No rush. The dungeon was under his control. They couldn't escape. He'd watch, learn their habits, social order, weaknesses, then choose the friendly way to make contact. The 10th floor spread was smooth. The 9th, however, posed a problem. The flesh creatures there devoured everything. His mats were food to them. He'd lay them out, only to see them chewed away, even climbing walls to gorge themselves. From a staircase, shielded by dungeon rules, Lin Jun glimpsed more. Elsewhere, the dungeon was on the defensive. On the 9th, those flesh things were the invaders. He saw them hurl themselves into unstable rifts, losing limbs to warped space, yet eagerly forcing through, drawn by whatever feast lay beyond. And none ever returned. Whoever lived on the other side. Lin Jun lit a candle in their memory. While he happily rebuilt, one of his demon-born followers, having saved up enough contribution points, finally made a request to exchange for something other than mushrooms. The stone fortress dungeon had undergone drastic changes. The middle section of the ancient castle now appeared half-abandoned. On its mottled stone walls, apart from the ever-present threads of mycelium creeping into every crack, there was not a soul in sight. From the chatter among the demonkin, Lin Jun learned that this place once had animated armored sentinels, monsters disguised as treasure chests, and other such creatures. Unfortunately, ever since the cheese came, those monsters had gone extinct. Now, the castle was nothing but an empty stretch of stone bricks. Even if someone wanted to lay down a mycelium carpet here to grow mushrooms, it was far less suitable compared to the deeper levels underground. Naturally, Lin Jun had chosen to ignore this area. As for the canyon in the upper levels, it had essentially become the pasture of the Pudgis. Every day, the demonkin led their Pudgis there on schedule, feeding the fat worms with the mushrooms they had prepared in advance. Occasionally, they would pick out a worm suffering from heat stroke and send it to the mycelium carpet for treatment. This kind of tedious daily work Lin Jun had completely handed over to the demonkin. So far, aside from the occasional Pudgy getting eaten by a fat worm or two, there had been no issues. Incidentally, a Pudgy being eaten would deduct contribution points. Since Lin Jun's Pudgy capacity had decreased while his territory kept expanding, it was only natural that he handed over as much menial work as possible to his employees. For convenience, many demonkin had even applied for mushroom houses in the number 3 mushroom garden. For these residents, Lin Jun had thoughtfully provided mana replenishment services. This made the demonkin who had undergone mycelium fusion more willing to stay in the mushroom garden. After all, while they could eat mushrooms to restore mana, The efficiency and satisfaction were nothing compared to a direct charge from the mycelium carpet. With a large number of demonkin moving in, the number 3 mushroom garden had become bustling with activity. Norris, under the identity of a tailless lizard man, had successfully blended in, and to this day, no one had discovered he was human. Even Gray had gradually grown used to the presence of these demonkin. Linden had originally worried she might sneakily pluck out a demonkin's mana core when he wasn't looking. But in fact, since demonkin mana cores were darker in color, Gray had little interest in them. As far as she was concerned, as long as no one approached her mushroom house, it was fine. But if someone dared to get close, she would immediately poke her head out and fix them with her golden vertical pupils. Given Gray's already well-known record of instantly tearing apart powerful monsters, none of the demonkin were eager to test her limits with their own lives. Thus, the 10-meter radius around her mushroom house had silently become a forbidden zone. Meanwhile, in the most eye-catching spot of the number 3 mushroom garden, beneath the largest mushroom tree that glowed with soft luminescence, there was a notice board made of cowhide. On it, written in slightly crooked, rounded demonkin script, was a contribution point exchange list. It ranged from the cheapest mushrooms to mana crystals, various potions, and even included custom mushroom house expansion services. Linden had basically written down everything he could think of that might encourage the demonkin to work harder. Anything he forgot could always be added later. As for why demonkin writing, normally sharp and angular with a sense of power, appeared so round and soft on this board. Well, you couldn't expect a pudgy, with its squishy mycelium tentacles, to carve out bold and forceful characters on rough cowhide. Still, the demonkin seemed able to read it just fine. After finishing his cave guarding duties, Sho returned to the number 3 mushroom garden. Both of his arms were stumps, bound with sharp weapons. Even crippled, his level was still there, and killing the wandering monsters inside the caves wasn't difficult. With Cheong's help, he removed the weapons strapped to his arms. Then, gathering the clansmen present in the mushroom garden, Sho discussed briefly with them before submitting a special exchange request to Linden through the Spore Network. 1 mana core. These mana cores belonged to the 30-some demonkin who had fallen into the cheese traps and perished. When Linden had taken over the cheese territory, he had found them deep inside the stomachs of the grubs, indigestible, still intact. At Piggy's reminder, he had kept them all. Including mana cores in the exchange list had been intentional. If mana cores were truly as important to demonkin as Piggy had said, then surely they would work even harder to earn contribution points and redeem them. This, in turn, would help Linden accelerate his control over the tribe. And indeed, Piggy's information had been correct. This time, Sho wanted to redeem 1 mana core first. Linden didn't immediately approve. Instead, through the Spore Network, he required every demonkin present to state clearly whether they were willing to voluntarily contribute their points toward this exchange. Sho was the clan leader, but under Linden's system, he held no special privileges. He had no right to force anyone to give up their contribution points. Even though Linden knew they would all agree, the process of confirmation still carried meaning. As expected, no one objected. All of them felt that retrieving a comrade's mana core was only natural. Before long, a round pudgy wriggled out of the Spore Network tunnel beneath the glowing mushroom tree. Waving its mycelium tentacles, it pulled from within its body a mana core retrieved from Linden's treasure chamber. The mana core glowed faintly, its surface covered with fine cracks like a spider web, yet miraculously still intact, a weak but familiar magical fluctuation lingering within. Cheong trembled as he received it with both hands. Tears spilled without warning as he rasped out the owner's name, Huyen. The surrounding demonkin lowered their heads. A heavy silence of grief filled the air. Though it had been Huyen who first proposed the ill-fated plan that led to such losses, he had only done so for the sake of the tribe. In the end, he had stood alone in the narrow passage, using his body to block the swarm. None of the demonkin had expected the first mana core to be retrieved would be his. "Bring Huyen back to the tribe," Sho said, his voice thick. Before leaving, Sho turned once more to the Pudgy who had delivered the mana core. Straightening his spine, he bent deeply at the waist in a bow filled with solemn ritual, something Lin Jun had never seen before. Boss, thank you. Sho's voice was low but firm, filled with heartfelt gratitude. You have not only given our tribe hope, but also allowed Huiyin, allowed our people a chance to return home. At that moment, another round Pudgy suddenly gave a short run-up, then leapt nimbly onto the first Pudgy's broad cap, balancing there with ease. Its mycelium tentacle patted Sho's head, then accidentally brushed across his severed arms. This is what you earned yourselves. Lin Jun's voice came through the Pudgy. You deserve it. Work hard. Your arms can be restored. You may even become stronger. For your tribe, even better lands are not a dream. Once again, he painted them a bright vision of the future. Your words, we will never forget. Lin Jun's impression of his demonkin tribe was quite good, perhaps because they had long dwelled in the bitter cold of the far north, far from the conflicts of the continent. These demonkins' minds seemed far more straightforward than others. Like this time, when it came to redeeming the magic cores, Sho suggested that the contribution points of those present should be pooled together. If this were among humans, someone would almost certainly jump out to question it. Why don't those who aren't here have to contribute? But the demonkin didn't. Most of them carried an awareness that the tribe was greater than the individual. Perhaps it was exactly this awareness that allowed them to survive in the far north. At the same time, the harsh environment had forged a nature that was both easily satisfied yet unyieldingly resilient. To them, being able to eat their fill of mushrooms was already a good day. To be linked with the mycelium carpet, to feel that magical warmth coursing through them, was an immense blessing. And now, to even have the chance to retrieve the magic cores of their departed kin. This was fortune upon fortune. As for labor, whether it was taking Pudgis deep into the mines to dig out magic crystals, or patrolling in the slightly stifling caves to sweep out monsters, they carried out these dull and tiring tasks without complaint, even with a steady sense of fulfillment. Simply put, low labor cost, hard-working, resilient, and with excellent individual qualities. In Lin Jun's eyes, they were perfect employees. Right now, Lin Jun was in what could be called a honeymoon period with the demonkin. With the successful redemption of the first magic core, this harmony had advanced another step. Currently, about 1/6 of the tribe had already connected to the Spore network, becoming Lin Jun's formal employees. And within Lin Jun's secret treasure vault, 32 magic cores of the departed demonkin still lay quietly, and this number was one he had disclosed from the very start. To redeem all of them, at the current rate of contribution point accumulation, they would either have to save for a year or two, or bring more tribesmen into work. But regardless of the path chosen, the end was clear. The entire tribe would ultimately be integrated fully into Lin Jun's system. The only difference was the process. Thus, even though the demonkin still cautiously guarded their final line, deliberately avoiding mention of their tribe's most central cradle, Lin Jun was in no rush at all. The demonkin needed time to digest and accept this inevitable future. And the more harmonious their relations became, the less of shock it would be to their hearts when they finally accepted it. Lin Jun had nothing but patience. In the past, he had been driven in circles by the survival crises of the dungeon, spinning like a top that could never stop. Now that he had seized control of the dungeon, with a stable rear base, his mentality had grown ever more composed. The outcome was already set. Whether the demonkin accepted it sooner or later, it was all the same. Whatever made them happy. While Lin Jun was calm and unhurried, not far from the Amethyst dungeon, there were those already consumed with anxiety. It had been 11 days since the humans withdrew. The camp was pitched in the wasteland 12 li from the dungeon. Most of the town residents and wealthy adventurers had fled to nearby cities. Those who remained were mostly gaunt, hollow-eyed refugees. How's the dungeon holding up? Inside a makeshift tent, Fowl asked Eden, who was holding a scrying crystal. It hasn't collapsed yet, but I checked the first floor. Spatial rifts are everywhere. Eden replied wearily. You've been working hard lately. Just my duty. Only after Eden's figure vanished through the tent flap did Fowl let out a long sigh. He turned toward Mirabelle, who wore the same furrowed brow as he did. "How long can our provisions hold out?" Mirabelle pulled a bitter face. "At the current scale, enough for 7 days. But more refugees join the camp every day. For days might be our limit." So many refugees gathered in one place. Suddenly cutting off food supplies would be a disaster, far worse than letting them starve scattered elsewhere. "Can't we ask the guild headquarters for aid?" Mirabelle asked tentatively, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Fowl shot her a glance, and she fell silent at once. He slid a letter across the table toward her. "I already asked, but they can't spare food either." Mirabelle scanned the letter quickly, then gasped in a whisper. "War? The army requisitioned the supplies first. Then what were we supposed to do?" Lillian said nothing, only quietly massaged Fowl's temples, where veins bulged. Fowl closed his eyes, thinking for a long time. 3 days. If the dungeon hasn't collapsed by then, we'll take the risk. Send people inside to gather mushrooms. After making his decision, he dismissed the worried Mirabelle, then wearily picked up the bowl of porridge on the table, cold long ago. He gulped it all down and smacked his lips. So bad. Deep in the mountains beside the temporary camp, an arrow shot through the forest, piercing a wild boar's neck with precision. "Yes, meet tonight." Filling lifted her bow, whispering in excitement, but her joy spilled out nonetheless. Everyone could see that the camp's food shortage was worsening. Vera had decided to hunt in the mountains to help feed the refugees, or at least lighten the burden on the camp. Her gaze unconsciously flicked to the elf beside her. Ever since leaving the dungeon area, this elf hadn't hurried back to the forest, but had simply remained naturally with their group. "Syrian," Vera asked hesitantly, "I heard druids don't really like people eating meat?" "That's just a rumor," Fine quickly whispered a reminder. The elf's lips curved as he calmly waved it off. "Indeed, just a rumor. Not only do we not dislike it, druids eat meat too. To be honest, I haven't had any in days. I can barely stand. What we oppose is senseless killing beyond what survival requires." "I see." Vera and Filling exchanged a look, new knowledge unlocked. With the boar down, they didn't descend the mountain right away, but kept climbing until they reached a clear mountain stream pooling into a quiet pond among the rocks. Vera pointed at the water. "Here. Bathing here beats squeezing into that muddy lake by the camp." Syrian surveyed the spot, nodding in agreement. Compared to the camp's lake, teeming with people and filthy besides, this mountain spring was far superior. Vera hefted the heavy boar. "You 3 wash first. I'll deal with this guy downstream." Filling and Fine cheered and eagerly began unfastening the gear they'd worn for over half a month, caked in sweat and dust. Vera paused, surprised. "You're not going to wash?" "Of course I am," Syrian answered crisply. "Then why not with them?" Vera tilted her chin toward the pond, where the twins were already barefoot, testing the water. The elf looked troubled. Even if we're different races, bathing with the opposite sex is still... Vera studied his delicate face. The campfire crackled, sparks leaping as it cast its glow across 4 satisfied faces. The 4 of them shared the juiciest, fattest cuts of wild boar, oil dripping, the aroma rich in the night air. As Vera chewed, his gaze kept drifting towards Syrian. After seeing him stripped bare, Vera had to admit the truth of the other's gender. He mused silently, with that flat chest so obvious. How had he ever jumped to the conclusion Syrian was female? Was it that voice, flowing like a clear spring? Or that face, so exquisite it blurred the lines of gender? Vera sighed inwardly. Even if time were turned back, he'd probably make the same mistake again. Although few elves lingered long in the United Kingdoms, since human lands were full of things elves disdained, Vera and his companions had met a handful of half-elves before. All of them were striking, yes, but none could rival Syrian to this degree. "Syrian," Filling called out with her mouth full of greasy meat. A sudden thought struck her, and she asked curiously, "I heard elves can make wheat grow on wastelands, dead trees bear fruit. and never run out of food. Is that true? Syrian was focused on his roast, but at her words he quickly chewed and swallowed, almost choking. Cough. What kind of legend is that? Way too exaggerated. But you do. Have tons of food. Filling pressed. The elf thought for a moment, his eyes falling on a fruit tree by the edge of the camp, its leaves tinged with yellow. See for yourselves. He stood and walked beneath the tree. Syrian clasped his hands before his chest in a reverent gesture, closing his eyes. A low chant in the elven tongue flowed from his lips, carrying an ancient rhythm, like whispers of the forest. As he sang, faint green motes shimmered from his palms, at first like fireflies, then gathering into a gentle emerald glow. It twined around his long fingers like living light, then drifted into the fruit tree. Fourth tier, nature magic, hymn of bounty. Vera could not understand the words, but the song was ethereal and pure, like sunlight at dawn, like a soft rain at dusk, cleansing the soul and bringing peace. Fine, meanwhile, stared wide-eyed, captivated. Casting by way of song to guide mana, rather than constructing magic nodes as she did, was completely novel to her. As the chant ebbed, the glow seeped into the trunk, and a miracle unfolded. The fruit tree's branches bent heavy under the sudden weight of ripe, plump fruit. Amazing! Filling gasped. Agile as a squirrel, she scampered up the trunk and plucked the biggest, reddest fruit, biting in with a crisp crunch. Sweet juice burst across her tongue. So sweet, perfectly ripe, she shouted indistinctly, tossing down several more to her companions. Vera caught one, biting in before asking, "Isn't this exactly making a dead tree bear fruit? Why did you say it was exaggerated?" "Look more closely at the tree itself," Syrian said calmly. At his words, their eyes left the tempting fruit for the branches and leaves that bore them. What had been slightly yellow leaves before were now entirely withered, already drifting down. The whole tree seemed drained of life in an instant, prematurely withered, save for the magically forced fruit. Syrian's voice grew solemn. Nature magic does not create something from nothing. This hymn of bounty only forces the hidden vitality, nutrients, and mana of the tree into fruit by consuming its future. Even so, it's amazing. Filling slid down the trunk. If elves live in forests and can do this, no wonder food is always plenty. But Syrian shook his head slowly, his gaze moving past the dying tree to the east. No, in the forests of the elves, we almost never use this magic. It weakens plants at their roots, making them unable to bear fruit the following year. More importantly, he split the fruit in his hand, showing them its inside. No seeds. These fruits are sweet, yes, but they cannot give birth to new life. They cannot carry on the cycle. If abused, it brings a false harvest, but truly it only drains the future, leading to the forest's tears and the collapse of its balance. The twins listened in awe, for the first time truly grasping a druid's reverence for nature. Vera, though, smiled in relief. So that's how it is. It can't be used too often, but the camp will be thrilled to have fresh fruit. He called to Filling. "Come on, pick the rest and pack them up." With the fruit bundled alongside the boar meat, they started back down the mountain. By dusk, the wooden palisade of the camp was in sight. Inside, the mingling of voices, campfires, and smoke carried a stifling heaviness. At the gate, two guards leaned wearily against crude windbreaks, spears in hand. At the glow of a light spell approaching, they snapped alert. Vera, one of them, recognized the lead figure, surprise in his voice. His gaze quickly fixed on the boar slung over Vera's back. "You actually went up the mountain and brought back a boar. We thought you'd gone to Norway too." Without answering, Vera gestured to Filling, who promptly fished out two plump fruits from her bag and tossed them to the guards. "Catch! There's fruit too," she called with a note of pride. "Nothing bad happened in camp, right?" Vera asked. The guard who had spoken took a greedy bite, juice flooding his mouth. Only after swallowing did he lean close, speaking with concern. "No trouble yet, but another few dozen refugees poured in today, all from the same village down south. We had to split more rations to house them. Now people are already complaining the porridge is thinner than before. No one knows if the higher-ups have a plan. Bidding the guards farewell, the group carried their haul toward the kitchen. Along the way, countless eyes followed them from tent slits from the shadows of campfires, eyes locked on the boar across Vera's back. Desire burned openly in those gazes, though barely restrained. Philene muttered under her breath, discontent in her voice. Isn't there anything you can use that magic on without worrying about side effects? Her words stirred something in Vera's mind. Without slowing, he cast a look at the elf beside him, pondering for several seconds before asking uncertainly, Syrian, could your hymn of bounty work on mushrooms? The group had no plans to enter the dungeon directly. The scene of its near collapse still lingered in their minds. Twisted spatial rifts, ceilings about to cave in, monsters howling in frenzy. Although it hadn't truly collapsed yet, as the guild predicted, going too close was still extremely dangerous. They only intended to head as far as Yafeng, Silent Twin Town. The latest news said the town was already covered in mycelium. That distance was manageable. If danger appeared, they'd have time to run. On the road to Yafeng, Silent Twin Town, a heavy cart rattled past them. The draft horse snorted harshly, hauling a load of bulging sacks. From inside seeped a thick scent of soil mixed with fungus. Vera didn't know the man with the cart, but he glimpsed through the seams. Mushrooms piled to the brim. With the food shortage worsening, it was no wonder daring folk had set their eyes on the mushrooms. In the past, a cart of them was worth a handful of silver coins at best, barely covering transport. But now, aside from the flaw of poor preservation, these mushrooms were life-saving food. Their price had soared dozens of times over. Vera held no judgment toward their profiteering. The mushrooms had no true owner. Whoever picked them, owned them. If they had to belong to anyone, perhaps they should be considered the property of that duke's daughter who had once taken away the king of Pugis. Stepping into Yafeng, Silent Twin Town, the rumors proved true. The streets and every exposed surface lay beneath a thick carpet of white mycelium. And yet, within sight, not a single mature mushroom remained. Clearly, the cartload they just passed had already scoured this area bare. Vera chose a spot where the mycelium grew especially thick. Here will do. Philene was already bouncing with impatience, her toes tapping the ground. Syrian, hurry, try it. Are you sure it's safe? Weren't the Pudges here terrifying? Syrian recalled when he had first fallen into the Amethyst dungeon. The Pudges locked in brutal combat with other monsters. He hesitated. Vera glanced around. It should be fine. There aren't any nearby. This is just the edge. If something happens, we run. At that, Syrian nodded. He knelt at the edge of the thick carpet, clasping his hands before his chest. Once again, the melodic chant of the elven tongue spilled from his lips, and a soft emerald glow swelled from his palms, spreading over the mycelium. Linden had grown busy again. Most of his focus was sunk into the massive crystal steel at the dungeon's core, tirelessly poking and prodding at its countless starry light points. Each point represented some tiny permission within the dungeon. Controlling them was controlling the dungeon itself. The problem was there were simply too many. So many as mushroom cap tingled, and triggering one often gave no clear feedback, sometimes vanishing without a trace. That was normal. Linden could only test them one by one, carefully observing what changes followed. While he researched, the dungeon's monsters suffered. Lightning bolts struck from nowhere, vaporizing unlucky beasts on the spot. Or mana would suddenly plummet in a monster's lair, forcing them to abandon it in curses. Still, Linden managed a little breakthrough. He invented an elevator. More accurately, he had found the star point that controlled the shifting positions of hidden rooms. Now, he could move one between floors 1 through 10. Wasn't that basically an elevator? Though each shift still required him to manually open the door from outside. Truthfully, he hadn't figured out much use for it yet. Maybe it would save effort moving goods later? More interesting to him was the mystery of where the treasure chest's loot came from, but that part remained unsolved. His path of exploration of the core was still long. Meanwhile, trickles of refugees and small adventure groups had begun venturing onto the mycelium he'd spread around the amethyst dungeon's entrance, carefully picking naturally grown mushrooms. From the reports Eden sent back, the food shortage among humans was severe. Linden permitted it all. The mushrooms that were naturally sprouted, he hadn't fueled them with mana. Letting people harvest them didn't matter, and it even spread the reputation of mushrooms. He was considering how best to integrate with the surface world. Becoming a reliable food source sounded perfect. After all, the more humans ate, the greater their demand for mushrooms, the further his mycelium would need to spread. And only a fraction of the mana within the network was used for producing mushrooms anyway. It was pure profit, letting humanity feast on mushrooms until the surface and underground were all his web. Suddenly, a subtle yet piercing tug snapped him from his dream. Huh, someone's stealing my mana? The nerve, like a slime mosquito trying to sip unseen from his mycelium reserves. His awareness swept outward and locked instantly onto the culprits. One elf, plus 3 all-too-familiar human adventurers. The twin sisters were unmistakable. And the thief himself, the elf. Name, Syria Song. Race elf. Level, 42. Racial traits, light body, nature affinity. Skills, dagger mastery LV7. Potion mastery LV7. Nature magic LV7. Mana manipulation LV6. Evasion LV6. Title, devout, spirit attribute plus 5%. Linden's first time seeing a pure-blood elf. He hadn't noticed during the 5th floor melee. And of course, her looks, truly unrivaled by human women. But what was he up to? Syrian glowed in emerald light, chanting softly. And before him, the quiet mycelium suddenly stirred, a surge of invisible force awakening it. Mushrooms sprouted in rapid bursts, swelling and ripening in seconds. Linden understood immediately. The elf was using nature magic, siphoning mana from the mycelium to force mushrooms to grow. That was stealing his mana to make food for themselves. What kind of banditry was this? Unbelievable. He probed the magic. Luckily, it was more guidance than compulsion. The moment he resisted the pull, the elf could no longer steal. A close call. If nature magic had truly overridden his will to drain his reserves, wouldn't that make elves his natural nemesis? Thankfully, no, but this couldn't go unpunished. To think they'd try to pilfer his mana. If he didn't teach them a lesson now, what next? Wow, it worked. It really worked. So many mushrooms. Philene nearly jumped with joy at the mushrooms bursting up like bamboo shoots after rain, her eyes sparkling. Vera, however, cast a worried glance at Syrian, still chanting. He hadn't asked what the spell cost the elf. If the toll was too great, even successful mushroom growth might not be worthwhile. Still, the effect was incredible. If only they'd brought a cart, for people could only carry so much. Yet their joy was short-lived. Before their eyes, the mycelium carpet swelled into little bulges. Pop, 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 pop. A dozen round, chubby pudges burst forth at once. The moment they emerged, they scurried on stubby legs, quickly surrounding the group. Vera's eyelid twitched. Syrian, your magic can spawn pudges too? The elf, who had just stopped chanting. The mushrooms sprouting from the ground were so many that one pudgy, caught off guard mid-run, tripped over a particularly fat one. Its round body lost balance and tumbled like a bouncing ball, crashing hard into another pudgy. The collision set off a chain reaction. 2 more were knocked over in the process, leaving 4 down at once. The encirclement of pudges had a brief opening. Syrian sprang to his feet, drawing the elven dagger at his waist in a flash of cold light, ready to cut his way through. Don't be rash. Philene reacted quickly, grabbing his arm, her voice cracking. Calm down, Syrian. Whatever you do, don't provoke the pudges. Vera urged in alarm. The outsider elf might not know, but the 3 locals certainly did. Messing with pudges here only meant disaster. Vera was already regretting suggesting mushroom acceleration in the first place. And sure enough, more Pudges were still popping out of the surrounding mycelium. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them were sealed in tight. Around their legs, mushroom caps swayed in a dense sea. Close to 100 Pudges. Knowing firsthand the destructive power of Pudgy self-detonation, Vera dared not move a muscle, sweat beating down his brow. Filling and Fine turned pale, clinging tightly to each other. "What now?" Syrian asked, his dagger still in hand, but lowered slightly. He had seen Pudges fight before. I don't know." Vera's throat was dry. "We can only wait to see what they want." Before long, the Pudges began shoving them forward with their springy, rotund bodies. Seeing their course aimed straight at the dungeon entrance, Filling's voice cracked with a sob. "They're not planning to shove us into the dungeon, are they? Wouldn't that mean perishing along with it?" Like it or not, they were now captives of the Pudges, pushed along helplessly into the first floor of the Amethyst dungeon. The instant they stepped inside, the sight of spatial rifts everywhere sank their hearts. Vera muttered regretfully to the elf, "Sorry, maybe we really should have fought our way out earlier." "Are your local monsters always this eccentric?" Syrian asked, his tone equal parts bewildered and absurd. "They're not going to push us into the swamp, are they?" Fine whimpered, feet dragging, but the Pudges kept nudging them forward with their caps. Yet as they were shoved deeper, something shocking became clear. The spatial rifts were fewer and fewer, visibly closing. By the time they were herded to the 6th floor, the sight before them drew gasps. Desolation. All plant life was withered black, crumbling to ash at a touch. The curse had devastated half the floor's ecosystem. Though the rifts were patched, the destruction remained. The Pudges stopped in the center of the wasteland, pressing no further. "What does this mean now?" Filling asked, bewildered at the motionless mushroom horde. Syrian's emerald eyes lit up with sudden realization. He knelt, ignoring the thick layer of ash, placing both palms on the ground. Green light welled in his hands, but this time it was not the hymn of bounty. His soft chant wove through the air. From beneath his palms, the earth stirred, and a single frail bud of green pushed trembling through the ash. The first hint of life in this dead land. The moment the sprout appeared, the Pudges scampered away, leaving only a few behind. The pressure on the group lifted in an instant. "Syrian, what's going on here?" Vera asked, staring at the fragile bud. Syrian stood, surveying the scorched ground, speaking from experience. "In the forest, sometimes clever animals lead us druids to areas destroyed by wildfire or poison, seeking help to restore them. These Pudges may be doing the same, asking us for aid." Aid? Vera thought it made sense, yet felt wrong somehow. Animals at least didn't kidnap druids to drag them there. So now what? Vera scratched his head. Upon entering deeper floors, he realized the rift problem wasn't as bad as feared. It was even better than when they'd fled. No rampaging monsters either. He wasn't too worried about safety anymore. But looking around at the barren wasteland, he thought bitterly, how long would it take working here before the Pudges let them go? Syrian sighed, bending down to continue casting beside the sprout. "We'll start. Let's just hope we can find food nearby." Half a day later, the group wore strange expressions as they ate a shared meal. Mushroom soup scooped from the body of a bizarre, heat-emitting Pudgy. Regarding the rift on the 6th floor that leaked that dreadful curse and devastated the ecosystem, Linden had weighed the options carefully. In the end, he chose to seal it completely. But for the rift on the 5th floor that connected to the Strawman Abyss, he left a tiny gap, just enough for Pudges to pass through. That rift leaked only faint curses, its effects minor compared to the one on the 6th. Leaving the weaker, one seemed enough. And to see that elf grasp his intent so swiftly, Linden felt rather satisfied. Honestly, if the elf had been alone, Linden might have parasitized him already. After all, it was rare here to encounter nature magic. But since he was with Vera's group, Linden refrained from spying daily on adventurers. Linden knew these 3 were the meddlesome, conspicuous type, social butterflies among adventurers. The last people he wanted to parasite. Too much risk of exposure. If he wished to blend into the surface world, he could never reveal his ability to parasite humans. At first, Lin Jun had planned to keep them trapped until he figured things out, only releasing them then. But the elf's keen understanding spared him much trouble. As for them noticing the reduced rifts, that was fine. By the time they finished their work and returned, humans would have noticed the dungeon's changes anyway. And if the Pudgis had forced them into labor, everyone knew Pudgis punished rule breakers, sometimes with explosions, sometimes by looting. Compared to that, making these mana thieves roll up their sleeves to restore the ecosystem, this was practically charity. What Lin Jun hadn't expected was for his own tree folk to somehow sense this and voluntarily leave their secret grove to help the elf. Trance! Vera tensed slightly at the figures approaching. Only slightly, because the three of them had lived through the 6th floor and knew. Ever since the trance had entered symbiosis with the Pudgis, they would sometimes emerge from the secret grove, yet like the Pudgis, they never attacked unprovoked. But now they were walking straight toward them with clear intent, and Vera's fingers instinctively tightened on his hilt. To his surprise, Syrian stepped forward eagerly, green eyes alight with wonder. Trance here too? And they have mushrooms growing on their bark, not moss. One of the taller Trance extended a gnarled branch, gently wrapping it around Syrian's wrist, as if probing. Vera's heart skipped. Hey, is that safe? It's fine, Syrian soothed, closing his eyes. His lashes quivered, and the faintest green glow shimmered around him. After a moment, he opened them again, glancing at his tense companions. They're asking for help. Druids can talk with monsters like this? Filling gasped. It's a talent born of our elven bloodline, Syrian explained. If both sides open their hearts, we can just barely sense simple emotions. Once the trance finished their contact, they slowly turned away. Syrian followed without hesitation. Shall we see what they want? Could be a trap, Vera muttered, but his feet already moved. No way was he letting Syrian go alone. I sense no malice, Syrian said. But caution is wise. Keep sharp. Guided by the trance, they crossed the cursed wasteland and reached the surviving half of the 6th floor. Through a shaded, overgrown path, they arrived at their destination. Standing at the grove's entrance, Vera eyed the thick roots and their fungal coatings with awe. So the rumors were true. The 6th floor holds a trance grove. No wonder the entrance was hidden so deep. Inside, they hadn't gone far before the trance stopped. Their branches pointed ahead, and without words, the group understood why they had been brought. Several trance on the brink of death. Syrian frowned, scanning the roots wrapped in damp soil, the freshly overturned earth. Coupling it with the wasteland outside, he guessed the truth. The transplantation was too rough, he murmured. He said no more, placing his palms against the sick trench trunk. Green light flowed from his hands into its veins. Where the glow passed, the grayness of the bark peeled back, and a hint of hidden vitality glimmered through. Syrian smiled, seeing results. Vera, however, wore a complicated look. His eyes drifted from the healing trance to the others in the grove, then beyond, to the wasteland outside. Wasn't their workload multiplying again? Everything in the 6th floor fell within the senses of one blue mushroom. Lin Jun's biggest impression. Nature magic was a treasure. Acceleration, healing, and it worked especially well with mushrooms. It felt more compatible with his system than any other element. But so far, he had never seen a human with nature magic. Was it elf exclusive? He'd have to ask Eden. To wield it himself, he needed first to acquire the skill by decomposition, and second to learn the spells. But from what he observed, every one of the elf's spells required chanting. So vocal Pudgis? And in Elvish, no less, a language Lin Jun didn't understand. He'd need to study another tongue? He made a mental note, slotting it into his long to-do list. Alongside nature magic, abyss magic also tempted him. But since that fleeting glimpse at the port, he'd never encountered another user. It seemed extremely rare. Research never ceased. Lin Jun had already finished a dozen magic books, skimming through their spells. Mostly low-level, not too difficult. He had dabbled in all of them. Aside from Meyer's spell, which he could cast reliably. The rest were only at usable level. Still, unlike a mage, he wouldn't die if his casting lagged. At worst, he'd just swap in a magic Pudgy. Days passed. Vera's group now spent every day running between two tasks. First, helping restore Trance. Then, venturing into the cursed wasteland to coax life back into the earth. All of it rested on Syrian's shoulders. Fine's acceleration magic was useful on the road, but Vera and Philine could only watch helplessly. Feeling guilty, the two began handling logistics instead, hunting boars in the 6th floor's intact areas, or gathering nectar from plant monsters to improve their meals. They lived in the Trant Grove now, safe and sound. Food came from the Pudges, endless mushroom soup, but variety was up to them. While they worked below, the surface world shifted. Fowl, pressed by reality, could no longer wait for the dungeon's collapse. With no choice, he sent teams to the entrance to monitor the dungeon and gather mushrooms. But when the guild's collectors arrived, they were stunned. The mushrooms were already in high demand. The first bold adventurers had hauled baskets of mushrooms to market, making fortunes. The rumor spread like wildfire, igniting greed everywhere. Who cared if the dungeon was near collapse? They weren't going in, only picking at the edge. At the first sign of trouble, they could run. Besides, maybe collapse would strike others, not them. They might harvest today, sell for gold, and only then would disaster strike. Invisible risks versus tangible coin? Easy choice. Fortune favors the bold. The frenzy spread. Adventurers swarmed like sharks, scenting blood, joining the mushroom gold rush. And not only adventurers. In a famine-stricken age, refugees too joined in, families with baskets in hand. So when the guild's team arrived, all they saw was chaos and mycelium trampled bare. Not a mature mushroom in sight. Even tiny sprouts the size of fingertips had been plucked clean. The guild scrambled to add manpower, even bartering away warehouse supplies in exchange for mushrooms. 2 months ago, such trades would have been charity. Now Fowl could only grit his teeth and send Mirabelle to negotiate. Adventurers, though making less, still saved time compared to city trips, so they mostly agreed. But this was no long-term fix. Inside the guild tent, Fowl solemnly handed a sealed letter to Eden. Sorry, this time, I must ask you to be our envoy. Trance. Vera tensed slightly at the figures approaching. Only slightly, because the three of them had lived through the 6th floor and knew. Ever since the Trance had entered symbiosis with the Pudges, they would sometimes emerge from the secret grove, yet like the Pudges, they never attacked unprovoked. But now they were walking straight toward them with clear intent, and Vera's fingers instinctively tightened on his hilt. To his surprise, Syrian stepped forward eagerly, green eyes alight with wonder. Trance here too? And they have mushrooms growing on their bark, not moss. One of the taller Trance extended a gnarled branch, gently wrapping it around Syrian's wrist, as if probing. Vera's heart skipped. Hey, is that safe? It's fine, Syrian soothed, closing his eyes. His lashes quivered, and the faintest green glow shimmered around him. After a moment, he opened them again, glancing at his tense companions. They're asking for help. Druids can talk with monsters like this? Philine gasped. It's a talent born of our elven bloodline, Syrian explained. If both sides open their hearts, we can just barely sense simple emotions. Once the Trance finished their contact, they slowly turned away. Syrian followed without hesitation. Shall we see what they want? Could be a trap, Vera muttered, but his feet already moved. No way was he letting Syrian go alone. I sense no malice, Syrian said. But caution is wise. Keep sharp. Guided by the Trance, they crossed the cursed wasteland and reached the surviving half of the 6th floor. Through a shaded, overgrown path, they arrived at their destination. Standing at the grove's entrance, Vera eyed the thick roots and their fungal coatings with awe. So the rumors were true. The 6th floor holds a Trant grove. No wonder the entrance was hidden so deep. Inside, they hadn't gone far before the Trant stopped. Their branches pointed ahead, and without words, the group understood why they had been brought. Several treants on the brink of death. Syrian frowned, scanning the roots wrapped in damp soil, the freshly overturned earth. Coupling it with the wasteland outside, he guessed the truth. The transplantation was too rough, he murmured. He said no more, placing his palms against the sick trenched trunk. Green light flowed from his hands into its veins. Where the glow passed, the grayness of the bark peeled back, and a hint of hidden vitality glimmered through. Syrian smiled, seeing results. Vera, however, wore a complicated look. His eyes drifted from the healing treant to the others in the grove, then beyond, to the wasteland outside. Wasn't their workload multiplying again? Everything in the 6th floor fell within the senses of one blue mushroom. Lin Jun's biggest impression. Nature magic was a treasure. Acceleration, healing, and it worked especially well with mushrooms. It felt more compatible with his system than any other element. But so far, he had never seen a human with nature magic. Was it elf exclusive? He'd have to ask Eden. To wield it himself, he needed first to acquire the skill by decomposition, and second to learn the spells. But from what he observed, every one of the elf's spells required chanting. So vocal pujas? And in Elvish, no less, a language Lin Jun didn't understand. He'd need to study another tongue? He made a mental note, slotting it into his long to-do list. Alongside nature magic, abyss magic also tempted him. But since that fleeting glimpse at the port, he'd never encountered another user. It seemed extremely rare. Research never ceased. Lin Jun had already finished a dozen magic books, skimming through their spells. Mostly low-level, not too difficult. He had dabbled in all of them. Aside from Meyer's spell, which he could cast reliably, the rest were only at usable level. Still, unlike a mage, he wouldn't die if his casting lagged. At worst, he'd just swap in a magic pudgy. Days passed. Vera's group now spent every day running between two tasks. First, helping restore treants. Then, venturing into the cursed wasteland to coax life back into the earth. All of it rested on Syrian's shoulders. Fine's acceleration magic was useful on the road, but Vera and Philine could only watch helplessly. Feeling guilty, the two began handling logistics instead, hunting boars in the 6th floor's intact areas, or gathering nectar from plant monsters to improve their meals. They lived in a treant grove now, safe and sound. Food came from the pujas, endless mushroom soup, but variety was up to them. While they worked below, the surface world shifted. Fowl, pressed by reality, could no longer wait for the dungeon's collapse. With no choice, he sent teams to the entrance to monitor the dungeon and gather mushrooms. But when the guild's collectors arrived, they were stunned. The mushrooms were already in high demand. The first bold adventurers had hauled baskets of mushrooms to market, making fortunes. The rumor spread like wildfire, igniting greed everywhere. Who cared if the dungeon was near collapse? They weren't going in, only picking at the edge. At the first sign of trouble, they could run. Besides, maybe collapse would strike others, not them. They might harvest today, sell for gold, and only then would disaster strike. Invisible risks versus tangible coin? Easy choice. Fortune favors the bold. The frenzy spread. Adventurers swarmed like sharks, scenting blood, joining the mushroom gold rush. And not only adventurers. In a famine-stricken age, refugees too joined in, families with baskets in hand. So when the guild's team arrived, all they saw was chaos and mycelium trampled bare. Not a mature mushroom in sight. Even tiny sprouts the size of fingertips had been plucked clean. The guild scrambled to add manpower, even bartering away warehouse supplies in exchange for mushrooms. 2 months ago, such trades would have been charity. Now Fowl could only grit his teeth and send Mirabelle to negotiate. Adventurers, though making less, still saved time compared to city trips, so they mostly agreed. But this was no long-term fix. Inside the guild tent, Fowl solemnly handed a sealed letter to Eden. Sorry, this time, I must ask you to be our envoy. Eden accepted it, already knowing its contents. Everywhere was starving. With war against the demons, all grain went first to the army. No noble would open his granaries for refugees. The mushrooms of the dungeon were their last hope. But letting refugees harvest freely would turn the place into a hell of survival of the fittest. Even now, adventurers and a few refugees had already trampled parts of the mycelium, reducing yield. Fowl lacked the authority to enforce order, so he needed the St. Clair family. The dungeon wasn't theirs, but Yafeng, Silent Wind, Town, the land around the entrance, was. By law, its output belonged to the Duke. Normally no lord would invoke such an unpopular right, but this was no normal time, and with Lady Inanna herself bonded to the King of Pudgis, the claim had weight. If Eden could win Inanna's support, and through her the Duke's, then Fowl could gain authority to regulate harvests and distribution, easing the crisis. But Fowl remembered Inanna disliked him. Eden, with his friendship and quick wit, was his only hope. That's why he apologized. This was no pleasant mission. Success meant saving refugees, people of little worth in society's eyes. Failure would make enemies of adventurers whose profits were cut. In famine, culling excess poor was a cold but effective strategy. Asking Eden to plead for such a cause was harsh, but Eden simply nodded. Fowl had already done everything possible for strangers. Eden himself would never go so far. At best, he'd help a beggar on the road, but never shoulder this burden. Yet seeing Fowl's resolve, he felt respect. Everyone wished for more good men around them. With the letter in hand, he mounted his horse and left. Not for the Duke's estate, not yet. He turned instead toward an area touched faintly by mycelium. He needed to report to his boss first. A message rippled through Lin Jun's awareness, interrupting his thoughts. Management of mycelium? Saving refugees? Eden's report made him pause, but he let him go deliver the letter. Lin Jun himself was indifferent to whom managed the harvest. In famine, the mycelium would spread regardless. But saving refugees, that struck home. Mostly because the blue mushroom was soft-hearted. Sure, refugees were blank slates, easier to mold, perhaps useful long-term, but those were minor. What mattered was saving lives. Their goals aligned. Why not help? Even if Fowl had crossed him before. Shifting his view, Lin Jun peered through the night Pudgy at the Duke's estate. As always, Inanna had at her side. In the steamy bathhouse, she sat by the pool, hugging a dirt-smeared Pudgy, gently scrubbing it with a sponge, trying to restore its white sheen. Beside her sat a row of freshly cleaned Pudgis. On her other side, a line of muddy ones waited for her service. She'd taken them hunting today. Every last one had come back a mudball. They could have drowned if she hadn't learned not all had underwater adaptation. The first time, she lost one, revived later, so now she bathed them one by one herself. Serve at work, but she enjoyed it. Suddenly, her hand froze mid-scrub. She tilted her head, wet hair clinging to her cheek. Did she just hear the boss? Inanna. Lin Jun's voice came again through the bond. It is the boss. Her face lit up with joy, then confusion. Boss, how are you talking to me? There's no mycelium here. She glanced around at the misty bath. I'm speaking through the night, Pudgy. But listen, Eden, remember him? He's coming soon. Lin Jun explained quickly about the refugees and the letter. But Inanna's thoughts were already astray. She stared dazedly at the Pudgy in her lap. If the boss could talk through the night Pudgy all along, then why had he stayed silent all this time? Why? No. Although this was a reply to Inanna's request to go out, Eric's scrutinizing gaze was fixed firmly on Aiden, who sat on the side, as if on pins and needles. In order to withstand the ferocious assault of the demon clan, Duke Alamar had to personally sit in command at Highfort Fortress. All the affairs in the rear territories were entrusted entirely to his most trusted steward, Eric. Therefore, Fowl's request concerning the regulation of the Spore Network did not need to trouble the Duke, who was far away at the front lines. All it required was Eric's nod of approval. As for Fowl's request, Eric agreed. Refugees were only one part of it. The intelligence in his hands far exceeded what Fowl possessed. The Demon Clan's invasion was overwhelming, and their offensive would not end in the short term. Meanwhile, the Elven allies, on whom much hope had been placed, showed an ambiguous attitude. Grain supply had become a huge hidden danger. Although procurement from the Isles had already begun, it was clearly insufficient to fill the gaps. Food shortages were likely to develop into a long-term crisis. Bringing such a strategic resource under regulation was entirely reasonable. As for the resentment of speculators, the mighty St. Clair family, how could they possibly care about that? However, his agreement did not include letting the young lady Inanna personally run off to take risks. Why not? Inanna stared at Eric unhappily, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Too dangerous. Eric's voice was unquestionable. Isn't that dungeon still on the verge of collapse? How could you go to such a dangerous place? I'm not going into Yafing, Silent Wind Town, just to the outer perimeter, near the temporary camp. Inanna twisted her fingers at her clothes, arguing forcefully. The outer perimeter? Eric's lips tightened further, his eyes glancing out the window. That area is now packed with desperate refugees and greedy adventurers, a mix of fish and dragons. Master took most of the elite guards away. Outside the manor, what is there to guarantee your safety? I have him. Inanna suddenly lifted the knight in her arms high, then quickly pointed at Aiden, who wished he could shrink into the wall. And Aiden, he will protect me too. Suddenly named, Aiden's body went rigid. He felt as if Eric's knife-like gaze had pierced straight through him. He forced out a smile uglier than crying, his scalp prickling. Oh! Eric stepped forward a few paces, expressionless as he tidied his sleeve. His voice was calm and even. In that case, let's test it. T-test what? Inanna blinked her large eyes, still not understanding. Eric enunciated each word. Test the strength of these two guards you rely on. As long as they can land a hit on me, I will acknowledge their ability and stop obstructing you. Inanna looked at Eric, then turned to Aiden. Aiden's expression had completely stiffened. Right now, he very much wanted to shake his head. All right, Inanna answered confidently. Aiden, not all right. Soon, Aiden and the Knight Pudgy were standing in the Duke's training yard. The flagstone ground reflected a hard, cold gleam under the afternoon sun. Weapon racks stood on all sides, adding a suffocating air of severity. Across from them, Eric had taken off his meticulous steward's attire, changing into a set of deep gray, practical combat gear. Upon his fists was strapped a pair of dark, heavy metal gauntlets. The protruding ridges of the knuckles radiated a dangerous aura. Eric, once it starts, you're not allowed to hurt Pudgy. Inanna, sitting in the stands with her hands cupped around her mouth, voiced a worry that was, in fact, rather unreasonable. Standing in the field, Aiden very much wanted to say, how about sparing some concern over me getting hurt too? Inanna waved her hand. Begin. Knight Pudgy attacked first, its round body suddenly lowered, and a mushroom cannon far stronger than ordinary Pudgis erupted forth. The sturdy ground of the training yard was blasted into a crater instantly, but in the billowing smoke, Eric's figure had already vanished from his original spot. His speed was so fast he left only a blur. He ignored Pudgy's threat, charging straight toward Aiden the mage. Aiden's figure flickered, splitting into several indistinguishable phantoms. At the same time, each Aiden unhesitatingly raised a hand, unleashing sharp wind blades that shrieked through the air, interweaving into a net that slashed toward the rapidly approaching steward. Illusion. Eric gave a low grunt. His forward rush halted, and he suddenly stomped down with his right foot. A powerful force penetrated into the ground. The earth quaked violently, and countless stones shot out in all directions. The stones passed cleanly through the illusory images. Only one Aiden instinctively dodged aside. Eric blocked the wind blades with his arm guard. Then, with the gauntlet-wrapped right fist, swung mercilessly at Aiden's true body. At the same time, another mushroom cannon fired. But this time, it showed no concern for Aiden, enveloping both of them in its range. There was no helping it. Linden wasn't the one controlling right now. Pudgy's combat style had always ignored friendly fire. Cursing inwardly, Aiden could only use a gust of wind to fling himself clumsily backward, barely escaping the double threat of gauntlet and cannon. While still airborne, he flung several more wind blades, trying to cut off Eric's escape routes. But Eric simply spun in place and struck his fist at the incoming cannon. A concentrated fist wind, visible to the naked eye, burst forth and slammed into the flying mushroom cannon. Boom! The cannon was forced to explode midair, the violent shockwave sweeping outward. Eric's clothes flapped wildly, but he remained steady as a rock. Just as Aiden landed awkwardly, Eric was already in front of him again. The cold metal gauntlet rapidly filled his vision. He had no time to dodge. With a crack, the illusion shattered, and a broken crystal fell to the ground. Eric's brow twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Pudgy leapt and boosted forward, spinning its body at high speed like a top. Several sturdy tentacles stretched taut under centrifugal force, forming a shining, airtight, bladed wheel that cut toward Eric. Blade Storm LV6. As one of Lin Jun's favorite melee skills to practice casually, the knight naturally had it. Eric's arms blurred into afterimages, his gauntlets colliding fiercely with the sharp tentacle blades. The clash erupted into a harsh chorus of metal ringing against metal. Through superb blocking technique and sheer power, he withstood the raging storm of slashes. The price, deep gouges carved into his gauntlets, and 3 of Pudgy's tentacles snapped off by brute force. "Eric, you promised not to hurt the knight," Inanna cried out in distress from the stands. Eric sighed inwardly in helplessness. Just as he was about to subdue the reckless Pudgy completely, he suddenly waved his right hand. A tiny illusory insect perched on his shoulder was crushed flat. It had tried to bite him. At the same time, Pudgy unleashed both hallucinogenic spores and infrasound attack. The sound of a shattering bottle rang from Eric's waist. His body swayed slightly, a thin line of red seeping uncontrollably from his lips. Though his robust physique minimized the damage, blood had still been drawn. The assault ceased. Eric stood still, no longer pursuing. He glanced strangely at the Pudgy that the young lady cuddled every day. Then his eyes turned toward the corner of the training ground. There, the real Aiden sheepishly revealed himself, beads of sweat at his brow. Eric wiped the blood at his lips, touched the broken bottle at his waist, and said with a blank face, "You do have some skill. We won. I can go now." Inanna cheered excitedly from the stands. Eric remained silent for a moment, quickly assessing. A slippery illusionist adept at sowing confusion and cover, paired with a fearless Pudgy capable of brutal force and strange attacks. Indeed, they could provide a considerable degree of protection. Even so, he did not let his guard down at all. In the end, Inanna's travel party included not only Aiden and Knight Pudgy, but also 4 golden-ranked guards with sharp, steady eyes and an arsenal of protective gear. Before departure, Eric's gaze locked firmly on Aiden. "I must ask that you and Guildmaster Fowl ensure the young lady's safety." The hidden meaning was crystal clear. If something happens, you'll suffer for it. On the road, Dylan sat wearily atop his horse, the same chestnut steed he'd always ridden. Despite its age, the horse's endurance was remarkable, keeping pace with the best, so Dylan hadn't replaced it. After rushing for days, Dylan had grown gaunt, cheeks sunken, dark circles under his eyes. Only the nearing distance to Yafeng, Silent Wind, town gave a flicker of life back to his gaze. Just as he forced himself to stay awake against the haze of exhaustion, his peripheral vision caught something: mycelium. In the woods by the roadside, traces of the spore network were visible, creeping among the trees, even crawling onto the road. But Dylan wasn't sure if it belonged to the boss. "Boss!" Dylan tried calling through the fungal net. Before a reply came, 3 men with blades suddenly burst from the underbrush ahead, blocking the road. Dylan reined his horse to a sharp halt, the chestnut stamping uneasily. As he thought of retreating, more figures slipped from behind, 2 bandits grinning viciously, sealing off the narrow woodland path. At the same time, hoofbeats rang from the side. 2 more, mounted on sorry nags, charged and waving weapons. 7 against 1. How many times had he been ambushed already along the way? The roads truly were more dangerous than ever. What now, fight or flee? The bandit leader, a towering fat man with a rusty spiked mace, rasped with a grating voice. "Old man, be smart. Leave the horse, toss over your coin purse, and we'll let you live." His cohorts twirled their long blades, eyeing Dylan's gear with greedy malice. Dylan weighed his options. 7 against 1 meant running. But the enemy not only blocked front and back, they even had mounted riders. Though their horses were poor, his own steed had been exhausted from the journey. It might not outrun them, all because he'd gotten distracted by the Spore network. Normally, he'd have spotted trouble early and avoided it. The bandits exchanged glances, no longer patient. They edged in with weapons drawn. Just as Dylan prepared to use his ice spike ring and force a breakout, he noticed the fungal carpet nearby swelling with bulges. Pop, 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 pop. A series of sounds erupted from the fungus. When the bandits turned back, what they saw made their scalps crawl. Countless round-bodied pudges rolled out from the forest, surging forward in a tide. Flooding over the road, hundreds of pudges quickly surrounded everyone. One mounted bandit reacted fastest. The incomprehensible sight made him yank his reins in terror, desperate to turn and flee. But turning a horse took time, and for Pudgis that distance was nothing. Several Pudgis rolled swiftly to his side, their round bodies slamming straight into the horse. Boom! A violent explosion sent dirt and flesh spraying skyward. The nag was killed instantly, without even a death cry. Its rider, drenched in blood, screamed as he lost a leg. "Save me! Help me!" he howled, dragging himself in agony, reaching desperately toward his comrades. But the other 6 were frozen, surrounded by rings upon rings of Pudgis. Listening to their companions' dying screams, cold dread shot up their spines. Forget rescuing him. They didn't even dare to move a step. They could only watch as another wave of Pudgis rolled in at their begging comrade. Another series of heavy explosions thundered. Dirt flew. The screaming cut off abruptly. The bandits' vicious expressions vanished, leaving only terror-stricken faces. The fat leader clutched his spiked mace, muscles bulging, but he couldn't muster even a shred of courage to swing at the Pudgis nearby. Beads of sweat rolled down his greasy cheeks. The dungeon's Pudgis. What's going on? What the hell is this? Panic gripped them. They couldn't comprehend this nightmare. They'd camped in these woods for over 10 days. Why had this horror appeared only now? Only Dylan knew the truth. Relief surged through him. His own safety and the boss's were both assured. Warmth and comfort welled up inside. He gently stroked his horse's neck, calming the animal, which had been spooked by the blood and blasts. While the bandits desperately wondered how to escape, the Pudgy swarm grew agitated. A wrinkled, long-bodied Pudgy was pushed forward by its companions. It squirmed toward the fools who had dared covet Pudgy's master. Then a hideous sound, as if countless voices were crushed and overlapped, issued from within it. Scream like pigs, then die. The Pudgy horde instantly erupted. Whip-like blades ripped the air, and corrosive acid sprayed like torrential rain. "Dylan, you're still alive." The boss's joyous voice rang in his mind. But in reality, the shrieks, so shrill they no longer seemed human, drowned out the forest's insects. The stench of blood and acid filled the air, and the just-touched Dylan promptly vomited on the spot. He spoke strange words. Now he finally understood why. Whether hero or villain, everyone loved to prattle on with a speech when victory was already certain. Saying a few lines of nonsense just felt so good. It hadn't been in vain that he specifically created a voice Pudgy. Unfortunately, these are just some small fry. He had long prepared victory declarations to recite to the true heroes and great figures of the world. 7 sins, greed triggered. Human common tongue, LV9, LV10. Blunt weapon mastery, LV4, LV5. Bout and crossbow mastery, LV6, LV7. The bandit's flesh was quickly decomposed and absorbed. The leftover bones, tattered leather armor, and broken weapons were swallowed by a few acid pudges, emitting faint hissing sounds of corrosion. Before long, aside from several fresh craters in the earth, there was no trace left that those 7 bandits had ever existed here. The common tongue had reached max level, though it didn't mean much. At LV9, communication was already perfectly smooth, with only rare words unknown. Reaching the cap now carried more symbolic weight than practical use. It felt like attaining perfection, yet with little actual change, a faint sense of regret in the midst of accomplishment. Still, it was a good thing. After recalling the pudges one by one, Linden had Dylan return to the dungeon on his own. Dylan saw the greatly changed Yafeng, Silent Wind, town, and the crowd scouring the surroundings in search of mushrooms. Since the town's horse stations were deserted, he had no choice but to trade his chestnut horse to a group of adventurers. Then, without hesitation, he entered the dungeon alone. One adventurer who had just traded with Dylan watched his retreating figure, shaking his head with a low sigh. TSK, some people really don't value their lives, walking in there at a time like this. Dylan followed the passage that was both strange and familiar, his eyes sweeping over the terrifying cracks that gaped everywhere. A chill crept down his spine, but since the boss had assured him of safety, he chose to trust. Sure enough, once he stepped onto the second floor, those unsettling cracks diminished significantly. Going deeper, they nearly vanished altogether. Dylan breathed in relief, his steps growing lighter. All the way down, Linden narrated the dungeon's changes in his mind. The most joyous of all was the increase of half-mushroom people. When old Dylan had left, only Gray lived in the mushroom grove with him. But now, there were many more. There were the piglet, Norris, as well as demonkin and cave dwellers. Dylan was sincerely glad for the growth of the mushroom garden. This feeling of no longer being alone was wonderful. He could hardly wait to meet these new companions he had never seen before. When he reached the 5th floor, Dylan instinctively walked toward the corner where he once built his mushroom hut. But time had changed everything. His little home was gone. In its place stood a rough stone stele, standing lonely and solitary. On its surface, in crooked common tongue that clearly lacked skill, were carved lines of words. Here rests a fellow traveler of the mushroom path, a follower sworn to the mycelium. You witnessed the first bonfire, yet fell before the dawn. Rest in peace, my friend. Dylan's heart sank heavily. So someone had died. Thinking about it, of course. Although the boss always spoke of the mushroom garden's flourishing growth, the process could not have been without hardship. He simply chose not to mention the pain. The joy in Dylan's chest quietly faded, replaced by a weighty sorrow. This companion he had never met, now resting forever here. At least, let me know your name. Dylan crouched down, respectfully brushing away dirt and moss from the base of the stele. Deeper carvings were revealed. Here lies Dylan's trick. Boss, just one question. He paused. How did I die? On the other end, Linden, who had been happily describing the bright prospects of the new fatworm farm, abruptly went silent. Several pudges quickly heaved the obstructing stone stele aside. Nearby, an excavator pudgy waiting in ambush smashed the stone into rubble with 2 swift swings of its cap. The entire process was smooth and efficient. Everyone tacitly agreed never to mention it again, as though the stone marked Dylan's rest had never existed. Continuing downward to the 6th floor, Dylan even experienced being carried in flight, guided toward the Rift Fortress. But soon he was shivering in the bitter cold, his snot beginning to crystallize into tiny icicles. Linden belatedly realized this man had no resistance to such frigid temperatures. After a moment's thought, Linden simply summoned the other 3. Anyway, everyone had been idle lately. Within 2 minutes, Louise's graceful figure stepped out first. Then, Norris cautiously emerged. The most hesitant was Gray. Only after Linden repeatedly assured her that the pudges would guard their home did she finally shuffle out, clutching her huge tail in her arms. Ever since that tail had once been severed, Gray cherished it dearly. Out in the open, keeping it behind her was no longer safe. She always hugged it to her chest. But because of that, she could only walk in a half squat, dragging herself forward awkwardly. Even Lin Jun felt exhausted just watching her. Seeing Dylan again after so long, Gray tilted her head in confusion. She leaned close to sniff him carefully, finally recognizing the old acquaintance by scent. She extended the tip of her tail for him to touch lightly, her way of greeting. Louisa stepped forward next, crimson eyes gleaming with a mix of scrutiny and friendliness. Her lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of sharp, white fangs as she offered her hand. Louisa, diamond rank vampire, serving the boss, just like you. I look forward to working with you. Her handshake was firm and steady, her attitude calm. There was not the slightest trace of contempt for Dylan's aged appearance or faint magical aura. As long as the boss valued someone, she would respect them. Though Lin Jun had introduced her beforehand, facing a towering 2-meter-tall diamond-rank vampire treating him so kindly, Dylan still felt a haze of unreality. He blurted out in admiration, "Why you? Your common tongue is so fluent. Just part of the profession." "I once worked in intelligence," Louisa replied coolly. Dylan nodded, thinking of Chloral. Indeed, vampires seemed fluent in common tongue. At that moment, Norris quickly stepped forward, extending his scaled hand with carefully polished claws, straightening his back. "My name is Norris. I'm honored to meet you, Senior. Please guide me well." Dylan grasped the hand with its non-human features, feeling the coolness of the scales. Seeing Norris's earnest effort to appear friendly, he sincerely praised, "Your common tongue is excellent too." As soon as he let go, Norris collapsed as if struck a heavy blow, wilting instantly and nearly bursting into tears. Dylan then recalled, hadn't the boss said Norris was human? But looking at his body covered in scales and his claws, was this still human? He remembered Lin Jun's joke about giving him a few extra arms and legs, and shivered. Only Lin Jun's promise to upgrade Norris with Mimicry LV7 later helped ease the awkwardness. "All right, boss. I brought back your fruit." Finally remembering his task, Dylan dug into his pack and produced several red, ridged fruits. 7 sins, greed-triggered. Delicious, LV1. Dylan had only managed to bring back 3 fruits. One had been damaged during a fight. But that wasn't a big problem. Lin Jun successfully obtained a skill from the remaining 3. At this moment, in a warm, fungus-covered cavern deep within the dungeon, Lin Jun's core companions sat in a circle, their eyes fixed on a newly sprouted mushroom. Its cap glowed with a vibrant, dripping crimson unlike anything seen before. A new mushroom color had appeared. Was it because the fruit itself had been red? That didn't matter. What Lin Jun wanted to know now was, what kind of experience did this delicious LV1 skill provide? As a mushroom without a sense of taste, he could only rely on his taste testers for feedback. Louisa was the first to lift her hand gracefully in refusal. Vampires consume nothing but blood. That was true, but what if food was enhanced with delicious? Lin Jun glanced toward Norris. Surely not. Later, they could grab some Minotaur to experiment on. Gray rolled across the mycelium carpet, hugging her tail, showing no interest at all in the little red mushroom. So it was Dylan who plucked it. He tore off a small piece and chewed carefully, then picked a nearby, ordinary gray mushroom to compare. His brows furrowed as he tried to distinguish the flavors. It's a little sweet, with some umami, but, honestly, not much tastier than the regular ones. Norris tried as well, giving a similar assessment. Yeah, a bit different, but not very noticeable. Just that. Lin Jun felt disappointed. Was the mushroom's base flavor too poor for delicious to improve much? Maybe it shouldn't be eaten raw, Dylan suggested, recalling the fruit's taste, which had been far richer. Then, right before Dylan's eyes, a brand new digging pudgy was generated. The other pudges tossed the red mushroom inside and poured some water into the hollow at its center. Its cap began to spin, its body vibrating with high-speed hums. With a strange resonance, the water and mushroom heated quickly, soon boiling. In just 2 minutes, a steaming mushroom soup, rich with an enticing aroma, was ready. Dylan scooped a spoonful, blew gently, and tasted. He sprinkled in a pinch of salt, tasted again, and his eyes brightened. When Norris tried it next, his eyes bulged wide. So good, so good. He didn't care about appearances anymore, gulping down the hot soup without hesitation, even burning himself in his haste. As he ate, tears slipped unbidden down his cheeks. In the past, a honey-glazed steak at a tavern was the finest delicacy he knew. He'd only ever heard other adventurers talk about delicious food, never thought he'd actually taste it himself. Eager for more, Norris reached for another bowl, but in his haste, his elbow struck the digging pudgy's sharp edge with a loud crack. Between the high temperature and constant vibration, one of the scales on his elbow snapped off instantly. "Ah, damn, that hurts!" Norris recoiled. Though the pain was sharp, it was brief. No serious injury. A breeze stirred. Norris instinctively searched for his lost scale, but it was nowhere to be seen. Looking up suspiciously, he spotted Gray in the farthest corner, back turned, curled up tight into a ball, feigning calmness. "Boss!" Norris suddenly realized something. He pointed at the marvelous digging pudgy, his voice rising with excitement. "This? Can you graft it onto my Gita arm?" "Where exactly?" "Your backside." "Oh, of course on my arm." Norris flailed his hands in a hurry. "Replace the blade whip with it." The whip was long, yes, but its power was underwhelming. Seeing how the digging pudgy pierced armor so easily, he couldn't resist. "It can be done, but it won't be as great as you imagine," Linden replied lazily. "No need to explain. Once installed, Norris would understand soon enough." But Linden hadn't forgotten about Gray, huddled in the corner. Before her, the mycelium carpet bulged upward, producing a plump, crimson-capped, magic-laced delicious pudgy. Gray's attention snapped to it immediately. She tucked Norris's lost scale neatly between her own, then, sniff, pat, chomp. She shoved her entire head deep into the pudgy's round body, chewing noisily and quickly, as if afraid it might vanish if she ate too slowly. Clearly, she loved it. Skill level up. Delicious LV1, LV2. HM. So producing more was the way to upgrade it. But unlike low-cost skills like photosynthesis or luminescence, Delicious consumed a surprising amount of mana. Still, for Linden, the expense was trivial. Soon after, the Demonkin side discovered that the exchange list now featured a new option beside the usual mushrooms, delicious mushrooms. Cheong tried redeeming a bundle. On the surface, near Yafeng, Silent Twin Town, an adventurer weighed the half-bag of mushrooms left in his hand and clicked his tongue in annoyance. He'd been among the first to catch the scent of mushroom fortune here, and had made a killing in the first 2 rounds. But good times never lasted. Looking around, he saw crowds of adventurers, refugees, and guild staff swarming everywhere. Mushrooms weren't endless. At first, he could easily gather several sacks a day. Now, after working all day, he had barely half a bag. That might tempt commoners, but for a professional adventurer like him, it wasn't worth the effort. He decided he would leave this overcrowded place tomorrow. Just then, the corner of his eye caught a flash of red. A red mushroom, never seen before. Around the Amethyst dungeon, mushrooms came in only 3 colors: green, gray, and blue. Gray and green were edible, though green had to be carefully distinguished from the poisonous blue variety. Many unfortunates had collapsed into comas from mistaking the two, and some even died, fainting in unsafe areas. But red? This was the first time ever. So bright in color, surely poisonous. He cautiously pulled on thick leather gloves and pinched the stem, uprooting it carefully. He planned to take it back and show the others. 2 days later, at the temporary camp inside the Adventurers Guild tent. "Fowl, look who I brought." Aiden's voice carried a note of pride as he yanked open the tent flap. Inside, Fowl held a wooden bowl, red mushroom pieces floating inside. He had clearly just drunk deeply. The corners of his mouth and chin were still dotted with glowing soup, his face radiating the joy of drought-breaking rain. At the sight of the two who entered, he instantly wiped away all expression, hastily scrubbing his mouth, and stood to block the glowing mushroom soup on the table, bowing politely to Anana. His manners remained impeccable, though it would have helped if he'd wiped away the glowing stains a little better. The crowds around Yafeng, Silent Wind, town grew even larger. Ever since an adventurer tested the red mushrooms with poison detectors, proved them harmless, and ate one himself, the cooling mushroom craze had flared back to life. Only this time, the frenzy shifted away from ordinary mushrooms and locked onto the red mushrooms, imbued with delicious plants with this property were notoriously difficult to cultivate. To nurture flavor required more mana, meaning not only did the environment have to meet certain magical thresholds, but large-scale cultivation would dilute the mana and kill the effect. Even if a suitable site was found, it would quickly attract covetous eyes. And to fend off both monsters and thieves, guards had to be stationed day and night. Thus, stable, delicious production was only found in one of three places: a lord's private manor protected by soldiers, a remote wilderness, or the perilous depths of dungeons. Of these, the most famous was the Essigar Dungeon of the Elves, where a magical plant lured greedy adventurers and beasts with irresistibly delicious fruit before devouring them. As for the Amethyst Dungeon, there had never been such a thing. Yet now, simply roaming its outer edge, one might stumble upon a red mushroom blessed with delicious. Though rare and small compared to other delicacies, the fact that such a prize could be gathered at little time cost was like a pie falling from the sky. The only danger was the so-called dungeon collapse. But after so many days without incident, people began to wonder if perhaps it would never collapse at all. By now, commoners scavenged through the trampled fungal carpets around Yafeng, Silent Wind Town. Adventurers with some caution followed the spread of mycelium into monster-haunted woods to gather mushrooms. And the boldest had begun probing into the dungeon's first floor, seeking only one prize: the red delicious mushrooms. It was worth noting, this situation was not something Lin Jun deliberately orchestrated. Just like the hallucinogenic blue mushrooms, delicious mushrooms spawned randomly within the mushroom clusters. But because of their high mana cost, their natural output was rare. If Lin Jun had truly wanted deliberate production, it would look like what was happening in Mushroom Garden number 3 right now. Cheon was back again to exchange for delicious mushrooms. After trying a small bowl last time, the unforgettable taste haunted him. He couldn't wait to share with Shou, even though each delicious mushroom cost 20 times more contribution points than a normal one. Once he confirmed the exchange, mushrooms unseen by adventurers outside began sprouting one after another from the carpet at his feet. Cheon waited patiently for several minutes, letting the little caps soak in mana until they plumped and spread wide. Then he pinched them off one by one, soon filling half a sack. Weighing it in his hands, he was already anticipating Shou's expression tonight when he tasted them. Not far from the dungeon gate, a crimson delicious mushroom had grown out of the fungal carpet. Though still small, it clearly had room to grow. A young adventurer, bag in hand, spotted it from afar. His face burst with joy. Huh, lucky day. He rushed over in a few strides, crouching to pick it. Swish! A cold glint sliced past his fingers and buried itself in the ground, the dagger handle quivering. Kid, don't you know the rules? A gruff voice rang out. From the shadows emerged two adventurers, eyes hostile. One crossed his arms and jerked his chin toward the mushroom. That prize? We've been watching it half the day, waiting for it to ripen. And you think you could just swoop in and snatch it? The young adventurer reeled from the thrown knife, then flared in anger. Bullshit. You weren't even guarding it. Who's to say you were here first? Did your name get carved into it? Whoever picks it owns it. Having nearly been skewered, he couldn't stomach it. He yanked out his short sword, pointing the tip at them. The other two bared weapons in turn. The air bristled, greed and killing intent clashing, bloodshed moments away. Stand down. A booming shout cut through, accompanied by the clang of armored footsteps. 5 soldiers in gleaming armor marched between them. Their movements were swift, disciplined. The icy points of their spears glinted dangerously. The captain, before their eyes, plucked the red mushroom. Save your energy. No point fighting. This mushroom belongs to neither you nor them. He swept a cold gaze across them. It belongs to St. Clair. You. The three adventurers, once at each other's throats, now exploded in fury together. All their anger focused on the soldiers, their eyes blazing. The standoff tightened. The captain was only silver-ranked, his 4 men mere bronze soldiers. Opposite them were 3 silver adventurers. A fight could go either way. Yet the captain's face showed not a shred of fear, only lofty indifference. His confidence came not from power, but from the crest of the St. Clair family on his chest. "What's that supposed to mean?" one adventurer rasped, barely holding back. "Now the Duke's men even claim the wild mushrooms we pick. That's going too far." The captain glanced at him, voice flat as steel. "If it were deep forest or inside the dungeon, no one would care if you lived or died. But this land still lies within Yafeng, Silentwind, town's domain. Lady Inanna has formally enacted territorial regulations. If you have complaints, go read the notice at the camp." The 3 adventurers trembled with rage, their eyes glued to the mushroom in his hand, as if willing it back. But none dared raise a weapon against the soldiers. At last, they spat curses with their eyes, turned sharply, and strode toward the camp. They wanted to see for themselves what this suddenly appearing Duke's daughter planned to do. And when they reached the adventurers' guild camp, they found it packed with people, most having suffered the same treatment. As they squeezed into the edge of the crowd, a booming voice rose from within, protesting. With just one decree, the St. Clair family claims all fungal carpet harvests around Yafeng, Silentwind. Town for the guild? By what right? This was never the rule before. Even a duke's house can't just change the law at whim. Yeah, that's too much. Totally unreasonable. These raw complaints poured like oil on a fire. The crowd roared, voices of protest surging louder and louder. The soldiers stationed by the notice struggled to contain the unrest. Outside the tent, chaos thundered. Inside the great pavilion, the air was utterly different. Fal stood silently, eyes on the Duke's daughter, surrounded by affectionate pudges. His voice was calm and firm. "Lady Inanna, it is about time." The core content of the announcement was clear and forceful. The guild had officially taken temporary control over the actual management rights of Silentwind Town. All production within the town and the surrounding area for several miles would be entirely allocated by Branch Guild Master Fal. The announcement also laid out specific follow-up measures. On one hand, personnel would be dispatched to investigate the current state of the dungeon. On the other, they would clear roads in and around Silentwind Town, designate specific areas as mushroom growth zones, and assign guild-appointed staff to oversee harvesting and management. If adventurers still wanted to collect mushrooms, they would either have to enter the dungeon or venture deep into the forest beyond the new management range. And that wasn't all. The announcement added that this management range might continue expanding in the future. For ordinary townsfolk, the response was relatively calm, with even a faint trace of anticipation. Though they lost the freedom to gather mushrooms on their own, Fal's ongoing relief food distributions made them believe that the mushrooms under centralized control would likely benefit the refugees in the end. Moreover, if large-scale mushroom fields were truly to be planned as the announcement claimed, the massive labor needed would inevitably come from these townsfolk rather than adventurers used to living by the blade. This, in effect, would provide many of them with a stable livelihood. After all, in the previous free-for-all, they could never compete against adventurers anyway. On the other hand, this was without doubt a blow to the adventurers' profits. It wouldn't affect their survival, but it meant they could no longer make such easy money. Having fat meat snatched right out of their mouths, who wouldn't get red-eyed with jealousy and rage. That was why they were protesting now. Of course, their courage came from hiding in the crowd. Adventurers were always the best at judging the situation. Fal knew perfectly, well, he didn't actually need to pay them any mind. He could just enforce the measures directly. Whoever dared to resist could be jailed for defying both the Duke and the Guild, and reminded of the laws confirming the Duke's authority. That was the straightforward solution Fal had in mind. Though it would offend adventurers and cost some reputation, the effect would be immediate. But Lady Inanna claimed she had a more convincing method. She didn't reveal the details. Fowl didn't expect much from a duke's daughter with no real accomplishments, but since she represented the St. Clair family, he had little choice but to indulge her. At worst, she would bundle things and escalate the conflict. If that happened, he could step in to clean up the mess afterward. In fact, if she really did mess things up, it would naturally grant him greater authority in the subsequent actions. Under the protection of her guards and the Pudges, Inanna stepped onto the hastily constructed platform. The moment she appeared, the uproar in the camp quickly faded, leaving only the sound of suppressed breathing. All eyes turned toward the Duke's daughter, waiting for her words. Adventurers, Inanna's cool, clear voice carried effortlessly, reaching every ear. You have no reason to be dissatisfied. This land, beyond any doubt, belongs to the St. Clair family. She paused briefly, her gaze sweeping across the restless crowd. As for this mycelium carpet, it belongs to me. Naturally, I hold absolute authority over it. In fact, one could just as well say that all of you have been harvesting mushrooms without permission until now, and I have simply chosen not to hold you accountable. What? What did she say? The mycelium carpet grows inside the dungeon. How is it yours? On what basis? Just because of that so-called king of Pudges that's been away from the dungeon for so long. Most of the adventurers had heard rumors of the king of Pudges, but none believed that possessing a Pudgy taken away so long ago could prove Inanna's ownership of the mycelium carpet. The voices of doubt rose sharply again. You insolent rabble! One guard snarled, his hand already on his sword, eager to drag out the loudest dissenters as an example. But Inanna stopped him. Fowl frowned from the shadows behind. He agreed with her claim to the land, but to declare the mycelium carpet as her personal property was too inflammatory. Did this young lady truly believe that simply saying it aloud would make others accept it? With a gesture, he summoned Mirabelle, already preparing to step in and salvage things when Inanna inevitably failed. But faced with the mounting doubts, Inanna calmly lifted the knight Pudgy in her arms and descended from the platform. She walked straight toward a patch of mycelium carpet that had just spread near the camp. Every gaze followed her. The adventurers exchanged confused looks. Was she just going to make her claim and walk away? At the edge of the mycelium carpet, she turned to face the crowd and declared, "First of all, it is not called the King of Pudges. Its name is Knight." She raised the knight Pudgy high, and her voice rang with authority. "Secondly, this mycelium carpet does indeed belong to me, and the proof is..." Before she finished, she thrust the knight Pudgy toward the carpet. Pop, pop, pop. An unbelievable sight unfolded before the astonished eyes of the crowd. The mycelium carpet behind Inanna seemed infused with life. From the point where she stood, countless mushrooms erupted as if summoned by an invisible force, rippling outward like waves across water. They didn't just sprout sporadically. They surged forth in dense clusters, expanding wildly. In less than half a minute, the carpet was buried beneath a suffocating, flourishing mass of mushrooms. Mushrooms of every variety crowded together, far beyond what natural growth could ever achieve. Among them gleamed the adventurer's most coveted prize, the delicious red mushrooms. The entire camp fell into dead silence. The adventurers who had been shouting moments ago were struck dumb, staring wide-eyed at the miraculous carpet, at Inanna, and at the knight Pudgy. Even Fowl's mouth hung slightly open, shock plain on his face. Those with some knowledge might have guessed it was a powerful natural magic artifact. But to Fowl, who truly understood natural magic, that was impossible. Even with nature magic, achieving such an effect would require the personal intervention of a great elven archmage. No ordinary magical tool could accomplish this. And so, the same thought surfaced in every mind, absurd yet undeniable. This mycelium carpet really was hers. Oomph. Inanna's lips curved into a smile as she gave a soft, triumphant snort. Her heart was brimming with pride. After all, just now, her boss had praised her performance. The irrefutable proof left the guild firmly holding the moral high ground. Even the most unwilling opportunists had no choice but to accept. A few reckless types might still try sneaking mushrooms under the overseer's noses, but that was a matter for the patrol guards to handle. Beside a newly designated mushroom field, Fal, Inanna, and the others stood observing. Inanna shook the night pudgy lightly over the mycelium carpet at her feet. This time, only a few small mushrooms sprouted sparsely and weakly. As expected, it can't be forced infinitely. Fal's expression carried no surprise, only confirmation. This was much more in line with his understanding of the world. After all, this was already the third time the same carpet had been provoked into sprouting. If it could keep producing endlessly, then his worldview would truly be overturned. It seemed that Lady Inanna, through the night pudgy, could induce the carpet to mimic the astonishing effects of large-scale natural magic. But the cost was the same as nature magic. It overdrafted the carpet's stored nutrients and mana, leaving it languid afterward. Still, unlike ordinary plants, the carpet recovered much faster. Even so, this was ultimately just an emergency method, not a long-term solution. One couldn't seriously expect Lady Inanna to run around every day with her night pudgy, single-handedly solving the food crisis. Lady Inanna, we are deeply indebted to your aid, Fal said solemnly, bowing to her, both for consolidating control and persuading those unreasonable adventurers. Inanna glanced at the 4 guards Eric had sent to protect her. She stepped closer to Fal and lowered her voice. Then in the report you send to the Duke's mansion, you must describe in great detail why it is necessary for me to remain here. Fal gave her a surprised look before understanding immediately. So the Duke's daughter wanted to use this as an excuse to stay out and play longer. Naturally, he could not offend her. He nodded in agreement. For the first time, Inanna smiled at him. Also, I don't want to live inside the guild. I'll have men build you a residence right away, Fal said smoothly. Do you have any specific requirements, my lady? What she wanted most was, of course, to live inside a mushroom house. Those soft, body-cradling walls were her idea of a perfect home. But alas, this was the surface world, so she would have to make do. They were even discussing where she would stay because only recently, the team Fal sent to survey the dungeon had returned with shocking news. The dungeon was actually improving. The first floor was still in rough shape, but the deeper they went, the fewer rifts there were, and they were still closing on their own. To Fal, this was both a relief and a bitter blow. The dungeon's recovery meant endless resources again in the future, not to mention mushrooms. But in the short term, his wrong predictions had wrecked him. Speculative hoarding of low and mid-grade materials had left him with massive losses. His decision to relocate refugees had drained his private coffers dry. A whole chain of genius decisions had left both Silent Twin Town's branch and himself severely weakened. And the source of all these miscalculations pointed to one man, that so-called master of magic circles, Gug. That fraud with nothing but an empty reputation. In the branch leader's office, barely cleaned of its visible fungi, Fal gnashed his teeth as he wrote his report to headquarters. In it, he denounced Gug as utterly unworthy of his title. Not a single piece of his key information had been correct, leading to catastrophic guild losses. His actions were beyond forgiveness. He once again requested that headquarters send a real expert team to assess the dungeon's state, and stressed above all that Gug must be stripped of his false title and banished from the guild's affairs. Meanwhile, among the surrounding adventurers, the miracle of the dungeon's self-repair spread like wildfire. Those who had been cursing the Duke's house and the guild instantly dropped their complaints upon hearing the news. They packed up in haste and rushed toward the dungeon. But what awaited them was not easy profit, but a heavy blow. The gap of time without human activity had allowed the monsters inside to multiply explosively, making the dungeon more dangerous than ever. Worse still, after the great exchange of rifts, monsters had spilled across layers in droves. Venomous midges from the second floor, gold bugs from the third, and even poisonous lizards and carapace worms wandering the fifth floor where they never should have been. Faced with these unfamiliar and vicious enemies, the unprepared adventurers quickly tasted the price of ignorance. The lucky ones fled battered but alive. The unlucky ones vanished quietly, their corpses left for the tireless Pudges to clean away. These new dangers culled many weak teams. Now, only the truly strong and experienced could continue delving deeper. Among them, one party stood out. Unlike the others, they hurried toward the lower floors, ignoring valuable materials along the way. At their head was a swordsman, followed by a hunter and a mage. What they had in common was that each owed a huge favor to the good-natured Vera. Unlike the rest, they weren't here for profit. They were here to find Vera and her companions. The last sighting of Vera's group had been them entering Silent Twin Town before the mushroom frenzy truly began. After that, it was as if they had vanished without a trace. The swordsman, realizing Vera was missing, had searched Silent Twin Town and the nearby forests, questioning adventurers everywhere, but found nothing. Knowing Vera, she wouldn't just abandon the refugees and run off to another city. That made her disappearance all the stranger. The only explanation left was that she had gone into the dungeon, though he couldn't fathom why at that particular time. So, as soon as word of the dungeon's recovery spread, the swordsmen gathered the other two and formed this temporary search party. Their priority target was the 5th and 6th floors. They planned to start at the 6th, where Vera often went, and if they found nothing, return to the 5th floor for a Pudgy lottery. The reason it was called a lottery was simple. Everyone knew Pudges consumed corpses and took equipment. If they drew an item belonging to Vera, they would have to accept that she had died in the dungeon. But when they reached the 6th floor, what they found instead was Vera and her companions, happily sitting around a burrowing Pudgy, enjoying bowls of delicious mushroom soup. Ah, sorry for making you worry. Vera pulled the 3 of them to sit, handing each a bowl of mushroom soup that glowed faintly red with warmth. The swordsman took a sip, his eyes brightening, but he quickly dragged his thoughts away from the strange delicacy and asked, "Why have you been stuck here so long? Did something happen?" "We were asked by the Pudges and the trance to restore the vitality of this floor." Vera pointed at the soil around them, where sprouts of various magical plants were poking through, and explained with some embarrassment. He couldn't bring himself to admit that they had been kidnapped into the task after angering the Pudges. "Fortunately, we're almost done now." The swordsman glanced at Vera with doubt, muttering inwardly. Had this guy's bleeding heart tendencies gotten so bad that even monsters were now part of his care list? Still, the important thing was that they were alive. That alone was good news. Relieved, he focused on the mushroom soup, trying hard to ignore his 2 teammates. Those 2 were now circling the elf, fussing over her like idiots. Sure, she was beautiful, but this was humiliating. Huh? A man? Somehow the topic turned, and the mage suddenly let out a loud cry. At once, both the mage and the hunter collapsed to the ground in despair. The difference was that the mage sulked his way back to the swordsman's side, while the hunter quickly recovered his spirits and became even more enthusiastic toward the elf. Seeing this, the swordsman silently decided never to team up with that hunter again. He was dangerous in more ways than one. By late afternoon, the elf Syrian finally finished the last patch of restoration. Though they had been eating well thanks to the red mushrooms, everyone was eager to leave. The only uncertainty was whether the Pudges would truly allow them to go. With the puzzled swordsman's party in tow, Vera cautiously led them to the stairway down to the 5th floor. But when they arrived, his heart sank. A group of Pudges was blocking the path. "No way." Vera's expression darkened. Syrian sighed. "Perhaps. Only I need to stay behind. The rest of you should try leaving first." "No way." Vera immediately refused. "It was my idea in the first place. If we go, we all go together." "Vera, what's going on here?" The swordsman, even more confused, pressed him. Before Vera could explain, the leading Pudgy wriggled forward. It slipped a tentacle into its round, pale body and fumbled around for a moment before producing a pure, purple magic crystal, no larger than a fingertip. An A-class magic crystal. Fine recognized it instantly, crying out in shock. Every gaze was fixed on the tiny gem. Fine even swallowed involuntarily. No mage could resist the lure of a high-grade crystal. Fortunately, everyone here had some sense of decency. In another party, that crystal alone could have caused betrayal and bloodshed. The Pudgy rolled the precious crystal over to Syrian, for the restoration had been thanks to his natural magic. The others looked on with envy, but no one tried to take it. As for Vera's group, each received a small pouch of red mushrooms. Then, as if nothing more needed saying, the Pudges shuffled away, returning to their own tasks, leaving the stairway completely open. So, they're letting us go? Vera tried stepping forward. None of the Pudges moved to stop him. Seeing this, the rest hurried after. Just as they were about to leave the 6th floor, Philine couldn't help looking back at the Pudges and whispered, "Vera, do you think Pudges would make good familiars?" On the 5th floor in the damp swamps, Linden was organizing his plans. The dungeon was nearly restored. Each floor's ecology had shifted somewhat, but everything was still under his control. No real problem. On the surface, with the support of the pink Pudges, he had secured official approval, meaning he could expand freely. The only unexpected obstacle for the mycelium carpet spread was something Linden had once longed for desperately: the sun. Sunlight boosted photosynthesis, far more efficient than the carpet's natural mana absorption. The heat was no issue. His high-temperature resistance handled it easily. But there was no water. The forests and the underground were moist enough for the mycelium to thrive, but in open sunlight, the dry soil caused it to wither. He had to draw water from surrounding areas to sustain those patches, which severely limited the carpet's spread into open ground unless a reliable water source was nearby. The solutions were obvious: draw groundwater or use water magic to condense moisture from the air. But groundwater was limited, fine for small patches, unsustainable for wide expansion. As for magic, that meant Linden doing it himself. And no matter how much energy he had, he wasn't going to waste it like that. Better if humans could do it for him. Like rice paddies. Why not have them dig irrigation canals for his mushrooms, too? Meanwhile, Linden was producing a new batch of 2nd-generation scouts. Their strength lay between the Knight Pudges and the Elite Pudges, designed for specialized missions. Most of the dungeon's rifts had been repaired, leaving just over 10 scattered across various floors, each leading to different realms. Some even connected to the same place. For led into dense forests, 3 leaked faint, cursed auras. Rifts disrupted the dungeon's normal operation, and just maintaining them without expansion cost computational power. The number was still too high. Linden's plan was to keep only a few of the most critical passages. So he needed to determine which of the similar rifts led to the best long-term outpost. The 2nd-generation scouts were born for this purpose, both to explore what lay beyond and to assess whether those realms were dungeons themselves and where exactly they were located, so he could plan accordingly. Mushroom Garden number 3. Beside a warm, self-heating Pudgy, Cheong was seated with his clansmen, cheerfully eating steaming mushroom soup. He had even invited the tailless lizard man to join them. As for the dragonkin, watching from afar, Cheong had tried speaking with him once, but was ignored. So he simply let it be. Ever since Cheong had shared this delicacy with Sho and seen his face soften with rare enjoyment, he had become unstoppable, determined to spread this supreme flavor to all his people. Now, watching everyone eat and laugh without worry, Cheong's heart overflowed with satisfaction. Nothing could make him happier. Just then, Sho approached. Cheong's eyes lit up, and he waved happily. "Sho, come. It's just ready." Sho walked closer, his gaze passing over the smiling faces of his clansmen before landing on the bulging pouch at Cheong's side, stuffed full with precious red mushrooms. He was silent for a long moment before asking quietly, "Cheong, how many contribution points do you still have left?" Cough. Cheong nearly choked on his soup. He kept his eyes down, refusing to look at Sho, staring hard at his bowl. Sho sighed softly, his voice low. "Cheong, the red mushrooms are delicious, and it's fine to enjoy them once in a while. But if you keep this up," his tone grew heavier, We still need contribution points to retrieve our comrades' cores. Starfire is also waiting for new life to be born in the tribe. We need those points to trade for breeding beasts at the farms. Sorry. Cheong's head drooped lower, his voice barely audible. Around them, the other demonkin froze, guilt written across their faces. Sho said nothing more. He simply reached out his broken arm and patted Cheong gently on the head. In the corner, Norris held a half-finished bowl of soup that still radiated enticing warmth. He stood stiffly, unable to drink, unable to put it down, wishing desperately that he had begged the boss for a burrowing skill, so he could just dig a hole and hide. Why is there not a soul around? Horn tiptoed up to the rotting Willow Tavern's doorway, peering into the dim interior, and muttered in disappointment. An adventurer passing by with luggage slung on his back replied casually, "Heard they hauled everything off to Norweed to take shelter. Hauling it back will take 3 to 5 days at least." Damn it. Horn had no choice but to look for another place to stay. But most inns in town were still busy scraping fungal threads off their wooden frames, and the few that were cleaned up were already crammed full. Clicking my tongue, don't tell me I really have to camp outside. Horn scratched his head, troubled. His party had once struck it rich on a pudgy lottery haul, each member pocketing plenty of gold. Especially Amy, after adding the compensation from a subjugation squad. Her fortune had easily surpassed 100 gold. With money to spare, when the guild declared the dungeon doomed, they retreated to nearby cities, enjoying life while watching for what came next. Though they were teammates, each had their own lives, so they split up for a while. Now that the dungeon had miraculously recovered, as per their letters, they were to regroup at Silent Twin Town. Horn had wandered around town and realized he was the first one to arrive. Finding no inn, he drifted toward the outskirts, thinking to find a shady spot for camping. But what met his eyes was entirely unexpected. The land around Silent Twin Town had been divided into mushroom fields. Guild staff directed recruited townsfolk, marking boundaries and shouting instructions. In some fields, guild members with notebooks carefully sprinkled water or rigged up makeshift shades to block harsh sunlight. Curious, Horn wandered up to one clerk scribbling in a logbook. The man didn't shoo him off, so Horn peeked at the page. It was crammed with notes testing ways to boost mushroom yields. Hey, Horn couldn't help but point at the last entry. Try this one first. Feeding the carpet monster corpses? The staffer looked up dubious. Trade meat for mushrooms? That's a losing deal. Why do you say that? Horn shrugged. Just instinct. Don't Pudges love dragging off corpses? Besides, not all monster meat's edible anyway. The clerk rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You might have a point. Horn, he hadn't chatted long before someone called his name from afar. Amy. No. Horn grinned wide, arms spread as he lunged for a hug, only to be blocked stiff-armed with disgust. Amy's sharp eyes swept around. Where's old Hammer? Still not back. Huh. Don't wait for him this time. Horn waved gleefully, voice dripping with schadenfreude. That guy got drunk and picked a fight in the city. Even beat up the guards who came to stop him. That stingy dwarf refused to pay the fine, so he's sitting in jail eating prison slop. Won't be out for half a month at least. TCH, dwarves. Amy rolled her eyes hard, then glared at Horn. And how do you know so clearly? Duh. I was drinking right next to him. Then why didn't you stop him? Amy planted hands on hips. Me? Horn spread his arms, gesturing to his not-so-burly frame. Do I look like I could stop a drunken bear? Noah sighed. So what now? Then the three of us scout ahead. Horn thumped his chest with confidence. Relax, I got the newest guide. We'll stick to the first 5 floors. It's perfectly safe. After a quick discussion, the plan was set. Only the first 5 floors, low risk, manageable. After a day of prep, the 3 entered the dungeon at dawn. The first floor still had fissures, fewer than before, but enough to make them tread carefully, fearful of stumbling into one. Luckily, no monster there could force them into tight maneuvers. On the second floor, Horn handed each a repellent incense pill to ward off the newly rampant venomous midges. They weren't fatal, but they could puff your face up like a bun. The plan was to rush to the 4th floor, gather monster corpses, and take them to the fifth for a pudgy lottery, see if anything good was hidden inside. But when they passed through a shadowed stone corridor on the third floor, Noah suddenly barked a warning. "Look there!" Horn and Amy followed his gaze. At the corridor's far end lay the corpse of an adventurer. It wasn't the arrows stuck deep in his body that made his death certain. It was the pudges already starting to pack him up. Everyone knew. Wounded, they ignored you. Only the truly dead would be cleaned. So with pudges hauling and calling for help, there was no doubt. A corpse in the dungeon wasn't unusual, but a corpse with coins scattered around it, that was different. The trio didn't charge in recklessly. They scanned the area warily. The third floor was riddled with traps. That adventurer had clearly fallen to one. Soon Horn spotted the pressure plates and the tiny wall holes that marked our traps. A heavy adventurer would trigger it. But featherlight pudges came and went unscathed. Anyone who trusted their path would pay dearly. They carefully wound past the trap and reached the other side. As Amy crouched, fingers about to pick up a glittering coin, Horn yanked her back. "Wait," he hissed, and slashed at a coin with his dagger. Crack! The coin split apart, oozing foul red-green slime. At once, the entire floor came alive. Every coin shimmered, wings bursting as a swarm of gold bugs exploded upward. The three were ready. In a few swift moves, the insects were cut down. Damn! Waste of time. Horn shook muck from his blade, face sour, and turned to leave. "Wait!" Amy grabbed him again, her voice strange. "What now?" "Don't tell me more Horn groused, but followed her gaze. At the corridor's end stood a massive stone door, carved with intricate, mysterious patterns. A hidden room? Horn's voice trembled with disbelief, excitement sparking in his eyes. He'd never stumbled on one before. Amy and Noah shook their heads, equally stunned. It was their first as well. The three shared a glance, their shock and anticipation mirrored. They crept toward it together, steps light, wary. Behind them, a long-waiting pudgy waddled out, happily gathering the bug corpses left behind. Horn, heart pounding, readied himself for traps. Then, with a deep breath, he pulled the lever. With a grinding rumble, the stone door opened, and in the shadows beyond, a round, snowy white pudgy, exuding pure laziness, popped out, filling the doorway entirely. Treasure rooms actually have pudges inside? Amy stared into the chamber, her voice thick with disbelief. No, no, no. Horn immediately shot back, shaking his head so hard it was like a rattle drum. Since when has any dungeon rumor said treasure rooms spawn pudges? Never. Then this, Amy faltered. Horn fell silent too. He watched carefully for a moment. Nothing dangerous seemed to be happening. He motioned for Amy to guard the doorway, then led Noah inside to see. At the room's center, an unusually plump, shut-in pudgy was perched behind a table of twisted branches that had naturally grown into shape. Facing the doorway, several knee-high, plump mushrooms stood tall, shaped exactly like round stools for visitors. The fat pudgy wasn't alone. Several ordinary pudges sat quietly on the carpet behind it. As soon as Horn and Noah entered, two pudges waddled forward and gently nudged them with soft tentacles, clearly signaling them to sit on the mushroom stools. Curious, the two sat. The stools were springy and far more comfortable than expected. Then, the fat pudgy raised a thick tentacle. Horn tensed instantly, hands sliding toward his dagger. But instead of attacking, the pudgy deftly plucked up another strange pudgy, its cap shaped like an open mouth with tiny teeth, already filled with water. A burrowing pudgy. The fat pudgy set it carefully on the table, then reached inside its own body and pulled out a pile of vivid red mushrooms, tossing them in. Delicious mushrooms! Both men recognized the hot commodity at once. Not done. The pudgy picked up another one dripping with sticky golden honey, squeezing a few drops into the pot. Finally, it dipped its tentacle into a hollow pudgy carrying faintly glowing flower spirit paralysis fluid, adding a single drop. Once the ingredients were ready, the fat pudgy lifted the trembling, heat-radiating, burrowing pudgy and shook it like a cocktail shaker for 2 minutes. By the end, an indescribably rich aroma filled the room. Even outside, Amy swallowed involuntarily at the scent. Horn and Noah exchanged a look. They hurriedly pulled out wooden bowls. The Pudgy poured them each a brimming portion of its special mushroom soup. Horn was first. He blew on it, then gulped a mouthful. HSS hot. He had barely spoken when a shudder ran through him. A perfect fusion of sweetness and umami burst across his tongue. Then a tingling paralysis spread from his mouth through his entire body, making him tremble uncontrollably. His legs gave out. With a flop, he collapsed onto the carpet. The surrounding Pudges immediately gathered. Horn, Amy, watching from the door, whipped up her bow. Wait, wait. I'm fine, came Horn's slurred but vigorous voice from within the pile of Pudges. Peering closer, Amy saw the Pudges arranged neatly in a circle, stepping in order across Horn's back. His eyes rolled slightly, his face flushed with bliss, soft groans spilling from his lips. Noah clutched his bowl, torn between desire and shame. Watching Horn in such an undignified state, he hesitated, yet the soup's fragrance was unbearable. The paralysis was mild. Within minutes, Horn sprang back up, stretching and feeling wonderfully refreshed, all fatigue gone. The Pudges stopped their massage in unison. Amy, unable to wait, shoved Horn aside and demanded her turn. She and Noah soon experienced the full treatment too. When the three finally stumbled back outside the stone door, they were loose-limbed, warm-bellied, and glowing with vigor. None wanted to leave. Was that it? Amy smacked her lips, unsatisfied. But when they looked back, the ornate door and its Pudgy restaurant were gone, leaving only rough stone wall. So hidden rooms shift this fast, Noah murmured with regret. Horn scratched his chin, savoring the memory, then suddenly froze. Wait a sec. Where's the treasure? Weren't we supposed to get loot? Treasure? The treasure, of course, belonged to the Pudges. One Pudgy wrapped a bracer in its tendril and infused it with mana. A glowing shield shimmered into being before it. Another skill-imbued item added to the hoard. Linden couldn't step into the dungeon's treasure rooms himself, but nothing stopped him from stripping them bare in advance. If adventurers always found empty rooms, they'd grow suspicious. So he set up the Pudgy massage restaurant instead. Once they accepted it as normal, all was well. And he wasn't cutting corners either, using fully prepared recipes, with delicious LV4 mushrooms as the main ingredient. Surface mushrooms barely ever surpassed LV3, but his skill elevated them beyond. Linden also discovered just how powerful delicious truly was. It didn't just enhance mushrooms or Pudges. It could be applied to creatures themselves, like the bull-headed monster who had trespassed, killing several Pudges before being captured. Even with mycelium inside it, the brute refused to submit. So Linden made it delicious and tossed it to Louisa. The instant she smelled that unique scent, Louisa pounced. Her muscles bulged as she slammed the towering minotaur to the ground. Her mouth buried itself in its thick neck, drinking greedily. The beast thrashed, fought, weakened, then collapsed lifeless. Louisa lifted her blood-soaked face at last, startled. Oh no, I finished it all at once. A water-storing Pudgy splashed her clean with its tendril and asked, how was it? Embarrassed by her wild display, Louisa adjusted her bloody clothes, then smacked her lips with relish. I've never tasted blood so exquisite. If only it didn't reek so much of cow. Well, of course, she'd never tasted that before. No humanoid creature carried delicious. Watching Louisa's intoxicated expression, Linden mused. If this got out to the Empire, it'd probably be a huge hit. 5th floor, Dylan's mushroom hut. Wisps of pale smoke curled upward, an incense made of herbs from distant islands, mixed with ground blue mushrooms, smoldering on hot coals and releasing a tranquil, soothing fragrance. It relaxed the mind without knocking one unconscious like hallucinogenic spores would. Dylan lounged comfortably in a hammock woven of mycelium, legs crossed, basking in rare peace. No longer did he need to fear being exposed as a mushroom man, no longer scurry through tunnels and black market ships, too paranoid to sleep soundly. Back in this dungeon, he could finally feel at home. Though Lin Jun had boosted his mimicry to level 7, enough to fool anyone, here in the realm of mushrooms and pudges, he needed no disguise. His green skin showed openly, and for once he could truly relax. He still worried about his daughter, Bella, and kept buying scraps of intelligence whenever he could, but until real news came, fretting was useless. At least no bad news yet. That itself was a good sign. Lin Jun had asked whether he wanted to live in Mushroom Garden number 3 with the others, but Dylan preferred the familiar 5th floor, even if it had changed drastically. Though new monsters had crept in through rifts from the jungle, the Mushroom Gardens were pudgy territory, perfectly safe. By contrast, the stone fortress was far away, and travel there required relying on Bat Pudge's air service, something Dylan never wanted to endure again. Here, all it took was one of the boss's elevators. Dylan thought Lin Jun was growing more and more miraculous, controlling even hidden rooms. Though he didn't know why the boss called them elevators, they were incredibly useful. Before, traveling from the 5th floor to the surface took half a day. Now, just over 10 minutes. And that was only because Lin Jun made the elevator appear in a secluded corner of the 1st floor for secrecy. For all these reasons, Dylan chose to stay here. He wasn't alone either. Nearby, a group of pudges absorbed a heap of magic crystals. The pile was mixed quality, from useless shards from the 6th floor to solid B-grade crystals from deeper levels. Pudges absorbed them, discarding husks that labor pudges cleared away. These were second-generation scouts, designed for exploration, equipped with stealth, reconnaissance, and self-detonation. They were swift and skilled at fleeing. But alone they were weak. If they died in just 2 strikes, exploration was pointless. So Lin Jun strengthened them with crystal symbiosis, implanting B-grade crystals inside. That way, not only did their abilities improve, but Lin Jun could even cast spells through their symbiotic cores. And he didn't need much. B-grade was sufficient. Until skill upgrade, Crystal Symbiosis LV7 LV8. All scout pudges froze. The carpet swelled, a mound rising. A new pudgy emerged, infused with the freshly advanced skill. At once it dove into the crystal pile, but that wasn't enough. Soon, labor pudges hauled in more crystals, including precious A-grades. Lin Jun wanted to see the true limits of level 8. In the end, after consuming the equivalent of 5 large A-grade crystals, the first S-grade magic crystal, crafted by Lin Jun himself, was born. No larger than a fingertip, its creation had burned through an absurd amount of resources. The cost was ruinous, but the meaning immeasurable. Lin Jun could now produce S-grade crystals on his own. After confirming success, he stopped the process, too costly to continue. At best, he might enhance the Night Pudgy, since guarding his true body was worth any expense. But to mass-produce S-grades? Not until the skill improved further to reduce losses. For now, A-grades were sufficient. Compared to that, the war golems composed entirely of S-grade crystals were insane. Whoever built this dungeon must have been obscenely rich. Lin Jun dismantled the test pudgy, stowed the tiny S-grade crystal. With crystal symbiosis, absorbing crystals rewrote the pudgy itself. Only crystals it generated and bonded with gave full effect. External ones worked too, but weaker. Thus, giving this experimental crystal to the Night Pudgy would be wasteful. Instead, Lin Jun planned to hand it to the Pink Pudgy. With her family connections, she could find master craftsmen to forge it into a powerful accessory, maybe a ring or amulet. Eden knew a bit of crafting, but only minor consumables using C-grade crystals. Handing him an S-grade gem would feel criminal. After tidying up, Lin Jun returned to preparing the scouts. But instead of sending them through rifts, he directed 2 to fly to the deep zones, where Norris was already waiting with his Mushida Mecha-Pudgy. Norris had finally traded his blade whip for a drill, eager to test its power. Lin Jun also wanted to test the scouts in combat. They had to meet in the deep zones since the scouts lacked cold resistance. Delayed by the upgrade, the scouts arrived to find Norris curled on the carpet, napping with a recon Pudgy that formed Mushida's head nestled in his arms. Beside him squatted the Mushida, its neck filaments plugged into the carpet, recharging. Suddenly, the carpet writhed. A language Pudgy formed and slithered to Norris's ear. In a voice like layered nightmare whispers, it crooned his name again and again. Norris, Norris, Norris. The eerie sound seeped into his dream. His brow furrowed, sweat beaded, his body shivered. With a jolt, he woke, gasping. He clutched the recon Pudgy tight, comforted by its familiar touch. Looking around in confusion, the whispering Pudgy had already dissolved. Norris, are you all right? A nightmare? If you're unwell, we can postpone the test. Lin Jun's voice echoed in his mind. Hearing the boss, Norris remembered his purpose here. He slapped his cheeks hard, shaking off the lingering dread. No, boss. I'm fine. No problem at all. He scrambled into the Mushida. The recon Pudgy followed, its rear pressing into his helmet. Norris exhaled deeply. Boss, I'm ready. BZCC. With a piercing roar, the drill shuddered violently, tearing into the rock wall and spraying shards everywhere. But the scout Pudgy moved with stunning agility. It rolled nimbly, landing square on Mushida, Pudgy Mecha's trembling arm, the vibrations from the drill still rippling through the armor. SSSHHHHH. The scorching hot shell burned away a layer of the Pudgy's mycelium, but the injury was trivial. In a flash, its whip blade lashed out. Empowered by sharpness LV10, it carved deep lines into Mushida, Pudgy Mecha's armored carapace. Then, with a deft hop, the scout Pudgy vaulted upward, its artillery locked on Mushida, Pudgy Mecha's head. At the last second, Norris yanked Mushida, Pudgy Mecha, backward. The blast hammered into its chest, but the strongest defense, an enchanted yellow book cover etched with blue patterns, absorbed the hit without a scratch. Not even a dent. Nobody knew what the yellow book was thinking. It no longer had pages to type with. Norris countered, shoulder cannons thundering. But Lin Jun had anticipated this. Jet vents flared from the scout's tail, blasting it into evasive flight. It darted around Mushida, Pudgy Mecha, not aiming for a decisive blow, but piling on damage piece by piece. Norris, Mushida, Pudgy Mecha isn't fast. Cannons only fire straight lines, but a whip blade covers wide mid-range arcs. You swapped it for a drill, great against heavy armor, but what about swift enemies like this? As he spoke, a second scout, Pudgy, joined the fray. The two on, one instantly pushed Mushida, Pudgy Mecha, into a desperate struggle. Too weak, Norris. Is this the limit of your combat strategy? Norris twitched. Lately, his boss sure talked a lot of trash. Scarred and battered, Mushida, Pudgy Mecha, raised its massive stone shield. With a roar, it took a direct artillery hit head-on. Instead of retreating, Norris had Mushida, Pudgy Mecha, slam forward, shield bashing the scout that had just fired. Too slow. You'll never. Boom. The stone shield Pudgy self-destructed. The shield exploded into a storm of razor shards. One scout Pudgy was caught midair, a jagged fragment severing its leg clean off. The blast was brutal. Mushida, Pudgy Mecha's left arm and shoulder were destroyed. Its shoulder cannons, already fragile, blew apart. Its armor cracked like spiderwebs. Only the yellow cover gleamed unbroken, glowing faintly. But Norris seized the opening. As the crippled scout tumbled, Mushida, Pudgy Mecha's right arm thrust forward, its drill whirring like a hurricane. The Pudgy was torn apart in an instant, shredded into a storm of mycelium. A bit ruthless, Lin Jun remarked, but what will you do now? The second scout's whip cracked, slicing through Mushida, Pudgy Mecha's fractured leg joint. The limb shattered, Mushida, Pudgy Mecha, collapsing sideways. Norris desperately swung the drill with his remaining arm, but the scout rolled smoothly aside and counterlashed, severing the recon Pudgy, serving as Mushida, Pudgy Mecha, sightless Mushida, Pudgy Mecha, was finished. Lin Jun declared, "It's over, Norris. You are not done yet." With a burst of force, Norris leapt from the wreckage. From his chest, a cannon mouth glowed, energy charging, aimed square at the scout. Stubborn bastard. But the scout's jets flared, propelling it upward beyond his narrow firing arc. The cannon missed. Yet instead of adjusting, Norris stomped midair. Air step LV3. Like stepping on invisible ground, he vaulted higher, closing the gap. Boom! The cannon erupted point-blank. The scout burst apart, raining glowing strands. Norris tumbled from the recoil, spinning, then smacked the floor face first with a loud splat. He spat dirt, grinned, and shouted, "I won." TCH, true enough. But tell me, what did that have to do with your new drill? The drill hadn't won him anything. The first kill was from his self-destruct. The second from his new skill. The drill might as well not exist. Norris's grin froze. Around them, Labor Pudgis arrived to clean up. He actually lost to Norris. Lin Jun twisted in frustration. He should have waited before announcing victory. If this happened in public, declaring victory then being overturned, he'd die of embarrassment. Next time, he needed to trash talk more carefully. Still, Norris exceeded expectations. Lin Jun had only hoped he could take down one scout Pudgy. That clutch air step LV3, Norris's new silver rank skill, was the key. Basically a double jump. Higher levels would reduce cooldown, maybe even allow triple jumps. Lin Jun had dismissed it as useless. Why hop when you could fly? But in this fight, it mattered. He could have countered with a suicide whip trade, but that would have been cheap. The goal was testing Norris, not beating him down. The scouts had done fine. Their job wasn't combat anyway. Now it was time to scout the rift forests. But just as he prepared to send them, a rift stirred first. On the 5th floor, a floating fissure seeped faint curse energy. From it, 2 dwarves tumbled screaming, crashing into the swamp, startling Dylan, who was still dozing amid incense smoke. Creak, creak. Outside the window, the rotten blades of a massive windmill turned slowly in the thin night fog. Each strained pull made the structure of the mill groan. Inside the attic, the light was hardly any better than outside. Only a few faint threads of starlight slipped through the grime-coated window and the gaps in broken planks, barely outlining 2 squat, stocky figures. Torin and Grimm, 2 young dwarves whose beards hadn't even tangled into knots yet, were huddled in a corner without any sense of dignity, sitting on some burlap sacks dragged from who knew where. Their 4 wide eyes were glued to the compass in Torin's hands. Inside the guiding compass, the rune-engraved needle spun wildly, like a headless fly. "Hey, Torin!" Grimm's voice broke the gloom, puzzled. "You're at least the young master of the Deepforge clan. How come you're carrying such a cheap piece of junk?" He tried nudging his companion with his elbow, nearly knocking the compass from Torin's grip. Torin scrambled to protect it, snarling in frustration. "What young master? I'm nothing of the sort. Anyway, this came straight from my home. I might not care for hammer swinging, but Deepforge craftsmanship. Our slag is more reliable than this. Must be the guiding stone outside, that's the problem." Grimm almost burst into laughter, quickly clapping a hand over his mouth as his shoulders shook. "You make it sound like the guiding stone wasn't made by the Deepforge clan. You hit your head with a miner's lamp, Torin? That thing is a 3-clan relic, forged of heart of the mountain adamant. The runes on it are old enough to be your great-grandfather's tombstone. If that thing malfunctions, then hell's frozen over." Torin rolled his eyes, silenced by the fact that Grimm's words made sense. Scratching irritably at his scruffy stubble, he finally muttered another guess. Then it must be that sneaky foxwoman we ran into earlier. Ever since we met her, nothing's been right." This time, Grimm didn't argue. He nodded. That's possible. Unfortunately, their theories didn't help their current predicament. Trapped in a crumbling windmill, barely keeping themselves safe, they couldn't exactly go confront this supposed foxwoman. Outside the windmill, the tall wheat fields stretched beneath the starlight into mist and darkness. Within the rolling waves of wheat came strange rustling sounds, the movements of scarecrows and crows. That was what had chased them inside. Ordinary scarecrows might not storm the mill, but that didn't mean they were safe. Not to mention the farmer with the pitchfork who came and went freely from the windmill. He could return at any moment. Simply waiting here was as good as suicide. The longer they wasted, the deeper they would sink into the lower layers. That was why they suspected the foxwoman. They had only been inside the dungeon for less than a day, and by rights should still be wandering in the relatively safe outer edge. But after meeting her, not only did the compass break, they had plunged straight down into the wheat field maze. Unheard of accidents. What do we do now? Torin moaned, face twisted in despair. Am I, the future greatest adventurer destined to shake the continent, really going to rot in this moldy attic? What a miserable death. The greatest adventurer who dies on his second outing. Grim rolled his eyes. Sounds like I've got it worse, following you to my death. I paid you, didn't I? Isn't dying on the job a mercenary's duty? Torin shot back. Then dying on an adventure is an adventurer's duty too. Grim snorted, then turned serious. There is one option. We could try bribing the crows. They're the eyes of the farm, but not all of them. You still carrying gems? Torin instinctively reached into his coat, pulling out a pigeon egg-sized emerald, pure and sparkling. Bribe the crows? That tavern drunk story was true. Of course it's true. Why else would I bring it up? Grim snatched the gem, savoring its smooth, warm weight before blurting out, "Damn, this is leagues better than the junk you paid me earlier." Without hesitation, he slipped the emerald into his inner pocket and whipped out a smaller, murkier ruby. Torin watched the blatant switch without a twitch of his eyebrow. With a whole sack of gems like that emerald, losing one hardly mattered. Holding the lesser ruby, Grim stretched his arm out through the broken window. With deft fingers, he twisted the gem, catching what little starlight there was and flashing it into the wheat fields. It didn't take long. A sleek feathered crow swooped down, snatched the ruby, then beat its wings and flew straight toward a distant patch of wheat. That way. After it. The two slid down the ladder and bolted outside. Grim charged in front, twin axes flashing. A scarecrow lurched from the stalks, only to be shredded into straw. The fields erupted with rustling all around. This way, Grim barked, spotting where the crow had gone, and sprinted ahead. Torin pounded after him, Warhammer smashing another scarecrow into pieces. "Hey, are you sure following that black bird will really get us out?" he gasped. "Not sure," Grim shouted back. "Some crows belong to the farm, some don't. It's a gamble. What are the odds? 50-50. Either it is, or it isn't." "How was that 50-50? They raced through the maze of wheat, the rustling behind never fading. Suddenly, the dense stalks vanished, and the ground dropped out beneath them. They skidded to the edge of a sheer cliff. Below lay endless blackness. Behind them, the scarecrows closed in. A bad bird. Torin's heart sank. "No, a good one. A damn good one," Grim shouted, pointing across. The crow was perched on the gnarled branch of a dead tree across the ravine, the ruby still clutched in its beak. Its black eyes gleamed as it watched them. Beyond the cliff lay thinner, lower wheat fields, the mark of the dungeon's edge zone. "How are we supposed to get across? Unless you've sprouted wings," and Torin's words were cut short as something yanked hard at his waist. "Wah wah." He barely had time to scream before his body arced through the air. Flailing desperately, he managed to grab hold of a jagged rock jutting out from the opposite cliff face at the very last moment. Smack! The violent momentum slammed his face into the cold stone wall. His nose burned with pain, and hot blood gushed out instantly. But he didn't care. The thrill of survival surged through him. "Nice one, Grim." He turned to shout his gratitude, only to see his companion's burly figure already leaping through the air. Grim soared, but without enough distance to run, his jump fell short. His hand missed the cliff edge entirely, instead seizing Torin's dangling leg. Ugh! Torin felt himself being yanked downward by a crushing weight. His fingers screamed with agony, nearly tearing free of the stone. "You bastard! Couldn't you at least shout before jumping?" "Shout my ass. No time." Grim clung to Torin's leg, panting as wildly as he was. Torin risked a glance back. The cliff they had stood on moments ago was now packed with scarecrows. Luckily, they were just ordinary ones. If even one could throw or cast spells, the two of them would have been skewered. Grim tried climbing up Torin's body, but the moment he moved, the rock above them groaned and cracked. "Don't move. It's breaking. Grab another rock or something." Torin roared. "Grab what? It's smooth as a miner's arse. Nowhere to hold." Grim cursed. Crack. The stone shifted again. "Big brother, it won't hold us both. Maybe you sacrifice yourself? I still need to become the greatest adventurer. I'll make sure your name's carved at the bottom of the memorial. And I'm supposed to be Nameless Mercenary A, the guy who croaked in the prologue? I bet you don't even know my surname." Grim snarled, scrambling higher anyway. "What you paid isn't near enough for a death fee. I can't hold on." Crack. The stone burst. Both dwarves tumbled together, screaming, down into the abyss. They smashed and rolled against jagged cliff faces until, just as they thought they were finished, they landed on something soft. Darkness. Absolute darkness. "Ow! My precious beard!" Grim wailed first, groping at his chin. His fingers brushed broken tufts, and his heart bled with grief. Torin sprawled flat, limbs spread, sinking into the soft surface. His voice was hollow with despair. "Where are we? A deeper floor? A manor? A mansion?" He didn't even have the energy to blame Grim. Life's hammer blow felt especially unfair. "Doesn't seem like either," Grim muttered uncertainly. At that, Torin stiffened. He realized the stinging pain from curse resistance was gone. Dwarves naturally had high resistance, but even so, scarecrow curses always left a prickle. Yet now it had vanished. "Did we get out?" His voice cracked with disbelieving joy, but doubt quickly followed. "But how? What? Rip!" A blinding light pierced the darkness as Grim hacked at the soft wall with his last axe. The two dwarves clawed through the gap, then froze, jaws dropping wide enough to stuff in a dwarven flatbread. The grim wheat fields and rotting windmill were gone. Before them stretched a dreamscape of glowing mushrooms. Colossal fungi towered like parasols in clouds, their caps glowing with soft light. Tiny luminous spores floated through the air, drifting in shimmering streams like a flowing galaxy. And they had crawled out of one of those mushroom trees. At once, Grim ripped a strip of cloth to cover his mouth and nose. Torin quickly copied him. Looking up, they saw the spatial rift flickering atop the giant mushroom they'd emerged from. So, Grim stroked his mangled beard, voice heavy with absurdity. "We dropped into another dungeon. Goblin!" Torin suddenly shouted. Grim tensed, axe at the ready, scanning, but saw only mushrooms and spores. "No, wait, there was something green, tall. But goblins aren't that big." Torin rubbed his eyes, uncertain. He could have sworn he saw a tall green figure slip behind a mushroom tree. If it is goblins, Grim spat blood, face darkening. Then we've fallen into a demon-controlled dungeon. Out of the tiger's den, into the wolf's maw. They couldn't go back to the Strawman Abyss. Their only choice was to test this new place. They picked a direction and moved cautiously. Unbeknownst to them, behind a mushroom tree, Dylan, still confused why his boss had let outsiders through, quickly shifted back into human form. The dwarves didn't get far before encountering a cowhorse Pudgy. It looked harmless, so Grim didn't swing immediately, only frowned. "Isn't this one of those walking mushrooms from caves?" "The proper name is Pudgy," Torin automatically corrected, stepping closer. "But why does this one have tentacles?" "A new breed." As they spoke, two more Pudges waddled out of the forest to join the spectators. "What do we do?" Torin asked. "Do? Nothing. They're just Pudges. What, gonna eat us?" "Forget them. We need to figure out which floor this is." Grim wanted no commotion, so they kept walking. The Pudges followed, and kept following. By the time the dwarves emerged from the forest, no fewer than 30 or 40 Pudges trailed them in a silent procession. They didn't attack, merely shadowed. completely unlike the chaotic Pudgis the dwarves had heard about. Stepping out of the glowing forest, they suddenly ran straight into the Horn trio, fresh from their lottery draw. Dwarves? Horn stared in shock. He'd never seen dwarves in the dungeon before, let alone ones leading a Pudgy parade. Grimm's eyes widened when he saw humans. His tension melted, replaced with sheer relief. Humans. Actual humans. He slapped his thigh in joy. And Pudges too. I get it now. This isn't Demon Land. This is the Amethyst Dungeon. Torin lit up. The so-called newbie cradle. The baby safe. Stroll your infant inside dungeon. Exactly. Grimm nodded hard, voice brimming with delight. Only 10 layers. Monsters neatly ranked. Safer than a mine. An infant-level dungeon. Through and through. He bellowed in rough comment at the trio. Hey, humans. This is the Amethyst Dungeon, right? Dwarves spoke common too. True dwarvish was kept only by royals and scholars. So Horn's party understood every word. Amy scowled, insulted by how lightly they spoke of her homeland dungeon. Horn only frowned. Their behavior was strange, but he answered carefully. Yes, this is the Amethyst Dungeon. That confirmation erased Grimm's last bit of wariness. He eyed the slow-swaying Pudgis around them, especially those blocking his way. Huh, then this must be the first or second floor. Had me nervous for nothing. He laughed, all tension pouring out. And before Horn's group could stop him, he swung his axe flat side down, swatting a nearby Pudgy like a fly. The Pudgy burst apart. Boom! The explosion's shockwave flung the stunned Torin clear across the field. You! What the hell are you doing? Horn's horrified scream cracked into a shriek. Clang, clang, clang. The dull rhythm of pickaxes echoed through the dim cavern of the 5th floor. Each strike sent out weak sparks, illuminating Grimm's lifeless face. His eyes were vacant, as though his soul had long been stripped away, leaving only a body mindlessly repeating the act of digging. Dwarves were stout by nature, but now Grimm looked shrunken. His legs gone in the explosion. Only emergency treatment, and the precious healing potions Torin had bartered from Horn's party had kept him alive at all. But survival had brought no salvation. The Pudges had dragged him into the cavern and forced him into mining labor. From heaven to hell in an instant. Numb, Grimm swung his pick only when the Pudges prodded him on. Can't we do something? I'll pay. Just help me get Grimm out of there. Torin pleaded, disheveled and battered, standing just outside the cavern. Though Grimm had been his hired mercenary, without him, Torin would have died back in the Strawman Abyss. Now, with even a slim chance, Torin couldn't just abandon him. But Horn and the others shook their heads so hard they looked like rattles. This isn't about money, it's suicide, so we just watch him rot in there. Torin's face sank. Noah hesitated, then suggested maybe go to the Adventurers Guild above ground and post an official request. Adventurers Guild. Torin's eyes lit up. Guildmaster Mirabelle entered the newly refurbished office. There's a dwarf in the hall seeking the guild's aid. He claims he's from the Deep Forge clan. Fowl, hunched over the latest mushroom field growth report, looked up in surprise. Deep Forge clan? I don't recall any dwarf smiths registered in this town. And this isn't exactly a mining region. Not a smith, guildmaster, Mirabelle clarified. He says he's an adventurer. An adventurer? Fowl looked even more bewildered. From all he knew, nearly every Deep Forge dwarf lived at the forge. Adventurers among them were rare indeed. Soon Torin stumbled in, face caked in dirt and blood. Under Fowl's incredulous gaze, he wept and stammered out the whole story. At the end, he pulled out a small pouch, hoping to buy Grimm's rescue from the Pudges. The pouch was shabby, but the gems inside glittered with real worth. Sir Torin, calm yourself. We sympathize deeply with your plight. The guild will do all it can to assist. Lily-Ann. Fowl turned to the maid standing nearby. Take this Deep Forge gentleman to the infirmary and see to his wounds. Yes, Guildmaster. Lily-Ann led the battered dwarf away. Only after the door closed did Fowl's gentle expression harden back into businesslike form. Mirabelle, verify Torin Deep Forge's background at once. Within the span of a tea's steeping, his identity was confirmed, a branch member of the Deepforge clan. Among dwarves, it was the equivalent of a human baron's second son. Not particularly exalted, but still an ally of humanity, and worth the guild's aid, especially in these times. The gems only sealed the matter, but rescuing someone from the Pudge's grasp. And so, the problem ended up tossed onto Inanna's shoulders. She was sprawled lazily in her quarters, letting a few round Pudges tread across her back like masseurs. "Why should I rescue some idiot who attacked Pudges?" she grumbled, squeezing her night plush in annoyance. "Miss Inanna," the guild messenger coaxed. "The guild master said dwarves are our allies, and we must honor the Deepforge clan's request. Besides, only you can handle this matter." Inanna rolled her eyes, turning the idea over. It irked her, but this was a good excuse to head into the dungeon openly. Still, she asked first. Through the Spore network, she called, "Boss, there's a dwarf outside bawling for us to release his buddy who attacked the Pudges. Do we let him go? If they want him, let them take him. Keeping him wastes mushrooms." Linden replied indifferently. With permission, Inanna hugged her night plush and followed the guild staff to the 5th floor. As usual, she gave a little ceremonial shake of the plush. Before Torin's desperate gaze, the Pudges released a delirious grim. Torin rushed to carry him onto his back. Watching the scene, Inanna curled her lip, then waved dismissively. "All right, take them and leave. I need to stay here and comfort these poor, frightened little ones." Frightened? Linden hadn't cared much. A golden-ranked dwarf wasn't worth fussing over. He'd already stripped them of valuables. What had interested him was the information they'd let slip about the rift beyond. Though he had guides from Inanna and Eden about other dungeons, hearing first-hand accounts to cross-check was still valuable. Originally, Linden had intended to explore the Great Forest next, but the dwarf's sudden intrusion disrupted his plans. He usually kept rifts hidden in inconspicuous spots, like the one nestled inside this giant, glowing mushroom tree. It wouldn't do for Pudges to stroll freely through rifts as if entering their living room. That drew too much human suspicion. Though he now controlled the dungeon core and was skilled in wielding thunder punishment, it was still better to keep cards close. Since there was more than one rift to the Strawman Abyss, perhaps this exposed one should be sealed. But first, he sent a scout Pudgy through. What if something valuable lay beyond? Even before it crossed, the Pudgy was hit with Corrosion Curse. Inside, it also gained Falling Curse. The first was familiar, typical of that place, though weaker than the slime-choked rift on floor 6. His corrosion resistance LV8 easily nullified it. The second, by name, suggested flight restriction. Yet the Pudgy's wings still beat without hindrance. The effect remained unclear. Flapping clumsily, it rose from the deep gorge, finally hovering where the dwarves had once fallen. The cliff top was empty, the scarecrows gone. But curiously, within the Pudgy's perception, there was no edge zone the dwarves had spoken of, only an endless wheat field farm. Across the chasm stretched the blurred outline of a forest. Linden guided the Pudgy toward it, but halfway through, the creature emerged instead from the opposite side of the wheat field. A loop. The farm could repeat itself, but rifts could not. This space was twisted. It felt advanced. Very advanced. Considering his own dungeon structure, Linden realized all dungeons were masters of spatial tricks. If no edge could be found, he'd simply explore the farm further. And, come to think of it, there was no moon here. Caw-caw. A rasping cry pierced the night sky. A dull-feathered crow perched on a crooked, rotting frame in the wheat field. Once, perhaps, the frame had held a scarecrow. Now it was bare. Beside it came a clumsy flapping, wholly unlike the crow's smooth wing beats. The crow tilted its head curiously. A Pudgy, huge and snowy white, landed on the other end of the frame. Crow and Pudgy faced one another in silence, separated by only a short span of wood. On the crooked wooden frame, black and white perched side by side. The crow cocked its head, unblinking black eyes fixed intently on this unfamiliar neighbor. a rough, snow-white body, round and plump. Not kin, not one of those creaking scarecrow dolls, and certainly not one of the sweat and fear-reeking two-legged adventurers. It was something never before seen, and so the crow gave the Pudgy its undivided attention. The scout Pudgy, however, ignored that gaze entirely. Linden was busy checking the status panels of the things nearby. Species, evil grass. Level, LV2. Racial trait, cursed being, adapted to cursed environments, vulnerable to holy attacks. Skills, corrosion curse LV1, toughness LV1. Can you believe it? That was the panel for the wheat in the field. At first, Linden thought he had pulled up the stats for weeds. But no, there were no weeds in this wheat field at all. The swaying stalks with their plump golden heads were in fact named evil grass. Even stranger, the miasma of curses that filled the entire space did not come from some powerful core or lurking boss, but from the endless grass itself. Individually, each evil grass carried only a weak corrosion curse LV1, hardly worth notice. But multiplied by countless stalks, the accumulation could stack into a higher grade effect. Anyone walking through the fields, brushing against the stalks constantly, would inevitably suffer worse. Interesting. The scout Pudgy promptly tore off 2 bundles of evil grass to carry home for testing. Gone. The crow had been shrieking at the Pudgy for some time. Rustling grew louder as several scarecrows pushed out from the wheat, their hollow sockets locking onto the pale figure atop the frame. Species, scarecrow, withered servant. Level, LV26. Racial traits, cursed being, broken consciousness. Skills, claw attack LV5, withering touch LV3, physical resistance LV3. Weak but numerous. The scout Pudgy wasn't meant for combat. Linden disliked one-against-many fights anyway. Flying away was an option, but the scarecrows would chase. That was just as troublesome. So, as the crow's eyes bulged and the scarecrows closed in, the scout Pudgy's body shimmered like rippling water. It vanished. Caw! The crow flinched, wings beating in alarm, but not taking flight. Its black eyes trembled, blood vessels bursting until its orbs turned crimson. Sensory enhancement LV4. It saw the faint twist of light right in front of it. Chomp! The scout Pudgy snapped the crow up, stuffing the corpse inside itself along with the evil grass. Really now, if the bird had just pretended not to see, Linden wouldn't have bothered. But no, it had to deliver itself. Invisible, the scout Pudgy rose into the air over the wheat field. Since the other crows hadn't witnessed the stealth process, they didn't keep sensory enhancement active. Thus, the hidden Pudgy drifted like a ghost, unchallenged. In observing the other crows, Linden discovered something new. Some had the tag puppet, while others did not. Those without, likely the bribable ones the dwarves had spoken of. But why did they want gemstones? Surely they weren't like Gray, with a simple love of shiny things? Speaking of shinies, Linden remembered the jewels he'd looted from the dwarves. Among them, a flawless green emerald. Gray adored it. He'd clutched it like a treasure, even abandoning half a Pudgy snack in favor of comparing the gem against his glass marble and Norris's silver scale, eyes sparkling like stars. Clearly, dwarves had some skill at gem mining. The scout Pudgy flew for a long time before alighting on the dusty roof of a tall barn. The wheatfield maze, so aptly named. No matter which way it flew, the horizon remained nothing but rolling waves of wheat. The only landmarks were barns, windmills, and the occasional hut. The scale of the floor was immense. The scout Pudgy never reached an edge. Inside the huts lurked unusual monsters. Scarecrow, farmer. They worked mechanically, binding evil grass into humanoid bundles, hanging them on frames across the fields. These would later become the common withered servants. The windmill mills hadn't yet shown use, but bloodstains on the grinding stones suggested they were reserved for adventurers. The barns held so-called grain. Guides claimed they produced rare, smithing material, cursed golden wheat. But what the Pudgy saw was heaps of bloodied adventurer gear and scattered coins. Some barns were nothing but scarecrow stockpiles, trap rooms. All in all, a monotonous floor. Yet the evil grass itself was valuable. Both corrosion curse and toughness were worth farming. Even at LV1, sheer numbers could build them up. As for the farmers, their scarecrow making seemed less like skill and more like dungeon rules at work. The farmer was just a mid-level scarecrow with a trace of intellect. Fair enough. Like the Amethyst dungeon, the Strawman Abyss had multiple themed layers, with greater variety deeper down. What Lin Jun most looked forward to was the layer change. Supposedly, if one stayed for about a day without following the compass out, they would unknowingly slip into the next layer. He wanted to test it himself. If it worked like his hidden rooms, then Strawman Abyss's spatial transfers were more advanced, because they weren't tied to fixed locations. So the scout Pudgy waited. There was no day-night cycle here. The stars above were fixed, the moon absent, clearly artificial. But Lin Jun had no need of such signs. He could simply gauge time by the sun and moon over Yafeng, Silent Wind, town above. A full day passed. Still no descent. The guides had said timing could vary, but after so many extra hours, what was happening? Was it like the Amethyst dungeon, where monsters were barred from layer change? But he had a hero's permit. What was going on? After another day, Lin Jun finally felt it, the faint tug at his soul. By using the skill, inspiration, Lin Jun finally figured out what was going on with this bizarre space. That falling curse, which had clung to the Pudgis the moment they arrived. Its essence was basically adding weight to the soul. When this invisible weight accumulated to a certain threshold, it was enough to drag the adventurer's soul down into a deeper layer of the space. The position of the soul determined the position of the body in reality. Although Lin Jun still didn't understand exactly how such a thing was possible, at least he now understood why he couldn't go down. Damn it, he was too fat to squeeze through. What the hell was this supposed to be? To put it into an image, entering the dungeon was like a marble falling onto a flexible net. As the weight on the soul increased, the marble grew heavier, stretching the mesh wider and wider, until it finally fell through into the layer below. However, the marble controlled by Lin Jun was oversized. Trying to force such a massive object through this net was practically impossible for the net itself. Even after applying double the weight that would normally make a regular adventurer fall, Lin Jun could only faintly sense the weakest tugging force. Who knew how long his scout Pudgis would have to waste here before they could actually drop down? And logically speaking, this stacking effect surely had a limit as well. Didn't this mean he didn't have the ability to move between layers of the Strawman Abyss at all? The compatibility felt terrible. Lin Jun began regretting sealing up that rift on the 6th floor. That side was clearly a deeper region of the Strawman Abyss, while the zones he'd left accessible were all shallow areas with weaker curses. He never expected to be stuck in a situation where he couldn't go down. But if he hadn't sealed the 6th floor rift, half the entire floor would have become scorched earth, still slowly spreading. He couldn't just give up on the 6th floor, abandon the trance, could he? Besides, there was no way he could have predicted such bizarre rules in advance. By comparison, the Amethyst dungeon really was straightforward. Just descend step by step, floor by floor. Unbelievable. He had just benefited from his massive soul size in the Amethyst dungeon and immediately suffered for it here in the Abyss. Blessing and curse hand in hand. If downwards wasn't possible, then what about upwards? Lin Jun found a few crow nests and dug through them one by one. After rummaging through more than 10, he finally found a slightly dim yellow gem. Flying into another area, he tried using it to bribe a crow whose status bar lacked the puppet mark. The crow was very wary of the suddenly appearing Pudgy, circling around it repeatedly. But once it snatched the gem, it still upheld its professional integrity and flew off in a certain direction. Following its lead, Lin Jun really did glimpse the edge region from afar. However, every time the scout Pudgy tried flying that way, the scenery ahead would distort and blur. By the time it arrived, it was still the same familiar, endless wheat field. Even the crow, gem in its beak, tilted its head in puzzlement at the Pudgy. After thinking for a bit, it decided its job was done. The Pudgy's failure to escape wasn't its problem, so it decisively flew off with the gem. Lin even tried having the Pudgy leap straight into a deep gully, letting it free fall. But no matter how long it dropped, as soon as the Pudgy flapped its wings, just a few beats would bring it back to the gully's edge. Clearly, in the Strawman abyss, body position was meaningless. If the soul couldn't cross layers, then leaving was impossible. Fortunately, Lin still had the rift. After nearly 3 days of exploration, the scout Pudgy returned safely to the 5th floor. The wheat field maze, whether its monsters or its mechanisms, posed no threat to the scout Pudgy. That most troublesome falling curse, essentially a kind of time limit on exploration, was utterly meaningless to Lin. He would have loved for it to matter a little, but unfortunately, it didn't. In the end, his evaluation was that this rift had little value. Sealing it didn't matter. Greed of the 7 sins triggered. Skill looted. Corrosion curse LV1. Skill looted. Sensory enhancement LV1. Still, it wasn't completely worthless. Before sealing it, a final round of harvesting was only proper. The continuous fluttering of wings echoed through the mushroom garden, loud enough that a certain large goblin came over to see what was happening. This time, Lin had cautiously disguised him in advance. One after another, Pudges flew through the rift, landing at the edge of the gully. Eventually, nearly 500 gathered there, all specialized Pudges carrying corrosion resistance. The circling flocks of crows grew restless, their caws merging into an ominous tide of noise. The wheat field rippled like waves as scarecrows, having received the signal, pushed through the stalks and charged at the Pudges, less than 50 meters away, yet already outnumbered. Boom! 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 A storm of explosions erupted, sending scraps of grass and torn rags flying everywhere. Lin had long been able to attack. He had simply let them come closer so as not to damage his wheat, or rather, his tainted grass. He patiently waited, and sure enough, the crow alarms drew in another dozen or so lone scarecrows. Once those were cleared away, the grand autumn harvest finally began. The Pudges worked in orderly divisions of labor. Scout Pudges perched atop wooden poles, scanning back and forth to guard against ambushes. Melee Pudges wielded their bladed tendrils, diligently reaping the wheat. Behind them, Oxhorse Pudges swallowed heaps of tainted grass into their bodies. Once full, they hauled the loads back to the 5th floor, tirelessly shuttling back and forth. Unfortunately, the rift left behind was too small for fat Pudges to squeeze through. Otherwise, the Oxhorse Pudges wouldn't have had to work so hard. But if they didn't work hard, they wouldn't be Oxhorse Pudges at all. As for the artillery Pudges, apart from wiping out that first wave of scarecrows, they weren't much use afterward. Any stray scarecrows that wandered over were handled by the melee Pudges instead. After all, firing artillery might kill the enemy, but it also destroyed patches of wheat, not cost-effective. Occasionally, noisy crows that flew too low were picked off by the artillery Pudges, but that was about it. Lin had no plans to spread the mycelium carpet widely here. Since this rift was destined to be abandoned, he only extended it slightly. Harvesting was limited to the areas nearby. There was more than one rift leading into the Strawman abyss, so there was no need to exhaust the resources in haste. During the harvest, Lin even had the luck to witness a party of adventurers shifting layers. A few vague souls descended first, followed by the adventurers' bodies emerging suddenly from the mist, appearing within the scout Pudges' senses. They were a group of dwarves. They noticed the commotion near the Pudges from a distance, froze briefly, and then turned without hesitation, sprinting the other way. Lin didn't bother with them. At that range, the mycelium carpet hadn't spread, so he couldn't do much to them anyway. Soon, the once thick wheat fields were shaved bald, leaving only a few lonely wooden frames standing. A farmer's scarecrow, pitchfork in hand, watched from afar as the Pudges departed with their bountiful haul. Who knew what it might have been thinking? Back in the mushroom garden, the cursed tainted grass hauled back by the tireless oxhorse Pudges had already piled into a small mountain. Radiating a sinister aura, Dylan, who had been soundly asleep, suddenly felt sharps stinging all over his skin. He yelped and leapt up, and only then did Linden remember, he didn't have resistance. He quickly had Pudges carry Dylan, whose skin and fungal threads were already peeling, away from the pile. Greed of the 7 sins triggered. Skill looted. Corrosion curse LV1, LV5. Skill looted. Sensory enhancement LV1, LV2. Skill looted. Tenacity LV6, LV7. This damn mushroom. Why is it so hard to chew? Grom, dwarf mercenary, bared his teeth, his jaw straining as though even his chin muscles were exerting force. The veins on his fingers bulged as he finally tore a small tuft of mushroom fiber from the incredibly tough cap, stuffing it whole into his mouth. He remembered the mushrooms from his own mountain range. Those were crisp and brittle, snapping apart with a single bite. Why were these ones so chewy? Could the difference in species really be this big? Then he thought about those terrifying Pudges with absurdly high combat strength. Well, if even Pudges could mutate into such monsters, then mushrooms being harder to chew kind of made sense. Most likely you didn't cook it enough, said Torin as he pushed open the door and entered. The mushrooms here are stubborn and tough. You need to stew them longer until they soften before they're easy to eat. As he spoke, he found a sturdy low stool across from Grom, dwarf mercenary, and sat down. The two of them were currently staying in a room arranged by the guild. They could have just eaten at the guild kitchen, but Grom, dwarf mercenary, apparently preferred doing things himself. How's the leg? Torin asked, shifting the stool before settling down. Thanks to you, Grom, dwarf mercenary, rolled up his loose trouser leg, revealing 2 hairless, blindingly pale limbs, like freshly unearthed lotus roots. They're completely healed, but he only revealed them for an instant before quickly covering them again, as though even one more glance was unbearable torment. Even though this wasn't the first time he'd seen them, Torin couldn't help but burst into laughter again. He hastily covered his mouth and turned his head away, but his shoulders shook uncontrollably. A dwarf, whose pride lay in his thick beard and rugged skin. Yet now he had a pair of soft, smooth, pale white legs. And when the owner of such legs was someone you actually knew, the ridiculousness doubled tenfold. Enough already. How many times do you plan to laugh? Grom, dwarf mercenary, his muffled voice sounded, though unusually, he didn't curse outright this time. No matter how much he despised these brand new legs, he had no choice but to accept them. That precious regeneration potion had been specially granted by Guildmaster Fowl only because of Torin's deep-forged surname. He now owed Torin a real favor, and Grom, dwarf mercenary, simply couldn't bring himself to complain further. Torin forced his laughter back, cleared his throat twice, and tried to regain seriousness. Ahem. New limbs need exercise to toughen up. After eating, you'd best go stretch them a bit. Sigh. Grom, dwarf mercenary, let out a heavy breath before suddenly saying, Fine, I'll count myself as owing you one. Then, next time, can you give me a discount on your mercenary fee? Forget it. Business is business. Grom, dwarf mercenary, instantly reverted to his mercenary stinginess. Then, that favor of yours is worthless. Don't tell me protecting me counts. That's your job in the first place. As they talked, the conversation naturally shifted back to this peculiar dungeon. So what's with this amethyst dungeon? Why are Pudges so vicious after mutating? I've never heard of this before. Grom, dwarf mercenary, asked. I was curious too, so I asked around. Supposedly the drastic changes only started over the past half year. Maybe it's tied to the chain of mana tides and dungeon collapses. As for the truth, no one really knows. Anyway, I've heard plenty of human adventurers have already started calling it the Pudgy Dungeon. Pudgy Dungeon. Grom, dwarf mercenary, rubbed his face hard with both palms, as though trying to erase that absurd name. Once upon a time, Pudgy had been a near synonym for walking food. Yet now, That name could actually be used openly for a massive dungeon. Sir Torin Deepforge, dwarf, tied to a clan. A crystal transmission for you, came the voice of staff member outside the door. The relaxed expression on Torin's face instantly vanished. He hesitated briefly, then stood and answered, "Coming." When he returned, his footsteps were much heavier, his lips pressed tightly together. Even the lingering humor from joking with Grom, dwarf mercenary, was gone, leaving only a heavy gloom hanging over him. "What happened?" Grom, dwarf mercenary, asked. Torin sighed, said nothing, and simply handed over a note. "How much longer will you disgrace the clan? Get back here." Grom, dwarf mercenary, glanced at it once before silently sliding the paper back. "Looks like being a young master isn't easy for you either." "I told you I'm no young master." Corrosion Curse LV5. A few pudges carrying curses wandered the caverns, leaving withered plants in their wake. At first glance, it resembled an aura-type skill, but closer study showed it wasn't the same. For example, a pudgy's petrification ray was aura-like. Its effect ceased the moment a target left its range. But this curse was different. Even long after the pudges had gone, the path they'd taken still carried that rotting stench, the effect continuing to corrode the environment, only gradually weakening over time. It was like radiation. This skill damaged the environment and hindered long-term development. Best to avoid using it too much. As for the acquired sensory enhancement, pudges had no real senses. For them, it was useless, a throwaway skill, at best transferable to someone else. Linden had already sealed that rift. After gaining a rough grasp of the layer-changing mechanics there, he still had no way to pass through smoothly. That left him disinterested in the other rifts connected to shallow curse zones. It was better to turn his focus toward the more tempting resources of the forest rift. But before that, Linden intended to witness the birth of a new life. The Demon-born tribe had finally finished preparations to welcome a new member. Because it was a sensitive subject, Linden hadn't directly asked them about it. The information he had about their cradle and unique method of birth had all been pieced together bit by bit from snippets of daily conversation. A reproductive system where they could decide the timing of birth on their own. Linden found it quite fascinating. Though the demon-born hadn't invited him to observe, the mycelium carpet had long since spread throughout the area around their tribe. Naturally, he couldn't miss the process. In Mushroom Garden number 3, the demon-born confirmed their contribution point expenditures. Another magic core was exchanged, but this time it came with a fat worm carrying cold resistance LV8. Sho directed his clansmen to carry the fat worm back to the tribe. The long-awaited new birth ceremony drew many demon-born away from their tasks, following along to witness it. Their absence made pudgy allocations tighter, forcing Linden to reduce pudgy numbers in other regions just to keep things running normally here. There was no helping it. The demon-born were currently like part-time laborers for him, free to come and go. He could force them to stay, but that would harm their hard-earned good relationship. Not worth it. Parasitism wasn't the same as mind control. It could raise goodwill, or it could directly hold life and death hostage. But to make the demon-born serve him completely, changing from part-timers into true subordinates, would still require further steps. Among the group returning to the tribe, Xiong's figure was absent. It wasn't that he didn't want to return, nor that anyone forced him to stay. It was because this time he had contributed very few points. Most of his earlier points had been squandered on delicious mushrooms. Out of guilt, and perhaps a touch of self-punishment, Xiong chose to remain in the mushroom garden, continuing his labor. After all, the boss had promised double contribution points these 2 days. In Mushroom Garden number 3, with fewer demon-born around, Gray finally dared to leave her little nest, no longer worried that someone might covet her shiny treasures. She sat on the ground, hugging her tail, carefully watching the 2 people sparring not far away. Norris wasn't piloting Jida. His opponent was the vampire Louisa. Using his agility, Norris continuously shifted directions to attack Louisa, even using air step, at times to change direction midair. Yet every move was blocked by Louisa with a blood whip that constantly shifted in form. Even as she fought, Louisa critiqued Norris's techniques. That jump of yours, other than letting you use air step, it serves no purpose. The intent is too obvious. If you meet an experienced opponent, even if they don't know your ability, the moment they see you leap like that, they'll be on guard. Your air step isn't some overwhelmingly strong talent. If you want to catch enemies off guard, you have to use it more carefully, hide your intentions deeper. Another lash knocked Norris back, Louise's eyes narrowing slightly. Petrification rate LV4. Crack. But since Norris had magic resistance LV6, the effect was weak. It only shattered one of his scales and did nothing to hinder his movements. Still, feeling the odd sensation on his knee, Norris instinctively glanced down. The next second, the blood whip coiled around his neck, ending the sparring match. In battle, don't fear injury. Beating your enemy faster is the best protection. And besides, flight is actually the ability that pairs best with this skill. As she spoke, Louisa tilted Norris's chin up and sank her fangs into his neck. Norris didn't resist. This was the payment they had agreed on. Off to the side, Gray pouted, angrily tossing aside a half-petrified scale that no longer sparkled. Another day, with no shiny treasures to collect. Meanwhile, in the swamp of the 5th floor, a certain green mushroom who had watched the entire scene nodded his cap repeatedly. Louisa truly lived up to her title as a vampire viscount. Her analysis was methodical and precise. Even Linden felt he had gained a lot. Once he learned these lessons, combined with his superior microcontrol, in the future, even a Knight Pudgy single-handedly killing a sword saint wouldn't be impossible. Linden's combat awareness, +1. Back at the Demon-born tribe, the atmosphere was unlike usual. When Sho led his clansmen to carry the fat worm to the cradle outside the Blackstone house, every Demon-born stopped what they were doing. As if drawn by an invisible summons, they gathered in silence in the open space near the cradle. No one made a sound, but without exception, all eyes turned toward the heavy, tightly shut stone door. All the Demon-born longed for the birth of their new clansmen. The decline of the Stone Fortress dungeon had made tribal life harder and harder. One sign of this was the ever-dwindling frequency of new birth ceremonies, until half a year had passed without a single new Demon-born being born. And now, this long-awaited new birth carried extraordinary meaning, like a symbol that the tribe was beginning to thrive again. Inside the Blackstone house, Xingho, Demon-born chief, took a deep breath, carefully checking the magic array under his feet, determined to prevent any mishaps. In the past, every birth ceremony had been led by the elders, with him only assisting at the side. Although he was already familiar with every step, this was his first time presiding himself, and for such a significant occasion, so he could not afford any mistakes. Fortunately, everything seemed normal. Carrying a stone bowl and a chisel, Xingho, Demon-born chief, walked out and stood before Sho. Sho took the chisel, pulled open his clothing, and scraped a trace of powder from the magic core embedded in his chest into the stone bowl. Then Xingho, Demon-born chief, went to the next person. This was the dust offering stage of the ceremony. It symbolized the newborn's bond with every member of the tribe, a gesture more symbolic than practical. After watching one round of this, Linden, who was secretly observing, was nearly bored to death. The real show was only beginning. At Xingho, Demon-born chief, instruction, several Demon-born placed the fat worm on the subarray extending out from the cradle. As the warriors peeled open the fat worm's tough hide, the beast struggled violently in its final moments. The magic array beneath it immediately lit up. Its life force was siphoned away, and though it tried to escape, the warriors held it firmly down. Inside the stone house, Xingho, Demon-born chief, guided the array with both hands. Streams of condensed life energy gathered in his palms. Imitating the elders of old, Xingho, Demon-born chief, separated the deep blue mist of energy that represented cold resistance. He first poured the rest of the life energy into the cradle. Within, shattered magic cores and dust broke apart, then reformed, ultimately condensing into a brand new, complete core. Flesh and blood began to grow around the core as it filled with life energy. 2 full hours later, a naked, demon-born youth appeared beside the cradle. The new clansman had been born. Only one final step remained: the inscription of the magic pattern. This was a step that could only be done at birth. A demon born without magic patterns was incomplete. In the Empire, such an incomplete demon born might still survive. But in the far north, without cold resistance, death was inevitable. Xingho, demon-born chief, dared not relax. He guided the deep blue energy he had separated earlier, tracing along the natural lines of the demon-born's body, beginning to inscribe the pattern. At this most critical moment, disaster struck. ZZZZT. The glow of the magic array flickered violently, then faltered, dimming more and more. Not enough mana? Why? The array was sustained by absorbing free-flowing mana from the underground. He had checked it. There should have been no problem. No time to dwell on it. Xingho, demon-born chief, sped up his inscription. The array was still barely functioning. If he could just finish before it completely went out. The ever-present magical light inside the stone house suddenly died. Sho, standing closest, noticed at first dread coiling in his chest. He wanted to rush in and check, but feared barging in might only make things worse. In the end, he forced himself to stay put, waiting anxiously for the outcome. Before long, even the more distant tribesmen sensed something was wrong, their whispers growing louder. At last, Xingho, demon-born chief, staggered out of the stone house. His face was pale as paper, his steps unsteady, as though his strength had been completely drained, or as though he was waking from a nightmare. Leaning heavily against the cold stone doorframe, he barely kept himself from collapsing. His eyes, usually steady and focused, were now clouded with confusion and deep pain. Sho had already guessed the answer, but still asked with difficulty, "What happened?" The new clansman, Xingho, demon-born chief, shut his eyes in anguish. When he opened them again, they brimmed with regret. The array, the mana supply, was cut off. The magic pattern wasn't completed. "Chieftain, I failed." "How could this be?" Failure to inscribe the pattern was even worse than failing to birth the clansman at all, because it meant they would have to watch helplessly as a newborn tribesman froze to death before their eyes. There was no doubt this failure would deal a devastating blow to the fragile hope the tribe had only just regained. But as chief, Sho could not show weakness. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and said, "Xingho, demon-born chief, go find out exactly why the mana supply was interrupted. I will calm the tribe." At that moment, an unexpected voice suddenly rang in Sho's mind. "Ahem, excuse me, but I think I might be able to help." The array couldn't draw enough mana from the earth? Linden looked at his vast network of mycelium threads spread beneath the demon-born tribe. How strange. He really had no idea what could have caused that. Linden swore to Dylan's broken gravestone. He truly hadn't done it on purpose. His pitiful knowledge of arrays wasn't even enough to put together a standalone third-tier formation, let alone understand the intricately combined one inside the cradle. How could he have known it relied so heavily on leyline mana? Still, this worked out nicely. Hearing the voice in his mind, Sho's heart sank, but he still asked, "Do you have a way?" A fluttering sound came from above, and a bat pudgy wobbled down, landing perfectly in the curve of Sho's horns. It couldn't be helped, those horns bent just right to make a convenient perch. "Can I go in?" Linden asked. Xingho stared blankly at the sudden appearance of the pudgy. As the tribe's new priest, he had never gone to the mushroom garden to work, nor had he been parasitized. This was his first time seeing the so-called mushroom spirit in person. Some of the other demon-born also noticed the pudgy, though they hadn't yet figured out what was happening. Sho gave Xingho and the others a brief glance. After only a moment's thought, he lowered his head carefully so as not to knock the pudgy against the doorway and walked into the stone house. Inside, the newborn demon-born boy lay silently on the ground. From the faintly glowing core in his chest spread dim blue magic patterns, extending only as far as his arm before breaking off. The ceremony had clearly been interrupted before completion. The broken markings were dull, ineffective. On his status panel, there was no cold resistance. What surprised Lin Jun most was that demon-born were born in adolescent form. No wonder they could reproduce without sexes like mushrooms. The efficiency was leagues beyond those double-sex creatures that needed to raise infants slowly. The boy hadn't woken yet, but his body shivered instinctively in the cold. His health bar was already dropping. Soon he would die in his sleep. They could wrap him in hides and warm him by fire, but it would only prolong his suffering. There was no way he could survive the journey across the frozen north. But for Lin Jun, this deadly problem was nothing more than adding a skill to a blank slate. Of course, first things first, noise rose outside, and soon more Pudges squeezed into the house. Unlike the bat Pudgy, these were burrowing Pudges Lin Jun had quickly spawned for heating, though naturally they had come running in from outside the village. The Pudges gathered around the newborn, but didn't start heating right away. Lin Jun waited until the boy's HP had dropped to about a quarter. Then, with a hum, for burrowing Pudges began radiating warmth. The temperature inside the house rose rapidly, and the boy's fading life stabilized. At that moment, the bat Pudgy perched on Shou's horns hopped down onto the boy's chest. It shook its cap, releasing a fine dusting of spores. Shou recognized the act. Every tribesman linked to the fungal network was marked with spores. Apparently, being bitten by the vampire hadn't been a required step after all. Parasitism complete. Now, for the mycelium carpet connection. One burrowing Pudgy ran to a corner of the stone house where no array was drawn and began tunneling down. Shou instinctively raised a hand as though to stop it, but in the end chose to remain silent and let it work. Within 10 minutes, strands of fungus appeared in the hole. Minutes later, a patch of mycelium carpet had spread in the corner of the stone house. Shou's eyelids twitched violently. He had worked under the Pudges long enough to know how the mycelium carpet spread, and that it existed beyond the dungeon as well. But he had never expected it could extend into their tribe in less than half an hour. That meant there had already been a vast network beneath them for some time. Everything happening here confirmed it. The tribe, despite appearances, was already surrounded by Pudges. Even the earlier mana shortage could very well have been because of them. Lin Jun didn't care what Shou was thinking. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. After fully understanding the so-called cradle and birth ceremony, Lin Jun was certain that the demon-born would never again be able to separate from him, as long as he displayed this gift. The Pudges moved the newborn onto the mycelium carpet. Fungal threads connected instantly, mana surging into the boy's body. The incomplete ice blue magic patterns on his skin flared briefly, then dimmed again. Lin Jun didn't know what that flash meant, but in that instant, cold resistance LV8 had been applied. The mana cost was negligible, even less than spawning an artillery Pudgy. After all, the newborn had no other skills yet. The burrowing Pudges stopped heating. The warmth faded from the house, and Shou's heart rose to his throat. Yet the boy did not shiver. Instead, his face smoothed into peaceful rest, his breathing calm, as if he were in the most comfortable place in the world. This? Shou's voice trembled in disbelief. Lin Jun's voice whispered into his mind, gentle and tinged with just the right amount of allure. It's nothing special. Just a little trick I have for granting power to my followers. Followers, Shou repeated the word. Of course, Lin Jun admitted candidly. Don't think it was effortless. The cost is heavy. If you weren't truly my people, why would I bother? But don't worry, I mean nothing else by it. You've helped me plenty lately. Consider this a small gift in return. Shou carried the newborn, demon-born out of the stone house. Looking over the gathered clansmen with worried faces, he took a deep breath and declared, the ceremony was a success. We have a new clansman. For a moment, silence. Then an earth-shaking cheer erupted. The demon-born embraced, leapt into the air, some even breaking into ritual dances. Cauldrons were quickly set up. A broth of insect meat, mushrooms, and a few prized delicious mushrooms began to boil. The feast for a new life the tribe's only true holiday. Only Xingho's face was clouded with shock and confusion. The newborn was laid to rest in the main tent, upon a bed as comfortable as the tribe could offer. Typically, a newly born demon-born would slumber for several days while its consciousness formed. Xingho followed closely, carefully examining the still incomplete patterns on the boy's skin. Baffled, he asked, "How is this done?" "This is Pudgy power," Sho said. "Pudgy power?" Sho did not explain further. Slowly, he drew out the magic core the elder had entrusted to him before death, deep in thought. He thought of many things. The state of the tribe, the clansmen already fused with fungus, Cheong's obsession with delicious mushrooms, the massive fungal network beneath them, and above all, the Pudge's powers, rivaling those of the legendary demon kings. At last, he raised his head to Xingho, the last remaining upper-rank warrior and priest besides himself, and said firmly, word by word, "Xingho, we shall follow the mushrooms." Inside the stone house, Xingho bent over to inspect the array carved into the floor. The intricate lines etched on the slabs interlocked seamlessly, the newly added charging formation nested within it perfectly, the structure flawless. 3 mana pool Pudges, acting as backup power sources, lay firmly on the designated nodes. By now, fungal threads had spread along the markings on Xingho's body, making him one with the fungal network. In the great tent, Sho had already explained to him the tribe's situation, how they truly had no choice left. Whether he wanted to or not, whether he still had doubts or not, unless he abandoned the tribe and fled south alone, assimilation was the only path. Once linked to the fungal network, Xingho too could hear the voice of the one they called boss. It wasn't as unfathomable or inscrutable as he had imagined. In fact, it felt oddly lively, a strange word to use, but that was his genuine impression. Boss brimmed with curiosity about the secrets of the cradle, the details of the birth ceremony, even the lost history of the tribe. On that last matter, no one in the clan was old enough to remember the days before they settled in the far north. All Xingho could offer were fragmented stories passed down by the elders. But on the cradle and the ritual, he was well-versed. And since he had chosen submission, he held nothing back, explaining everything in detail. The structure of the array, the flow of energy between nodes, every step of the ritual. Unfortunately, Linden only understood about a third before being completely lost. Too embarrassed to interrupt, he could only keep answering, pretending to understand. When the charade finally ended, Linden posed his question. What if, in the ritual, the demon-born were granted a skill first, and then had that same skill inscribed afterward? Linden had already tested that he couldn't grant a demon-born a skill they'd already had inscribed. But reversed, would it work? That was why Xingho was now conducting this trial. Truth be told, Xingho felt strong resistance to such an act, seeing it as bordering on sacrilege, using a sacred birth ceremony for an experiment. Even if, in theory, there was no danger. But he suppressed his personal feelings. This time, the process went unusually smoothly. The mana pool Pudges provided an endless flow of power and could even be swapped out as needed, completely eliminating the problem of mana shortage. From what Xingho knew, being drained of mana was supposed to be painful. Yet the Pudges didn't seem to mind at all. They even performed some strange blessing ritual in front of him. A few Pudges stomped furiously on the newborn demon-born, filling the room with puff-puff sounds, then sprinkled spores on him. And once he touched the mycelium carpet, it was done. Overall, indeed simple and convenient. After that came the inscription of the magic pattern. Once again, it was Cold Resistance LV8, taken from a fat worm slaughtered outside by the Pudges. When Xingho carved the last line onto the youth's face, the dark blue patterns lit up, blazing brilliantly, their depth and clarity surpassing even the markings on Xingho himself. There was no time to dwell on the difference. He exhaled deeply, relieved, his first complete success in inscribing a magic pattern. And Linden, too, had his answer. Cold Resistance LV9. The newborn status now displayed a level even Lin Jun himself had never reached. The proficiency had stacked. This. The demon-born were practically made for him. The demon king of old. Well done. Lin Jun almost wanted to break open the dungeon seal just to properly thank that 1/6 demon king. At the same time, a thought came unbidden. If two LV-10 skills were stacked together, what would happen? Just imagining the limitless possibilities made him itch with impatience, desperate to test it at once. Unfortunately, Demonborn could only inscribe passive skills, and the LV-10 skills Lin Jun had mastered were very few. Monsters carrying LV-10 skills were rarer still. He had even tried substituting Pujis as sacrificial offerings, but failed. Other than extracting a bit of their weak life energy, nothing else could be drawn. If only suitable material would fall from the sky. The Empire, demon-born territory, Galbate. Gray walked down the colonnade, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces of his kin. After months of strain, his nerves finally eased somewhat in this well-known place. He had just finished a long journey, trekking across the far north's glaciers and tundras, delivering the Empire's recruitment decree to every settlement. Only recently had he returned, weary and travel-worn. Viscount Howe, who had accompanied him, would report to His Majesty. Gray, however, was to give his account directly to the clan leader. Passing the training grounds, the roar of shouts and the thud of impacts caught his attention. Inside, a lopsided battle was underway. An unusually tall demon-born, his body covered in pitch-black markings, was being assailed by 20 others. He didn't dodge or block, simply endured the rain of blows with brute force. Each swing of his arm or kick of his leg sent attackers flying like ragdolls. Bang! The last one was seized by the throat and slammed into the stone wall, instantly unconscious. After dispatching them all, the giant turned, grinning at Gray above, not warmly, but with provocation. Gray, done with your miserable errand in the far north. His booming voice carried raw challenge. Since you're back, why not stretch those bones? Let's see if you've improved. He crooked a finger mockingly. Gray's expression darkened. This demon-born's name was Garen. His strength had already reached LV-60. Back when they were both at diamond rank, Gray had won less and lost more. To fight now would only invite humiliation. Ignoring the taunt, Gray shot him a cold look and walked away, Garen's raucous laughter echoing behind him. Gray made his way to the castle's central hall, where he knelt and began his report to the demon-born clan leader seated ahead, posture relaxed. He had barely begun when the leader raised a hand to cut him off. Skip the rest. Tell me only of the demon-born. Yes. Gray gave a concise account of the far north tribe situation and of the 3-month deadline he had issued. In your judgment, will they accept the Empire's hand? The leader asked, his tone unreadable. Gray paused before answering. They clearly refused to surrender the cradle. I believe, pressed by their environment, migration south is highly likely, but outright allegiance, unlikely. The hall fell silent, save for the soft tapping of the leader's fingers on the armrest. After a moment, his command came, send Garen to the far north. Gray, fetch him at once. Gray lifted his head slightly, asking, Clan leader, do you mean? A tribe with only 2 diamond rank left? One of them crippled, so feeble they could vanish overnight without notice. Their survival matters little, but should all their magic cores be lost, the blow to our people would be unacceptable. Garen is to go. If they yield, bring them back. If they still refuse to see the truth, the leader's voice chilled, then recover as many magic cores as possible. After Sho made the decision to submit, doubts did arise within the tribe, but every voice of dissent was quickly persuaded by those demon-born already linked into the fungal network. And once full assimilation was complete, such doubts naturally vanished altogether. Piglet eagerly took part in the demon-born's networking ritual, collecting a vast amount of fresh blood. She knew well this would likely be her sole food supply for quite some time. As for the birth ceremonies, after discussions with Xingho and Sho, Lin Jun instructed them to temporarily suspend further rituals. better to first test his theory. With the arrival of two newborn demon-born already rekindling hope among the tribe, there was no need to rush. Now that they were family, Lin Jun did not hold back. He immediately raised the demon-born's contribution point wages by 50%. As a result, poor Qiong, who had just finished his labor, somehow ended up with triple contribution points. The entire tribe's integration added several thousand to Pudji's capacity, instantly solving the chronic shortage that had plagued Lin Jun since he gained control of the dungeon. Now, in the deeper layers, Demon-born could be seen everywhere, planting, breeding, gathering magic crystals, patrolling, even clearing slimes. This also freed Lin Jun to deploy more Pudjis for other tasks, such as maintaining the upper floor's operations, or even releasing a few relatively harmless-looking Pudjis on the surface, to gradually accustom the humans above. Meanwhile, Lin Jun had not stopped his rift explorations. The new site was the dense forest, its rift peculiarly located within the ruins that once belonged to the fishmen of the 7th floor. When discovered, the rift was surrounded only by the bloated corpses of drowned monsters, creatures that clearly couldn't swim. The 5th floor actually held a rift to the forest as well, but that one was far too conspicuous, unlike this hidden one, so Lin Jun had sealed it. He had investigated this dense forest before. Judging from the types of monsters that emerged, it was certain to be inside the elven forest, specifically the dungeon known as Essigar. Essigar was its name in Elvish. Translated, it meant divine wood. Thus humans called it the Divine Wood Dungeon. Just from the name alone, Amethyst Dungeon already seemed a level beneath it. Lin Jun carried high expectations for Divine Wood Dungeon. Unlike the Scarecrow Abyss, here the biodiversity was clearly richer. And besides, there were elves. Who knew? Perhaps he might even stumble across an elf corpse or two, from which to learn nature magic and the elvish tongue. A scout Pudji performed a splash jump, leaping across the rift and appearing beside a quiet little lake. The water was crystal clear, but no fish could be seen. Clearly, it was a newborn lake formed by leaked rift water. Looking around, aside from the small lake, all that surrounded it was forest, an immense forest of towering trees. The Pudji vanished silently, fluttering up to perch at the treetop, its perception expanding outward, finding only forest. Above the forest was no sky, but a massive dome more than 1,000 meters overhead. Here, the trees all had photosynthesis, but the sunlight did not descend from above the dome. Instead, it slanted inward from the point where dome and forest met. Thus, only the uppermost leaves of the canopy received this precious gift. No wonder these trees grew so tall. They were all competing for that light. The slanted sunlight was tied to the unique structure of Divine Wood Dungeon. Unlike Amethyst Dungeon or Scarecrow Abyss, which lay in special spaces, Divine Wood Dungeon existed within the main world itself. According to Lin Jun's gathered intelligence, it was a colossal spiral, extending downward layer by layer. The dome Pudji now gazed at was actually the floor of the level above. The angled sunlight came from a massive array at the spiral's core. Acting like a prism, it collected the light shining through the dungeon's entrance, refracted it, and scattered it across every level. This array was built into the dungeon's very rules. Moreover, though elves divided it into 15 floors for convenience, in truth the dungeon had no strict floor boundaries. Neighboring layers often shared similar monster species. But the deeper the spiral descended, the denser the mana grew, and the more dangerous the beings it birthed. Perched at the treetop, Pudji let the slanted sun warm it, its magic slowly recovering. This was undeniably real sunlight, not some substitute like firefly grass. Speaking of which, this forest also held firefly grass. Unlike in Amethyst Dungeon, where they grew on the dome, here the firefly grass rooted deep in the forest's shaded undergrowth, glowing faintly where sunlight could not reach. Naturally, if one was to explore, one must choose a direction. Lin Jun loved the sun most of all, so naturally he aimed first for where the sunlight streamed in and to figure out which floor he had landed on. But before the scout Pudgy could move, a bird landed right on its cap, specifically a large blue parrot. But Lin Jun was invisible right now. Race, Azure Sky Parrot. Level, LV30. Skills, Acceleration LV8, Evasion LV8, Peck LV5, Mana Sense LV4. Mana Sense, HM. Since it delivered itself, this would be the first harvest. The parrot seemed fascinated by the platform it had perched on, and its hard beak pecked mercilessly at Pudgy's cap. The scout Pudgy's mycelium tendrils rose soundlessly, then lashed. But with a flash of blue, the parrot easily evaded, leaving only an afterimage behind. So fast, its strength and constitution were as weak as a Pudgy's, but its agility far surpassed silver rank. Pudgy struck again, for tendrils lashing in a chain, but the parrot twisted through them with impossible grace, dodging by hair's breadth each time. Worse, after dodging, it didn't even leave. It landed back atop Pudgy's cap, cocked its head, and squawked, pure provocation. The scout Pudgy's cap shrank, spraying hallucinogenic spores at the parrot's feet. Sensing danger, the parrot flapped frantically, but still inhaled some. Its smooth flight faltered, wobbling drunkenly. It tried to flee, but Pudgy followed close. Though still faster, its swaying, erratic flight made it impossible to shake Pudgy off, and the spore's power only deepened within its body. Unhurried, Pudgy trailed behind, and Lin Jun relished the slow chase, especially after that bird had dared to humiliate him. The pursuit did not last long. Soon the spores overwhelmed it, and the parrot plummeted, crash-landing into bushes in a clumsy heap, and fell unconscious. Pudgy landed lightly, strutted to the parrot's limp form, and stomped on it a few times to vent its anger before storing it away. A measly little monster daring to look down on Pudgy? Its feathers would be plucked alive for parrot stew to feed the lizard men. Just as Pudgy prepared to continue exploring, it froze. Huff, huff! A faint sound, nearly swallowed by the forest's rustle, reached its ears. Sonic detection rippled outward, but failed to find it. Lin Jun quickly switched to Mana Sense. At last, there, inside a giant tree. Circling the massive trunk, he found a hidden hollow among the gnarled roots. Pudgy slipped inside, and within a few steps, came upon the source. An elf, barely clinging to life. A free elf. The Pudgy scout stretched out its little foot and lightly poked the elf's pale cheek. No response. Her face was pale, her breathing labored, and she was deeply unconscious, obviously heat stroke, and those exaggerated chest muscles confirmed it. This was truly a female elf, not one of those breathtakingly beautiful ones who stood while peeing, traumatizing Pudgy's tender little heart. But still, the Pudgy brushed away the dirt and dead leaves on the elf's face with its soft mycelium, revealing her full features. What was going on with elves? How could this female elf's looks actually lose to a male elf? Among humans, she would still be considered top tier, but compared with Syrian, the gap was as vast as the gulf between her and an ordinary human. If there were a skill called beauty, she might be LV9, but Syrian would be LV12. He opened a panel. Level, LV49. Status, unconscious, paralyzed, poisoned, neurotoxin. Title, Friend of Animals. Naturally emits an aura that makes animals feel close and at ease. The wound was on her leg, a deep gash with flesh torn open. The bleeding had stopped, but the skin around the wound was marbled with dark purple poison. Her HP was less than 1/3 and still dropping. Looked like she was about to die. But that wasn't the important part. The important part was, how can LV49 be dying here? Could this seemingly peaceful forest floor actually hide lethal dangers? When he had chased that stupid parrot here, he had sent some monsters along the way, but none seemed especially strong. Which monster had injured this elf? The title was interesting, though. Friend of Animals? Anyway, through the Pudgy scout, Lin Jun didn't feel any closeness to her. But were Pudgys considered animals or plants in this world? Or neither? Lin Jun checked her skills. She looked like a ranger, though she still had nature magic, just not at a high level. The Pudges circled the hollow in the tree, found a relatively flat spot, and plopped down. Lin Jun didn't plan to do anything. He would just wait for her to die, then collect the corpse. After all, he was only a Pudges. He couldn't detoxify anything. It wasn't like he would be so kind-hearted as to carry her across the rift back to the surface to find an antidote. That would only bring endless trouble. In the end, she was just a stranger. As for finishing her off, that would be too evil. They had no grudge, and for a skill that wasn't even all that rare, it wasn't worth it. So Lin Jun waited. When he grew bored, he even shifted his attention elsewhere for a while. Her head was spinning, nausea churning in her stomach, every breath a struggle, suffocation gnawing at her chest. Eyes that once could see hundreds of meters clearly now couldn't even make out what was right in front of her. That strange little tree she had never seen before. Its silver-gray trunk was traced with veins that flowed like liquid starlight. It had looked so tranquil, so sacred, as if it were an object forged of moonlight itself. Who would have thought it carried deadly poison? Poison that didn't wait for you to touch it, but reached out to touch you first. She had long since swallowed all the antidote salve she carried, but they only barely slowed the toxin spread, unable to purge it. It seemed she really was about to return to nature. She wondered what beast would feast on her in the end. Her brother would surely come searching once he realized she hadn't returned. But in this vast, downward spiraling forest, would he even find her remains? Her fleeting clarity slipped again into muddled haze, as if sinking into a swamp of confusion. Through her blurred vision, she saw a large, white, fluffy thing. Furball. Her voice was faint as a sigh. "How are you here?" With the last of her strength, she propped herself on her elbow, dragging her paralyzed lower body toward that white shadow. Finally, she pressed her feverish forehead gently against the impossibly soft fur ball, a trace of comfort rising in her heart. "Did you come here just for me?" A faint curve tugged at her pale lips. "That's nice." Her consciousness receded like the tide, slipping away. In that final instant, before sinking into darkness, a distant wolf's howl pierced through the tree walls into her ears. Hopefully, once the wolves had finished with her, they would spare the furball. The elf mumbled incoherently to herself, then laid her head right on the Pudge's body, making herself comfortable. Well, since she was about to return to the mycelium carpet anyway, Lin Jun decided not to argue. The poison was steadily draining her life. She had maybe half a day left. Lin Jun could wait. But the gash on her leg, though no longer bleeding, still leaked a faint bloody scent into the air. Soon, it attracted uninvited guests with sharp noses. After the wolf's howl, came rustling leaves and claws scraping dirt outside. Before long, a gray-brown, fur-covered wolf's head shoved into the narrow entrance, its ghostly green eyes gleaming with greedy hunger. Species: Wind Wolf. Level: LV-28. So there were wind wolves here too. Well, that made sense. Forests should have wolves. In this strange underground forest of the great divine tree, running into an old acquaintance was actually kind of comforting. But comfort was one thing. Letting it steal what he had been guarding all this time was another. The wind wolf barely managed to wedge half its body in before it was sliced clean in two. Blood and guts splattered the hollow's walls and floor. And that wasn't all. Mana Perception had already sensed there were 40 more outside. He instantly killed another that dared to stick its head in, then considered whether to send the Pudge's scout out to slaughter the lot. One by one was too slow. Yet, with another howl, the wolves all retreated. Pretty smart. Lin Jun didn't chase. Without a mycelium carpet nearby, killing them brought no profit. He turned his attention back to the elf. Good. On her status panel, her HP had fallen into the danger zone, the red line under 10%. A harvest was in sight. Might need to send another Pudge's scout over. One could carry her, but it would be slow and risky. Lin Jun was still figuring out how to transport the elf, when he suddenly noticed her HP bar had stopped moving. Status: unconscious, paralyzed. Where was the poison? Don't tell him. It had already run out. The Pudge stepped on her face. "So, are you dead or not?" Give me a clear answer. Big Mushroom, was it you who saved me? Inside the tree hollow, the elf finally awoke. Her face was pale and weak from her brush with death, but she couldn't hide her excitement. She kept running her fingers across the Pudge's scout's smooth cap, her eyes full of delight. The moment she opened her eyes, she had seen the two wind wolf corpses cleanly severed at the entrance, and beside her was this Pudge's, its bladed tendrils still stained with dark red blood. The conclusion was obvious. It had to be this new friend who had driven away the wolf pack and protected her unconscious body. Getting eaten by wolves wouldn't have been the worst end, but surviving to make a new friend was clearly better. Only a Pudge's killing wind wolves was simply unbelievable. She didn't question why the Pudge's would help her. With her friend of animals title, forest creatures treating her with kindness and aid was nothing new. Maybe Pudge's counted as half animals? She didn't fuss over such details. All she wanted was to get closer to her life-saving mushroom. The memory of that warm, soft sensation before she fainted was still vivid, and now she couldn't resist pressing closer to express her gratitude. Faced with this crazed pervert trying to rub against it, the Pudge's scout decisively lifted a foot and pressed it against her cheek. Name, Elon Whitestone. Lin Jun didn't want to recklessly parasitize someone he didn't understand, nor did he want to finish her off. So when he realized this elf wasn't going to die, he had considered simply letting the Pudge's leave to continue exploring. The only reason he didn't was simple, her friend of animals title. Not because Lin Jun himself was influenced by it, but because someone with that title should logically have many animal friends. And slipping a Pudge's friend into that circle would be perfectly natural. Maybe it could even sneak into the elf city. As for monsters entering or leaving the dungeon, that wasn't a problem in the Divine Tree dungeon. This was the only dungeon without restricted monster activity, and without the so-called monster tides. Though, well, only wasn't so accurate anymore. You could tell how unusual this place was just from the fact that sunlight reached into it. Why it was so special, however, wasn't recorded in any of the data Lin Jun had. That was normal. His information came from Inanna and Eden, but humans didn't have much deep knowledge of dungeon located on Elven territory. After all, the entire Elven domain rejected outsiders. Only a few recognized individuals were allowed to move freely through the forest without risking arrows flying from nowhere. That range also included the Divine Tree dungeon. It was said that in his youth, the Sword Saint had briefly earned such recognition, but it was later revoked for unknown reasons. In short, Lin Jun changed this Pudge's scout's mission to infiltrating the elf city. Other scouts could handle dungeon exploration. Since Lin Jun could control more Pudge's now, maintaining an extra minion control or two wasn't a problem. Reality matched his expectations well. This elf named Elon really did treat the Pudge's as one of her animal friends. The only problem, she was a bit too enthusiastic. Just once more, let me press my face against your belly again, Elon pleaded, throwing herself at the Pudge's with open arms. Her answer was Assault Launch LV-7. The Pudge's planted both feet on her incoming face, kicked off, and launched itself to the far side of the hollow. Elon staggered back, clutching her nose as she crouched down. Two round, dirt-stained footprints were stamped across her face. She rubbed her aching nose, and soon her fingertips came away red, blood from a stomped-out nosebleed. Itches, she wiped the blood, muttering under her breath. Stingy, how odd. Furball and the others always loved being cuddled like this. Grumbling aside, she didn't push it further. Standing up, she briskly dragged the two wind wolf corpses at the entrance and carried them out. Lin Jun thought she would roast them for food, but instead she dug a hole and buried them beneath a tree. When it was done, she stretched, flexed her joints, and felt her strength gradually returning. Then her eyes turned to the giant tree beside her, so wide it would take several people to encircle. She inhaled deeply, then sprinted, scrambling up the straight trunk with hands and feet, swish, swish, swish like an insect darting upward. Her speed was remarkable, her movements vigorous, but there was nothing elegant about them. Clinging to the bark with all four limbs, body pressed flat as she clawed her way up, she looked for all the world like a giant cockroach. It didn't take her long to reach a branch heavy with fruit. She plucked a few firm, red-tinged ones, tucked them in her pouch, then just as quickly scuttled back down the trunk cockroach style. Chomping into a fruit, she held another out toward the Pudgis. "Can you eat this?" The Pudgis ignored her. She shrugged, withdrew her hand, and stuffed the fruit into her own mouth, mumbling through her chewing, "That's strange. How do Pudgis usually eat again?" It was possible to run into Pudgis in some forest caves, but she had never studied them much. And this one, a little mouth-like slit on its cap, a pair of tiny wings on its back, and four bladed tendrils. It was obviously some kind of mutated variety. After finishing the fruit and regaining her strength, she prepared to head back. But first, Elan knelt before the Pudgis, her expression solemn. Her palms glowed with green light as she gently clasped one of its mycelium tendrils. This time she didn't speak in the elven tongue Lin June couldn't understand. Instead, a vague but friendly thought flowed with that green glow, reaching directly to him. "Come with me." So this was the elves' racial gift, natural affinity? It wasn't language, more like a universal gesture, the way you knew someone was greeting you when they waved. It felt very much like how Dryads communicated. Did that mean he really counted as part of nature? The Pudgis fluttered its wings, flew up, and plopped itself down on her head. Unfortunately, her head didn't come with built-in handles like the hunter's, so it squeezed its feet tight, clamping down to secure itself. At last, she had it pressed against her, though not in the heartwarming way she had imagined. Still, the Pudgis was willing to go with her, and that made Elan very happy. "So you like staying on my head, just like Fei-Fei?" She giggled, shaking her head to feel its weight. "I hope you two don't fight over territory when you meet. Speaking of which, where's Fei-Fei?" She suddenly remembered her companion, cupped her hands around her mouth, took a deep breath, and whistled a clear, ringing note. A deep bird call answered, coming from the Pudgis belly, leaving aside, for now, that noisy blue parrot chirping away after being rescued. Lin Jun temporarily pulled most of his attention back. The reason was simple. On this bright, sunny afternoon, he suddenly reached level 60. No harsh training, no epic battle against powerful foes, just basking in the sun, spreading his mycelium carpet, and he naturally leveled up. Come to think of it, he had been stuck at level 59 for quite some time already. During this period, he had upgraded the Sunstone, successfully spread his mycelium up to the surface to photosynthesize, and even received offerings from humans. On the surface, under his guidance, humans had finally discovered the proper way to cultivate high-yield mushroom fields. One factor was sunlight. Under sunshine, mushroom harvests doubled. The trade-off, of course, was more frequent watering to keep them moist. The second trick was fertilizer, using monster corpses to enrich the soil. Mycelium carpet nourished by monster corpses not only produced massive harvests, but also made it easier to grow tender, delicious red mushrooms. With humanity's cooperation, the surface mycelium had already spread far beyond the borders of Yafeng, Silent Wind town, now rapidly expanding toward surrounding cities. And those sunny fields lacked no caretakers. Thousands of refugees hadn't even all been assigned yet, and more continued to arrive. Most of the new arrivals now came from the northwest, fleeing the war. Reports said the front lines were going poorly. The human defenses kept retreating, and anyone not wanting to be killed or enslaved by the demon race had no choice but to flee. Among these desperate refugee caravans, a rumor had spread, one that sounded absurd yet irresistibly tempting. Yafeng, Silent Wind town has endless mushrooms to eat. In normal times, few would believe such a ridiculous rumor. But in wartime, refugees weren't welcomed anywhere. Young men might still have chances, joining a lord's army or falling in with gangs. But most others had no such options. So many clung to that rumor as a last desperate hope, heading toward its promise. Some lords elsewhere had even fanned the flames, since rumor or not. It helped them shed part of their burden. Dylan had returned from there to Yafeng, Silent Twinned, town in less than a month, but that was on horseback alone. Ordinary families traveling slowly often didn't make it. Many died along the way. Yet for those who reached Yafeng, Silent Twinned, they discovered the rumor was true. There really were endless mushrooms here, not only enough to eat, but even surplus to export to nearby cities. Under the sun, mushrooms grew in abundance, with short cycles and no pests. One harvest after another, unaffected by seasons. Even as autumn ended and the weather cooled, yields only grew larger as methods improved. Refugees arriving were immediately given mushroom soup. The flavor was plain, but no one starved. If chosen to work in mushroom fields, they even received extra supplies. So now, Fal's biggest headache wasn't feeding the population, but managing the explosive population growth, dividing living areas, organizing new fields, distributing labor, settling endless disputes. Yafeng, Silent Twinned. As population had already far exceeded the limits of a normal town, swelling unstoppably toward the size of a small city. Fal understood this well, but a city required more than just people to function. The population surge brought problems in law, sanitation, distribution, and more. Infrastructure and governance couldn't keep up. That was the real source of his stress. In short, Lin Jun's expansion was smooth sailing, fueled by the endless mana gathered across his sprawling mycelium carpet. His level up was natural and inevitable. If anything, with such vast holdings, only reaching level 60 now showed just how tough his leveling curve really was. And, as with every major breakthrough, a familiar plus symbol quietly appeared at the end of his skill list. At last, a talent skill extraction. Please, no more things like juicy, he prayed. Too bad there was no goddess of luck in this world, or he'd have made an offering right now. Available skills: mental guidance, control hallucinogenic effects. Resonance allows certain skills to stack and amplify. Negative energy collection, convert various forms of negative energy into mana and experience. Mental guidance looked like a support skill for hallucinogenic spores, so he could make people see whatever illusions he wanted, like filling their vision with a sky full of black crows. Basically some knockoff Sharingan. He wasn't sure if it counted as a true mental type skill. It seemed useful, but he couldn't think of practical applications yet. His first thought was just using it to scare Norris. Next, resonance. If it just meant stacking skills, he could already have multiple Pudges unleash infrasound attack together for a similar effect. So what made this one special? Like the first option, the description was too vague. Hard to judge. The third was straightforward, collecting negative energy. But what exactly counted as negative energy? Maybe curses? That was all Lin Jun could think of. And honestly, it didn't seem necessary. With sunlight above in abundance, why bother with scraps of negative energy from the Strawman Abyss? Though, maybe with this skill, he could one day consume all the curses and purify the Abyss. But that didn't matter to him. So the real choice was between the first two. But Lin Jun didn't rush. He closed the panel for now. At level 50, he'd still been a lone mushroom, picking whatever skill sounded decent. Now, things were different. Eden's fingers flipped through rough pages, stacked high with reports, mostly disputes between refugees and original townsfolk. As a major member of the guild branch now, Fal had unceremoniously dumped plenty of these onto him. It was both duty and power. But Eden hadn't used that power for personal gain, at least not yet. Buried in a land dispute report over mushroom fields, his hand suddenly paused. A few seconds later, he resumed reading, though his fingers moved with faint distraction. Because his focus had shifted to the fungal network, his boss had finally issued a new task. Investigate 3 skills, huh? The Adventurers Guild naturally had extensive skill records, though access wasn't open to all. Fortunately, Eden's current position granted him that access. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a duke's daughter who had lingered in the dungeon for days, forcing the guild to send people every other day to check on her, waved her hand cheerfully. No problem. Leave it to me. Investigating a few skills, Eden had thought it would be simple. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be somewhat tricky. The records at Yafeng, Silent Wind, town's branch were limited to begin with, and a large portion had been destroyed during the previous monster tide. With no other choice, Eden applied to FAL for access to the headquarters archives. Checking the records itself wasn't the issue. The problem was it required a communication crystal, which was costly to use. Fortunately, FAL approved immediately, without even asking why Eden wanted the information. That sense of professional distance was exactly why Eden liked working with him. That same afternoon, Jun received Eden's report. Mental guidance. A racial skill of the extinct monster Dreamflower. It once grew on Dream Island in the Western Isles, the island itself named after it. Those who landed without protection would be ensnared by its deadly pollen, lured into a paradise illusion where they died blissfully, their bodies ultimately feeding the flowers. The island was swallowed by fog 20 years ago, and the Dreamflower went extinct. Resonance. Possibly once possessed by the also extinct chorus bee, though its extinction was so long ago that no details about its effects or mechanics remain. Records are fragmentary and inconclusive. Negative energy collection. This skill is confirmed to exist. One known source is certain high-ranking scarecrows deep within the Strawman Abyss, in the Forgotten Manor region. Another source is the death moss growing in the depths of an ancient, half-abandoned dungeon within the Empire, the Tomb of the Ancestors. The report made Jun very pleased. It was worth it to have carefully chosen Eden back then. His efficiency was unmatched. That silly pink Pudgis had still been waiting on people to ask back home, while Eden had already delivered results. Considering Eden's past work, especially maintaining stable transmissions at the temporary camp, Jun decided he'd spend the cost and give him a small S-rank magic crystal as a reward later. Having capable subordinates was such a blessing. With humanity's vast knowledge network at his back, it was invaluable. As for negative energy collection, since it already had confirmed sources, Jun dismissed the idea of wasting his rare extraction chance on it. He could just find a way to reach the deep levels of Strawman Abyss someday. If that failed, he could issue a quest for adventurers to fetch it. Or worst case, buy some of that death moss from the demon race. Mental guidance turned out about as he expected. Amusing, yes, but of little combat value. After all, if he could already induce hallucinations in enemies, why bother weaving illusions on top of that? Maybe it had uses in interrogation, but Pudgis had no need for prisoners now. Old Dylan might have liked this skill, though. The only mystery remained resonance. The guild's records didn't even offer as much detail as his own panel did. By process of elimination, Jun leaned toward choosing it. Still, he held off. Pink Pudgis channel might dig up something different. 2 days passed. During that time, Jun mostly accompanied the elf in her dungeon adventure game. Her return journey wasn't exactly smooth. Not because of danger. Elan clearly knew the divine tree dungeon well. If the Pudgis scout ever detected a diamond-tier monster from afar, she had already detoured without being warned. The problem was bad timing. They ran into migrating, walking trees, a whole forest shifting location. It didn't matter if an individual tree was strong or not. Just their colossal size and sheer numbers flattened anything in their path. Even local elves had no choice but to wait until the migration was over. So, for 2 days, Elan simply watched as Fei, her foolish bird, kept pestering the Pudgis, only to get caught in new ways, swallowed, and forced to cry pitifully for help from inside its belly. She also learned something surprising. Pudgis, like plants, needed sunlight. But after sunbathing, they also had to drink water. She hadn't known that before and found it enlightening. 2 days later, Pink Pudgis' report finally arrived, and it was disappointing. Exactly the same as Eden's report, word for word. Clearly, both had drawn from the same archive. Jun even suspected the Duke's household, upon receiving the request, had simply gone to the guild for the information. Still, he couldn't fault Pink Pudgis for that. With Eden, it was strictly business. Rewards and punishments as earned. For now, Eden's record was solid. so he had rewards without penalties. But with Pink Pudgis, things were different. She had no practical utility for Pudgis beyond her emotional attachment. So she had to be coaxed instead. And she hadn't failed. She just hadn't exceeded expectations. So Linden praised Inanna a little through the mycelium network and had a night Pudgis ruffle her hair with its tendrils. That was enough to make her beam. Problem solved. Linden was about to open his panel to make his final decision when Inanna suddenly piped up. "Boss, are you looking for these things?" "More or less." "Why?" "Well, my family might actually have some dream flowers." "Huh?" Linden's eyes lit up. "I thought they were extinct. Not living ones. Preserved as alchemical ingredients," she explained. "When I was little, my mother needed potions mixed with it to sleep. After she passed, the leftovers were sealed in storage. I don't know if they're still there. Do you want them?" Inanna gazed at the night Pudgis in her arms with big eyes, as though if Linden said no, she would be disappointed. Of course Linden wouldn't let Pink Pudgis down. "Yes, of course. You're amazing, little Pink. Something extinct for 20 years. Truly worthy of being a duke's daughter, of a ducal house." The night Pudgis enthusiastically ruffled Inanna's hair again, this time with all 6 tendrils, triple the passion. "Hee hee." Inanna melted under the caress and Linden's repeated praise. Well then, what was there to hesitate about? Ordinary heroes chose one, but as the Mushroom Lord, he chose them all. Pink Pudgis' find reminded him of something. He could target skills he wanted, then see if they could be bought directly on the market. Even if it didn't let him swallow them to high levels like at the original source, just unlocking the skill codex would be incredibly useful. He'd have Eden handle that after he handed him the S-rank crystal. But for now, Linden decisively opened his panel. Acquired skill, Resonance LV1. Mana Shield, Resonance. The echoing mushroom voice in the cave made Norris shiver all over. "Be boss." Norris rubbed at his ears, abused by the noise. "Why do you have to shout it out like that?" "Because shouting your ultimate before casting is common sense." Linden replied matter-of-factly. "That's not common sense at all." Norris screamed inwardly, but out loud he only dared to ask weakly. "Then why did you call me over?" "Duh," Linden said with a "how can you not get this" tone. "If no one's here to hear me shout, what's the point of shouting?" Beside him, 3 Pudgis raised, Mana Shield LV6 at Linden's command. He figured this was the easiest skill to test resonance with. The edges of the 3 pale blue shields fused together under Resonance's effect. It really looked like a skill fusion. But when Linden tested the strength, he was disappointed. The shields weren't much stronger. That couldn't be right. A level 60 skill upgrade shouldn't just be no blind spots, right? Where was the promised stacking effect? Mana Shield Resonance. Mana Shield Resonance. Mana, ignoring Norris, now pale-faced and on the verge of vomiting under both sonic and psychic assault. Linden kept experimenting with different poses. Soon he had a breakthrough. He tangled the Pudgis mycelium tendrils together, knotted them up, and rolled them into a ball. This time, the shields they released truly merged, glowing blue with a dense, solid sheen. With equal intelligence stats, a shot from a level 9 artillery Pudgis that once made the shields ripple violently now caused only gentle waves. Their defense had clearly risen, but staring at the writhing ball of Pudgis on the ground. How the hell do I use this in real combat? Linden scratched his head. The extinct something bees had resonance too. Do they also just roll into a ball like this? If so, no wonder they went extinct. How about putting on Gita? Norris croaked from the corner. Even half-stunned, his thoughts clung to his precious Gita. That did sound workable. With Gita, at least there wouldn't be mobility issues. Still, Linden wanted to try other methods first, like stuffing a small Pudgis inside a big one, then casting shield. The result was disappointing. The resonance effect was worse than before, basically separate shields, no fusion. After much testing, Linden figured it out. Size, attributes, and skill level all affected resonance. The closer they were, the stronger the effect. Big and small combos, while technically the same skill, seemed out of sync, no resonance. He tried other skills. As expected, it didn't work on physical ones like claw attack or toxin ones like hallucinogenic spores. But artillery pujas, mana shield, and infrasound attack, the energy-based skills, worked fine. Among them, infrasound attack was easiest. No need to bundle up, just set the pujas near each other. The downside was the same old issue, indiscriminate AoE. At high intensity, it was practically another form of self-destruct. Artillery pujas was trickier. When the pujas clustered side by side, their energy clashed and blew up. Linden solved it by making them fire in series. That required custom-made pujas, though. He had to sculpt hollow ones from cap to base, then slot them together like parts of cannon barrel. Only then did it work. This long-barrel pujas cannon couldn't move on its own, obviously. Another fit for Gita. There were surprises, too. Resonance slightly boosted skills like chitinous carapace and rock consumption. Pujas standing together formed thicker armor or tougher stone plating. Not by much, but still. The carapace made Gita sturdier. The rock armor, well, sticking boulders together was tough, but it welded them immobile, which wasn't exactly useful. Maybe if a row of heavy armor pujas stood together, they could make a stone wall. Currently, Resonance only supported 3 pujas at once. Not because Linden didn't want more. At LV1, any attempt beyond 3 just made them interfere with each other. But 3 was enough for Gita. So he got to work. He dismantled Gita's heavy left arm rock shield, replacing it with a cluster of 3 pujas forming a mana shield ball. More pujas, but lighter overall. Next, he removed the 2 single-barrel cannons on Gita's shoulders and swapped them for a new triple-barrel long-barrel cannon, mounted on the right shoulder. He actually wanted it on the right arm, better for aiming, but Norris refused to part with the right arm drill pujas, rejecting even Linden's brilliant compromise of moving the drill to the crotch. So shoulder it was. The pujas he used for resonance on Gita were all elite variants. And the results? After resonance reinforcement, the shield's defense and the cannon's destructive power both reached diamond tier levels. Of course, if Norris took Gita against Piggy, the boar boss would still dismantle him easily, without brute forcing it. Still, LV1 resonance only allowed so much. What about at LV10? Could he build a 100-meter pujas cannon, piercing the void with a single shot, sniping the sword Saint himself? A 100-meter mushroom cannon, abstract as hell, but exciting nonetheless. Clearly, resonance had to be widely used, not just with his direct pujas, but those under node control too. Maybe it was time to promote Gita production among the demonkin. Meanwhile, Inanna practically flew back to the ducal estate, lightning fast. Truthfully, she was nervous. Her memory of the dream flower was from childhood. There should still be some left, but she couldn't be sure. It wasn't like she'd ever checked the vault herself. But after Boss had been so happy, ruffling her hair and praising her, if she returned empty-handed, she couldn't bear the thought of his disappointment. Driven by anxiety, she cut a 2-day trip into one, racing through the night straight to the ducal mansion. She didn't even stop to find Butler Eric. She went straight for the family treasury. And luck was with her. Guided by the guards, she quickly found the dream flower. Only, there was way more than she expected. 2 whole rows of shelves, stacked to the brim. Nothing but dream flowers. Each bloom carefully sealed in a special box, carved with intricate arrays. Even without the flowers, the boxes alone were valuable. She took 2. Boss said he only needed 1, but she grabbed an extra, just in case. Still, gazing at those rows of flowers, she couldn't help but wonder, why did her family store so many dream flowers? A deliberate footstep sounded behind her, loud enough to make sure she noticed. Then came Butler Eric's emotionless voice. "Miss, you're taking dream flowers. Is there some special purpose?" Inanna turned around and saw, as always, the perfectly neat figure of Butler Eric. Although he still wore his professional smile, Inanna sensed something unusual. The butler who had held her in his arms when she was a child seemed nervous. Could it be there was some kind of secret here? Her little head instantly filled with wild guesses. Maybe Uncle Eric was secretly selling off items from a vault and was afraid of being caught? Or was the dream flower so precious that even one bloom couldn't be touched, and he feared she might waste it? But these thoughts popped like soap bubbles as quickly as they appeared. Eric's loyalty to the St. Clair family was beyond doubt. Otherwise, Father would never have trusted him so deeply. If one had to pick among the Duke, herself, and Eric who was most likely to betray, although it was embarrassing, Inanna felt her own chances were higher than Eric's. Setting aside her imagination, she pulled out the excuse she had prepared. Aiden said he wanted to try making a new tool with this flower, but it can't be bought anywhere. I remembered our house might have some, so I came to check. Uncle Eric, am I not allowed to use this flower? She blinked her big eyes, gazing at Eric with expectation. It's just a few materials. Of course you may use them as you please, miss, Eric said, his eyes glancing at the 2 boxes in her hands, his tone sounding unconcerned. Inanna nearly cried out yay in relief. But then, Eric suddenly fixed his gaze on her eyes, his voice sinking a little. Miss, have you been having nightmares lately? Huh? Nightmares. Inanna froze, bewildered. Then, reflexively, she began thinking back. Recently, she had been sleeping better than ever in the mushroom garden. A comfy fungal mattress, surrounded by soft, fluffy pudges. Far from nightmares. Her biggest struggle each day was not wanting to get out of bed. The only rough night was before a journey, when her sleep was restless, but even then it wasn't nightmares. She shook her head. Nope, I've been sleeping great. Uncle Eric, are you worried I'd have nightmares? If I really did, wouldn't it be better to drink a prepared potion? Why would I come take raw materials? Eric stared at her for a long while, until she grew a little uneasy before finally nodding. That's good. But if you ever do have nightmares, you must tell me immediately. His voice was calm. Frequent nightmares can ruin your health. I know. Inanna nodded quickly. But Eric wasn't done. He reached up, took another box of Dreamflower from the shelf, and handed it to her. And one more thing, Mississippi. Next time your friend Aiden needs rare materials, it would be best if he came himself. The St. Clair family is large and wealthy. We can allow him to choose directly from the vault. Inanna instinctively lowered her head, pressing her lips together, not daring to reply. Though Eric's tone was gentle, she could hear it. He seemed dissatisfied with Aiden. Still, she had the flowers in hand now. It should be fine. Elsewhere, Aiden suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose carelessly. All his attention was fixed on the dazzling reward before him, a shard of an S-grade magic crystal, gifted by the boss. Though barely the size of half a fingernail, it was still an S-grade magic crystal. He had never imagined he could own one. His head buzzed with possibilities. A staff? Too small. Maybe a piece of accessory equipment? Or a one-use high-tier illusion tool? Extravagant, yes, but tempting. After all, at this rate, if he kept working hard for the boss, maybe one day he'd even manage to obtain a legendary full S-grade staff. Aiden brimmed with anticipation for the future. In the Sacred Tree dungeon, boom rumble, the thunderous sound gradually faded. Alon crouched on a thick branch, watching the last massive migration trees vanish into the distance. They were gone. The green barrier that had blocked the path out of the dungeon was finally cleared. In fact, leaving the dungeon was now easier than ever. There was no longer any need to skirt around territories claimed by high-level monsters. A brand new, brutally straight path had been carved through the forest by the migrating trees. The once tangled forest floor was ripped and shattered, leaving sheer earthen cliffs several meters tall on either side, marked with deep, brutal scars where roots had torn through. Not a trace of the monsters that had once lived there remained. Even their corpses were buried deep below. Alon let out a clear, melodious whistle, signaling her 2 companions it was time to go. A sharp cry answered as a brilliant blue shadow darted like lightning through the branches, landing precisely atop her head. Parrot Fei shook its feathers, and the first thing it did upon steadying itself was nip at her hair with its curved beak, urging her to move quickly. After all, that thing was coming. But Alon bewitched by the forces of evil, only smiled and soothed it. "All right, Fei, just wait a little longer." Flap, flap. Sure enough, seconds later, the blue-white demon fluttered clumsily down from the treetop with its mismatched little wings, the scouting pudgy. Ignoring the parrot completely, it dropped straight toward Elon's head. Fei bristled instantly, craning its neck defiantly and lifting its not-so-sharp beak like a knight defending its territory, prepared for a life-and-death struggle against the evil mushroom. Never retreat. Amid pitiful squawks, Elon sighed. With practiced ease, she reached up and rescued the bedraggled parrot from beneath the scouting pudgy's round bottom. "Ah, Fei," she coaxed, smoothing its ruffled feathers. "Why must you insist on fighting for this spot? The little pudgy's so big, it can only sit there. Look, isn't my shoulder just fine?" She gently placed the still indignant parrot on her shoulder. Fei chirped a few protesting cheep cheeps, but ultimately dared not peck at the pudgy's fungal feet so close by. After all, in their recent battles, it had lost every time. Even its own elf had betrayed it, always smiling and mediating instead of siding with it. Still, it had allies. Once this pudgy was gone, it would rally Mauchio, Pow Pow, and doubting to give that bad mushroom a good thrashing. Just imagining the pudgy, battered and bowing at its feet, made Fei warble with delight. Linden had no idea what the silly bird was plotting. The scouting pudgy just calmly clamped onto the elf's head. With someone acting as a mount, Linden barely needed to pay attention, leaving him free to relax. At last, after leaving the dungeon and a full day's travel through the forest, the scouting pudgy saw it, the legendary elven city, far in the distance. It was said that the elves only had a single city. Other places might have small settlements, but the only one that could truly be called a city was the one right next to the dungeon beneath the world tree. Linden's understanding of the elven forest and their city mostly came from the drunken boasting of adventurers in taverns. Some swore they had been inside or visited, while others insisted, "I have a friend who went in," but their descriptions were all over the place. Some said it was a crystal palace hidden in the crowns of giant trees. Others claimed it was a three-dimensional labyrinth woven entirely from living trees. Still others swore it was an underground cave city glowing with luminescent moss. 1,000 drunken adventurers meant 1,000 completely different versions of the elf city. And when one looked at their status panels, mostly bronze and silver ranks, with even a single gold being rare, it was obvious how much truth their words contained. This race, secluded in the southeastern corner of the continent and nearly cut off from the outside world, rarely had members who would willingly venture out. Even so, that number far exceeded the outsiders who dared to trespass into the elven forest and actually made it out alive. If one really wanted to, one could probably dig up authentic records. But since Pudges were going to step inside personally, there was no need for Linden to bother with such research. On the road after leaving the dungeon, Linden encountered many elves. Not passers-by, but shadows silently hidden among the branches of colossal trees or behind cracks in the rocks. Clearly organized scouts, most of them between silver and gold level. In addition, the forest was scattered with all sorts of magic circles of unknown purpose, tucked into hidden corners. Under Scout Pudgy's composite detection skills, nothing could escape. Still, no one tried to block Alon's path. Linden couldn't tell whether such vigilance was only present on the road between the dungeon and the elf city, or if the entire elven forest was like this. If it was the latter, no wonder so few intruders ever came back alive. In the latter half of the journey, Alon stepped onto a spiral wooden staircase winding around a colossal tree, climbing upwards. These trees weren't as towering as the ones within the dungeon, which stretched over 100 meters tall, but they still stood several dozen meters high. And there, Linden finally saw elven architecture. Tree houses suspended in the air, made of polished artificial materials combined with branches magically guided into shape. The tree houses were connected vertically by spiral staircases and horizontally between trees by bridges that shimmered faintly blue in the sunlight. The rest of the journey passed through this treetop sky market. The silhouettes of ordinary elves gradually became more common. They lived in these tree houses, without exception handsome men and beautiful women. With Pudges perched on Alon's head, she blended into the crowd, suddenly appearing almost plain. Of course, Linden also noticed that none of them came close to matching the looks of that one named Suryan. Clearly, that man was far above the normal standard. These treetop buildings weren't crude at all. On the contrary, they made the wooden houses of Witherwind Town look shabby. They had everything one could need: potion shops with hanging signs, bookstores radiating faint magical energy, general stores full of curious trinkets. Scout Pudgy even heard from afar the sound of lilting, delicate music and murmuring conversation coming from a place that resembled a tavern, completely unlike the rowdy and rough style of the Rotten Willow Tavern. At the end of the road, at the edge of the forest of giant trees, stood a palace on a cliff, vast, magnificent, glowing softly with magical radiance. Atop a high bridge, Elan pressed her hands on the Pudges clinging to her head, her voice carrying a faint trace of joy. "Xiao Ji, welcome to Isildurin." Oh, now this was what a palace should look like. Lin Jun had been to a few cities and seen more than a couple of castles. But in terms of sheer scale and exquisite craftsmanship, this elven palace surpassed them all by leagues. Well, perhaps not entirely fair to say. He hadn't been to Oath City, the main city of humankind, nor had he seen the realms of demons and dwarves. Maybe they, too, had wonders not inferior to this. Just as Lin Jun was wondering where exactly Alon lived, she suddenly began leading Scout Pudgy and Fei Fei down the staircases again, all the way to the bottom. Beneath the great tree was still forest, and in a sparsely inhabited corner stood a solitary hut. That was Alon's home. Before they even entered, a voice of another elf rang out nearby. "Alon, you're finally back. Do something about your bear. Last week it ate the moon glory flower I spent 2 weeks cultivating." Hearing this, Alon rubbed her hands nervously, nodded repeatedly, and mumbled something so quietly even the Pudges on her head could barely hear. Fortunately, the other elf seemed used to it. After venting, he turned and left. Lin Jun didn't understand Elvish, but he noticed that every time Alon met other elves, she clammed up completely. Not only now, he had already seen it along the way. Whenever someone tried to talk to her, her mouth was as though stitched shut. But the moment that elf walked away, Alon sprang to life again, throwing open her door. In the next instant, a white blur launched itself at her. "Race, fluffball cub. Furball, did you miss me?" Alon scooped up the fluffy creature, like an oversized dandelion puff, and buried her face in its thick white fur, rubbing hard, her voice sugary sweet. "Good child. Such a good child. Where are Bubble and Doubting?" Still holding Furball, Alon searched around the small hut, then stuck her head outside. Finally, a few hundred meters away, at the entrance of a hidden burrow, she found her other 2 animal companions. "Race, Shadow Swamp Python. Race, Earth Bear. What the hell kind of pets are these?" Never mind the giant python. The Earth Bear wasn't that the same kind Dylan had encountered? Pulling up its panel, Lin Jun quickly spotted the signature skill, Gravity Field LV4. Oh ho, a skill he didn't have yet. Alon's friends actually seemed pretty good. This Earth Bear was only a little over 2 meters tall, looked like a cub. But still, with Bee's friend, couldn't she raise some normal animals? Other elves had pets too, but they were birds, squirrels, things like that. No wonder Alon didn't live up in the trees if she kept beasts like these. And how was that LV12 fluffball cub still alive in the same house with them? Oh, Bubble, Doubting, you're getting ready for hibernation, aren't you? No wonder you hid here. Doubting, you've gotten sturdier again. The Earth Bear sat in one corner of the cave, while Alon buried herself happily in its thick, warm belly fur, giggling in delight. The parrot Fei fluttered down to the python's head, chirping non-stop, occasionally glancing over at the Pudges. The elven palace, Isildurin's heart. The entire elf city was built around it like stars encircling the moon, and the Elf King resided deep within this magnificent structure that glowed with magical radiance. Though honored with the title of king, elven succession was not hereditary. It resembled more a wise successor system. The previous elf king would appoint an heir who would then need the council of elders' approval before ascending the throne. Thus, the elves only had a king or queen, never princes or princesses. If they practiced hereditary rule, one might very well witness the bizarre sight of a 1,000-year crown prince. The elven forest did not welcome outsiders, and the palace least of all, except for diplomatic envoys. At this moment, inside a side hall of the palace, a group of humans were packing their belongings in a heavy atmosphere. Sword Saint Elvian muttered, "No," cursed loudly, his voice echoing down the corridor. Words like dishonorable and scheming scum rang out without restraint. His voice carried far down the hall, perfectly clear to several elves nearby. Under their unfriendly gazes, his disciple 15 whispered desperately, "Master, please, stop talking. At least, keep your voice down." Unfortunately, the Sword Saint paid him no mind. He's doing it on purpose. Saryen White Peak, the elf responsible for receiving the human envoy, watched Elvian's moving mouth with a helpless expression. The human envoys had not only demanded grain, but also insisted the elves honor their alliance and send top combatants to the front lines. The Elf King flatly refused. Saryen's job was to see them off with dignity. Diplomacy was supposed to be subtle, polite yet cutting. But the humans had sent Elvian, a human cannon. Once refused, the Sword Saint had entered an indiscriminate ridicule mode, his vulgar language leaving the elves dumbfounded. He had even insulted the Elf King to his face as a shameless cur, nearly turning the negotiations into a brawl. Thankfully, no fight broke out. Saryen had no desire to follow in the footsteps of the elf captain of the guard, who, after provoking Elvian, was beaten so badly he was still bedridden. In the end, the elves agreed to provide only half the grain requested. As for sending troops, impossible. The Elf King had offered elite rangers to help hunt down demon spies, but the humans outright refused. The so-called spy hunt was, in truth, a search for the hero mentioned in intelligence reports. Even if not, the humans would never hand over their rear-line secrets so easily. Failing to reach an agreement was inevitable. Elvian's stream of insults only grew louder. Beside Saryen came the sound of clenched teeth grinding. It was Galadriel Dusk's song, daughter of the Elf King, her breathtakingly beautiful face now dark as storm clouds. Her icy blue eyes locked on the noisy human man. That shameless old bastard. Saryen almost wanted to remind her that both of them were actually much older than the human before them. But when he caught the fury blazing in her eyes and remembered certain past entanglements between her and the Sword Saint, he wisely swallowed the thought. Thus, this month-long diplomatic negotiation, meant to be solemn, ended in the least dignified way possible, the Elf King's daughter and the human Sword Saint shouting insults at each other. Saryen, however, finally felt relieved. No more listening to Elvian's trash talk, no more lingering in the palace. Though the palace was magnificent and exquisite to elves, born attuned to nature, living in tree houses among the great forest was far more comfortable. At least, Saryen thought so. His own home was in a tree house at the forest's edge. In fact, most of the tree houses near the palace belonged to elves like him who held posts inside. But instead of climbing the spiral stairs home, Saryen turned and walked into the deep woods. He had to check whether that troublesome little sister of his had come back yet. The further he walked, the more remote it became, until at last, a familiar lonely hut appeared before him. Before he could knock, a muffled thud-thud-thud came from inside. Frowning, Saryen pushed open the door. Whoosh! A streak of blue shot at his face like an arrow loose from a string. Saryen's lips moved swiftly and silently. A semi-transparent, elastic magic bubble formed before him. The blue projectile struck the bubble, bounced weakly off, and fell into his hand. It was the parrot Fei, his sister's pet. Naturally, he recognized it. Sweeping his gaze across the room, even though it wasn't his own home, his temple veins bulged. In the corner, the earth bear, doubting, lay on the floor, tongue lolling, eyes rolled white. Fur ball hid trembling under the bed. Bubble the shadow swamp python lay limp and fainted, while a pale blue pudgy was casually kicking its head. Only when Sarien entered did it stop. As for the hut itself, it looked like a tornado had hit. Furniture toppled, splintered, debris everywhere. Worst of all, the wall had a gaping hole blown through it. Sarien felt his blood pressure rise higher than it had, while enduring Elvian's foul mouth. 3 deep breaths. Only then did he calm himself. That idiot, what treasure did she drag back this time? His eyes locked onto the pudgy. A glow of magic flashed in his palm. Scout Pudgy was instantly caught by an invisible magical field, struggling futilely as it was lifted into the air before Sarian's face. He studied the strange creature closely. Pudgy? Such an extreme mutation. Where in the world did that girl dig this thing up? Curiosity stirred. His glowing fingertip moved closer, intending to peer inside its structure. He wouldn't kill it, just open, examine, then heal it. You! What are you doing? A furious shriek cut through the room as a figure charged in. Elan, just returning, pounced like an enraged lioness, her kicks slamming against her brother's shield. The magic bubble reappeared, easily blocking her strike. I was just checking if this monster is dangerous, Sarien said evenly. Xiao Ji saved my life. You're not allowed to bully him. Elan shoved the pudgy behind her, shouting, Save your life. Sarian's face turned instantly grim. Elan realized she'd slipped, tried to turn and run, but too late. He seized her arm, voice brooking no refusal. Explain. Every detail. Leave nothing out. Though her elder brother, he was actually over a century older than Elan. Due to family circumstances, he had practically raised her himself. If she had been in danger, he had every right to demand answers. While Sarian's attention was locked on his sister, Scout Pudgy wasted no time bolting, scurrying back into the wrecked hut, then darting through the hole in the back wall. A powerhouse like that? Nope, not messing with him. Name, Sarien White Peak. Level, LV-71. Halfway up one of the giant trees, on a branch neither high nor low, a pudgy perched quietly. The elf who had barged into the hut earlier bore the same surname as Elan, White Peak. Most likely they were siblings, or perhaps even father and daughter. After all, panels didn't display age, and one couldn't tell an elf's age from appearances alone. Judging by his level, though, he was clearly much older than Elan. He had looked ready to dissect the pudgy, and inside its body was still symbiotically fused with a B-rank magic crystal. Not a fatal issue, but better not to let that be discovered. Linden had no intention of letting rumors spread that killing a pudgy might yield magic crystals. Scout Pudgy had taken the opportunity to leave, not only to avoid trouble, but also because he had serious work to do. He hadn't infiltrated the elf city just to play pet and act cute. His original goal had been nature magic, and now gravity field was also on the list. Of course, no rush yet. The mycelium carpet hadn't even been laid. The current goal was to first familiarize himself with the elf city. As for safety, there was little worry. Right now, Scout Pudgy's right leg was tied with a little green ribbon. Looking closely, there were words written on it in Elvish. Such ribbons weren't unique. Elan's parrot, bear, and python had them, and so did the pets of other elves. They were basically like collars, meaning Scout Pudgy was now officially recognized as a pet. Could this serve as a pass through the outer watch posts? If so, the pudgy flitted low through the forest floor. The treetop sky market above might be fascinating, but Linden couldn't understand Elvish. Better to start exploring from the ground. He was already thinking about how to lure the language. If corpse decomposition could reach LV3 or LV4, he could slowly pick it up through daily exposure. But where to find fresh elf corpses? In a dungeon under the World Tree? Linden wasn't hopeful. That place was nothing like the bustling Amethyst dungeon. It was primitive, untouched, with very few elf adventurers. The fact that Alon had met no other adventurers on her return was proof enough. Even if an elf did die there, monsters would devour the body quickly. Stumbling across another half-dead elf would take miraculous luck. So, where could one find freshly dead elves whose bodies weren't immediately eaten? After half a day's flight, Scout Pudgy arrived at a peculiar grove. At the base of every tree stood a small stone plaque inscribed with Elvish. On the edge of the grove, a funeral was in progress. Several elves stood silently around a shallow pit about a meter deep. Inside lay an elf elder, lifeless. It was Lin Jun's first time seeing such an aged elf. Their wrinkles deep as bark, silver hair sparse, the famed beauty of the race completely gone. One elf noticed the strange Pudgy flitting near. They gave it an extra glance, but said nothing. Perhaps the green ribbon did its work. There were no long eulogies, no wailing cries, not even sadness. The elves silently buried their companion beneath the earth. When the pit was filled, they planted a dark brown seed in the center. A vial of emerald glowing potion was poured gently over the seed. Then, soft, life-filled light of nature magic glowed from an elf's hands, wrapping the soil in gentle radiance. Before their eyes, the seed sprouted, budding, unfurling tender leaves. Under the protection of magic and potion, it passed its fragile stage swiftly, becoming a slender, vigorous sapling. It was the same species as the surrounding ancient trees. Through mana perception, Lin Jun saw its roots entwining with the buried elf. Surely, the body would soon become nourishment for the new tree. So that was their funeral custom. Lin Jun greatly approved of this return to nature. The only issue was that letting the trees slowly absorb corpses was inefficient. As a helpful mushroom, he was willing to give them a little assistance. At last, he had corpses. Now the real question: how to sneak these top-grade fertilizers back to the mycelium carpet. Back in the dungeon beneath the world tree, at the fissure where Scout Pudgy had first emerged, another Scout Pudgy crawled out. Number 1 had been adopted by elves. The task of exploring the dungeon now fell to number 2. This time, he wasn't alone. Several ordinary Pudges followed him out. The drained 7th layer wasn't without benefits. At least spreading the mycelium carpet downward was easier, and it had already reached this fissure. The Pudges swayed and scattered spores. Since elves rarely ventured into this dungeon, the real threat to spreading fungus here was the native monsters. But Lin Jun was experienced. Surface mycelium carpet and underground spore networks together. Exterminate the slimes. Exterminate the glowgrass. There were already plantations in the deep layers run by the demonkin for producing glowgrass. The dungeon didn't need any more light sources. This fissure was a bit too exposed, though. It needed camouflage. After half a day's work, the carpet spread further, and several fatty Pudges were produced. They plastered themselves against the fissure edges, while others brought stones for them to absorb. With rock-eating LV8 and resonance LV2, the fissure slowly turned into a massive boulder. Once the fatty Pudges were decomposed, the stone surface was reshaped, basic camouflage complete. To the naked eye, it was now just a big rock resting on the mycelium carpet. Though hollow inside, being skill-produced made it harder than natural stone. No risk of it breaking from a touch. Well, unless a migrating tree came along. Then all bets were off. While the carpet kept spreading, Scout number 2 flew off on his own. This fissure was around the 4th spiral layer, close to the surface. Lin Jun planned for the Pudgy to fly to the center, then descend along the shortest route to see what monsters the dungeon held. And just as Scout 2 set off on his adventure, a pink Pudgy reappeared in the network after 3 days away. No detection skills were needed. The smug look on her face said it all. She had brought something back. I brought back 3. In a little private hut prepared for Anana, she set 3 boxes down before the Pudges. You did wonderfully. That's a huge help. Lin Jun praised sincerely. One Pudgy extended a mycelium tendril and deftly whisked the boxes away. The others crowded in, and amid pink Pudgy's playful giggles, They delivered a perfect full-body mushroom massage, kneading and patting away the fatigue of her journey. Only after Inanna drifted off into contented, humming sleep did Lin Jun turn his full attention to the boxes. No need to return to the dungeon. He simply carried them to a patch of mycelium carpet inside the hut and tossed the flowers down. 7 Sins of Greed activated. Skill plundered. Mental guidance LV1. Through inspiration LV5. The faint light the flower gave off appeared like a star sinking into a dark abyss. It shattered soundlessly, dissolving into countless motes of light, until it was completely broken down and devoured, leaving not a trace behind. With higher inspiration, Lin Jun could see more clearly than ever, and at last he confirmed something: plants had no souls. In fact, not just plants, most monsters also lack souls. Or rather, whatever spirit they had was fundamentally different from the souls of intelligent beings like humans or minotaurs. When the mycelium carpet decomposed humans, it spat out a pure, skill-less soul orb. That orb would gradually disperse back into the world. In Lin Jun's view, greed only consumed the skills attached to it. The soul itself was not the target. But when decomposing low-intelligence monsters or plants, nothing resembling a soul was produced. His guess: either such creatures lacked souls in the sense of higher beings, or else their spirit was so tightly bound to their life form and skills that once stripped away, it simply vanished. Either way, at the soul level, intelligent life and non-intelligent beings were clearly 2 completely different categories. What that distinction meant, Lin Jun didn't yet know, but it felt like something tied to the very foundations of the world. Unfortunately, he knew far too little, and though he hadn't asked Aiden to research it yet, he doubted humans knew much more. After all, they didn't even know dungeon cores could be controlled through souls. Clearly their understanding was lacking. You might look into it, but expectations were low. The demons, on the other hand, likely knew more. At the very least, the Yellow Tome, their sacred text, contained such knowledge. He refocused on the new skill. He recalled the description could be used on already hallucinating targets. So who to test on? Pink Pudgy, already asleep. Norris just slipped back into the mushroom hut. Little Black. No way. This was a mental skill. Too risky. Lin Jun had a better test subject. At the edge of Silent Twin Town, in a hastily fenced settlement, tents sprawled in chaotic rows. The air was heavy with mixed odors. Inside one crooked tent, a bearded drunkard snored loudly. A Pudgy silently emerged from the carpet in the corner, watching from the shadows. Silent Twin was racing to expand and reorganize, but never fast enough to keep pace with the incoming refugees. Fal had forbidden random shack building. Those unstable, unplanned constructions would become nightmares to manage later. For now, the overflow refugees were crammed into temporary tent camps. Naturally, these camps had the worst security. Fal wanted to handle it, but manpower was limited. Only the worst crimes could be addressed quickly. Petty theft and brawls? Lower priority. And this drunkard was the very embodiment of such a festering problem. He wouldn't dare murder or rape. Those would cost his head. But extortion, theft, bullying the weak? That was his daily trade. Lin Jun enjoyed observing human life from afar. It reminded him of watching TV dramas in his old world. But he never interfered. Pudges weren't heroes. Lin Jun didn't even consider himself righteous. His kindness extended only to his minions, no further. Still, when he needed test subjects, scum like this were the perfect choice. Even if he broke them, he'd feel no guilt. And since Silent Wind was under his surveillance, no one would ever find a trace if this man vanished. Tonight, though, it was only an experiment. Hallucinogenic spores spread through the tent. The drunkard, deep in his stupor, inhaled them eagerly. Mental guidance LV1. The moment the skill activated, Lin Jun felt it. His soul unfurled invisible tendrils. Guided by the skill, they slid along the spore-built bridge and brushed against the drunkard. A tenuous connection, fragile as gossamer, nothing like the vacuum-like pull of a dungeon core, nor as strong as when he had invaded the yellow tome. But it was the first time Lin Jun had actively linked his soul to another. Novel indeed. Through it, he saw the man's dream. Excitement welled up. Lin Jun hadn't dreamed once since becoming a mushroom. The dream was trite. Golden goblets, greasy food, painted courtesans, an endless banquet. Strangely, Lin Jun's awareness manifested there, forming a shape. A green mushroom lying on a platter. Wait, what the hell? Yes, he was a mushroom now, but before reincarnation he had been human. Even if his race had changed, his soul should still look human. Had even his soul turned into a mushroom? At the very least, couldn't it be a Pudgy? No sooner had he thought it than the mushroom swelled like a balloon, twisting and reshaping into a plump, round, white Pudgy. Huh, convenient dreamscape. If so, could he also become human? The Pudgy stretched, two fungal legs elongated into human limbs, arms split out from its sides, hands forming, fingers unfurling. But when it came to the head, he froze. What did he used to look like? Strange. He remembered being handsome, yet no details came to mind. And so, a humanoid with arms and legs, but a mushroom cap for a head stood awkwardly in the grand hall, lost in thought. The drunkard, who had been reveling with women on his lap, stared wide-eyed in horror. Monster! He shoved the girls aside, scrambling to the wall, then remembered his status and shrieked. Guards! Guards! Kill the monster! So you gave yourself a noble's dream life. Though faceless, Lin Jun's mushroom man spoke. Wooden, puppet-like guards in blurred armor rushed in. Lin Jun dropped his thoughts of memory and decided to test the skill. Though weaker than the dream's host, his conscious will, aided by the skill, easily dominated the unconscious dreamscape. Suddenly, mushrooms sprouted from every guard's head. Their movements froze. Then in perfect unison, they turned their spears on the cowering drunkard. What are you doing? I'm your master. Kill him. Kill the monster. But there was nowhere to run. His screams and the wet sound of blades silenced him. Scarlet splattered across the once opulent hall. Lin Jun was about to push further, maybe try to recall his handsome face. But as the dreamer died, the entire banquet shattered. His awareness was yanked out. He tried to reconnect, but only emptiness awaited. All right, so you can't just kill dreamers inside their own dreams. Mushroom. Mushroom monster. The next day, the drunkard wandered half delirious, muttering endlessly. He only recovered after 3 full days. On the surface world, the mycelium carpet stretched all the way to the horizon. Towering mushroom trees reached the clouds, endless and vast. Countless Pudges bustled among them, an energetic, thriving mushroom kingdom. Norris, listen to me. Drills are all flash and no substance. Wouldn't it be better to install another set of artillery Pudges instead? Boss Pudgy chattered ceaselessly at Norris's feet. Norris only stayed silent, carefully inspecting Jida's condition, saying nothing. Suddenly, the sky darkened, swallowed by rolling black clouds. Then the downpour, thick, sticky, and green. No, not rain. Slimes. Slimes crashed down like hail, devouring the carpet, dissolving Pudges, even corroding the mighty mushroom trees until they groaned and toppled with sickening cracks. The mushroom garden was collapsing into disaster in the blink of an eye. Norris's eyes hardened. He leapt like lightning into Jida. Artillery Pudges fired precisely, blasting approaching slimes into globs of sticky paste. Roar! The Slime King, its mountain-like bulk blotting out the sky, turned its gaze on the lone resistor. With crushing force, it crashed down upon Jida. It's over. All over. The mushroom garden is doomed. We're dead. Boss Pudgy trembled under broken mushroom debris, his cap shivering in despair. As long as I still stand. Norris's roar shook the heavens. Jida did not retreat. Its right arm, the very drill Boss Pudgy mocked, erupted with a piercing screech, spinning into a whirlwind of death as Norris swung. The drill tore into the Slime King's massive body, ripping, grinding, piercing, until the monster exploded in a spray of slime. Sticky fluid rained down like a storm. Phew, it's over. Exhausted, Norris climbed out of Jeddah, wiping slime from his face as he looked toward the clearing skies. Norris, my hero. Boss Pudgy threw himself at Norris's leg, clinging tightly, shouting in repentance. I was wrong. Drills are the strongest. It's all thanks to you. You're the savior of the mushroom garden. From the rubble, Gray and Louisa emerged, cheering as they hugged his waist. Norris, you're truly the strongest. From now on, we'll all rely on you. Norris smiled gently, comforting them, unaware that not far away, on a surviving patch of carpet, a small, unremarkable green mushroom had quietly sprouted. Suddenly, Louisa, half kneeling, still hugging his waist, looked up, eyes shining. Norris, hero, could you do us one more little favor? Of course, Norris answered without thinking. Then I won't be polite. Louisa's words hadn't even faded before her lips parted, revealing fangs. She sank them into Norris's neck. I want some too. Gray squealed in delight, eyes glittering, her claws tugging at the silver scales on his body. Wait, no, this isn't okay. Stop. Norris flailed, breaking free, scrambling into Jeddah and bolting in a panic. Don't run, hero. Louisa and Gray shrieked in excitement, chasing after him through the ruined garden, their voices echoing as three figures vanished into the distance. Silence returned. The little green mushroom melted seamlessly back into the carpet, disappearing without a trace. New mushroom garden rule. Defaming Boss Pudgy's image is forbidden, even in dreams. Linden pulled his focus away from the mushroom hut, where Norris lay with eyes shut, brow tightly furrowed. After multiple trials, Linden had gained his first grasp of mental guidance. First, the connection. Hallucinogenic spores were not strictly required. They were just one way to build a bridge. Like just now, when he invaded Norris's dream, he had used the fungal network instead. However, not every entry led to dreams. If the target wasn't dreaming, he fell only into darkness. Spores guaranteed a stage. Second, dream control. At LV1, he couldn't conjure things from nothing. What he could do was alter the rules of dream NPCs, like making Gray and Louisa torment Norris, or flipping the drunkard's guards to betray him. The difficulty seemed tied to the target's mental strength. Take Louisa, for instance. In her dream, she commanded tens of thousands of Pudges, dragging the world into fire. When Linden tried to seize some, he could only sway a handful at first. Worse, Louisa immediately questioned the rebellion, analyzing the cause, then calmly directing the rest to suppress it. Her mental stability slowed his invasion immensely. But as mental guidance deepened, by the time she awoke, Linden had swayed nearly a third of her forces, dragging her conquest into a civil war. Gray's dream was another story. Even asleep, she guarded her treasures. Only here, they were multiplied many times, glittering with the finest jewels. Linden assumed her simple-mindedness would make her easy prey. And indeed, he quickly seized control of the dream's demonkin, directing them to steal her gems. Yet the result shocked him. Gray erupted in a frenzy, slaughtering every last invader he controlled. Her resistance to mental intrusion was fiercer than Louise's. When Linden withdrew, she was already back among her gems, happily counting, safer now that all intruders were gone. Clearly, different defenses, yet effective in their own ways. And intelligence wasn't the deciding factor in resisting mental control. The next morning, Norris awoke tired, but in far better shape than the drunkard had been. Louisa remained disciplined as ever, showing no obvious effect. Gray, however, was clearly changed, snarling at any demonkin who approached her hut, her warning range extending from 10 to 20 meters. Linden figured she'd just carried her dream into reality. Not worth much data. In the end, this rare, soul-based skill was, for now, little more than a toy to entertain himself. Sure, killing someone repeatedly in dreams might break their mind, but why bother when a blade was faster? Maybe higher levels would bring more surprises. If only his default dream form wasn't always a damn mushroom. Sacred Tree Dungeon. Flutter, flutter. Scout Pudgy hovered at the edge of the massive spiral structure's inner ring. Not far away, a two-headed flying serpent perched on a branch. Four cold vertical pupils locked on the Pudgy, twin crimson tongues flicking in and out. Though coiled as if ready to strike, it didn't attack, only watched warily. Most monsters in the Sacred Tree Dungeon treated the strange scout Pudgy cautiously, unwilling to provoke it. Only a few brainless ones rushed in to devour it, only to die pointlessly. Against the cautious ones, Linden didn't bother attacking. He only pulled up their panels, scanning their stats. That was enough. Above, sunlight filtered down through the spiral skylight, slowly replenishing the Pudgy's mana. Below yawned the vast central hollow, bottomless. One fall, and you drop straight to the lower layers. But the Pudgy didn't step forward. This was already Scout Pudgy number 3. Number 2 had merely taken a single probing step into the hollow, and instantly lost all buoyancy. Like a stone, it plummeted straight down, smashing to death at the bottom. Clearly, no dungeon would ever allow such an obvious shortcut. The central shaft was warded with some kind of anti-flight effect. The Pudgy retreated to a safe distance, then took to the air again. Skimming past the wary serpent, it hugged the spiral wall and descended deeper. The Sacred Tree Dungeon was vast. Even flying, a full day's journey only carried the Pudgy 2 more circuits down to the 6th layer. And that was with optical invisibility, helping it evade nearly every monster along the way. For an adventurer team, the same trip would have been many times more dangerous and time-consuming. By that logic, even a top-tier team would need half a month to reach the lowest depths. So, anyone really made it to the very bottom? In Linden's experience, the deepest point should be where the dungeon core lay. If he reached it, could he seize control of a second dungeon? But did he really need one? He'd taken the Amethyst dungeon because it was home, his base of operations. Without control, safety was impossible. Now that his rear was secure, gaining another dungeon sounded impressive, but in truth, it would only spread his Pudges thinner. Maybe it would even become a burden. Enough. The carpet had barely begun here. Plans like that were premature. Bzzz. Wings droned closer. A giant needlebee had picked up the Pudgy's wing beats through airflow since LV5. An inefficient, useless skill, not worth learning. Linden swatted it from the sky with a lazy whip. As the bee's corpse dropped, he noted the area for later. Find the hive, and maybe the queen would have a skill worth stealing. But since the Pudgy had been detected once, no sense flying closer yet. The hive wasn't going anywhere. A short detour later, sonic detection pinged something unusual. Scout Pudgy cloaked itself, alighting on a branch high above. Below elves, Linden blinked. He hadn't expected to meet elves inside this dungeon again. And 7 of them, no less, deep down on the 6th floor. A glance at their panels, 2 diamond ranks, 5 gold. What were they doing? On the ground, they'd drawn a temporary magic circle, and bound at its center was a treant. Linden knew that type well, but this one bore no mushrooms, clearly a native to the Sacred Tree Dungeon. He'd long suspected treants were tied to this place. Perhaps some academic exchange between dungeons had left a seed behind. The treant strained against its bindings, but the elves forced a fist-sized stone into its chest, dark red, glowing with baleful light. The crimson veins spread like living fire through its wooden body. Its muffled roars twisted into screams of agony. When the red light covered it completely, a new status appeared. Berserk. Then, without a word, the elves left it there, bound but seething. What in the world were they doing? Linden couldn't make sense of it. He had Scout Pudgy flap silently after them. 2 minutes later, crack! A flash of blue-white lightning ripped through the air ahead. Afterburn jet. The force nearly knocked the Pudgy from the sky. It swerved at the last second, ducking behind a colossal tree. The lightning strike chased, but couldn't curve. It slammed into the trunk, blasting wood chips into the air, flames and smoke rising as the giant tree groaned and fell. Exposed. And before the Pudgy could steady itself, an arrow pierced straight through its body. From the side, but no one was there. Sonic detection. Yes, one of the elves stood in clear archer stance. The arrow had curved mid-flight. Linden scrambled to check their skill panel, but too late. Two more arrows followed, swift and sure, striking home. The connection snapped. Game over. Minion control, once broken, couldn't be restored. Even if mycelium reconstitution revived the body, Linden would never regain control. And the elves probably wouldn't leave a corpse intact anyway. TCH, all that sneaking. Yet he learned nothing to satisfy Pudgy curiosity. Shadows, berserk, scheming elves, none of it looked clean. Fourth layer Fisher. Scout Pudgy number 4 hopped out, slipping into the fungal tunnels to descend again. No chance of catching up with those elves. Even if he did, they'd just kill him. Better to circle back. See what that berserk Tran had become. Sixth layer, by the fallen burning tree. 7 elves stood around the unmoving corpse of a Scout Pudgy. One drew a curved blade, slicing it open, revealing the B-rank magic crystal inside. The bow-wielding leader's face went hard. A modified familiar. We've been exposed. The Scout Pudgys number 4 that flew back to the 6th layer ultimately found nothing. As for that group of elves, needless to say, they had long since fled, and he didn't run into them on the way down either. And the tree demon in a frenzied state had also disappeared without a trace. In fact, Linden couldn't even find a single tree demon within the 6th layer. Were they active deeper inside? Linden couldn't figure it out. Was it that group of elves who deliberately dragged a tree demon into the 6th layer, or did a wandering tree demon just happen to bump into them? Scout number 4 tried to keep exploring downward, but on the 7th layer, it was eaten by a giant demon frog. Optical invisibility LV7 wasn't without flaws. It still left faint distortions in the light. Most people and monsters couldn't tell, but some creatures clearly could. And that big frog was obviously one of them. What was worse, Linden hadn't expected its tongue to launch 30 meters in an instant. Caught off guard, the Pudgy was snatched. With number 4 gone, Linden temporarily gave up on probing deeper. For now, opening the map down to the 6th layer was enough. His mycelium carpet was going to spread toward the surface anyway. The elven graveyard was still waiting for him. Expansion of the mycelium carpet in the Divine Tree dungeon region was progressing smoothly. The key was that this area lacked monsters that could massively destroy it. Slimes and mud monsters did exist, but the former were rare and scattered, while the latter had fixed activity zones, easy enough to avoid. Some other monsters did nibble on mushrooms, but for the most part they ignored the carpet itself. Only when digging underground tunnels did Linden encounter a nest of monster rats, which liked to bite at the digging Pudgys' rears. Following the tunnels, Linden spread poison all the way, and after some effort, wiped them out completely. Meanwhile, inside a certain tree hollow, Scout Pudgy number 1 had just performed surgery on itself, removing the symbiotic mana crystal from the middle of its body. Originally, Linden had implanted mana crystals into the Scout Pudgys to strengthen their combat abilities. But now that number 1 had infiltrated the elf city, it didn't need combat power as much. On the contrary, having a crystal inside might expose it. So better take it out. But this was no simple matter. Cutting open the body to peel off the fused crystal. One slip, and it could be suicide. It was only because Linden could monitor the health bar on the panel in real time, controlling the depth and scope of the operation with precision, that this high-risk procedure barely succeeded. Now, the B-rank mana crystal, still laced with mycelium, lay in the hollow. The Scout Pudgy itself lay limp nearby, its body split by a terrifying wound, waiting for the mycelium reconstruction skill to slowly heal it. With its body torn open, it couldn't walk. Only its mycelium tendrils could move. At a time like this, if even a random monster came by, it might be the end for it. Fortunately, Linden had thought ahead. Before the operation, he had carefully chosen this elf-rare area and cleared out all nearby wild monsters that might pose a threat. Within the elf city's boundaries, aside from tame beasts, There were hardly any wild monsters above gold rank. Clearing them was easy work for a scout Pudgy. For now, best to just lie low for a day. Little G. Aelowyn's clear voice rang through the forest, startling a few birds into flight. Actually, you don't have to call so loudly. Salian beside her reminded helplessly. His long hands were lifted before him, palms up. Floating above them was a translucent, slowly turning sphere of light. At its center, a miniature projection of him and his sister was displayed, with a 60-meter radius fanning outward. Whether behind ancient trees or beneath soil roots and insects, everything visible was shown in fine detail within this magical projection. 8th tier magic, spatial exploration. 3rd tier magic, illusion. Salian had ingeniously combined the two, forming this probing sphere that moved along with them. It wasn't a simple overlay. It required profound understanding of both spells, and even more, long study of the subtle resonance and conflict between their magical nodes when intertwined. This one-of-a-kind spherical projection was his personal research achievement. If he continued down this path, he might even create a new evolved variant of spatial exploration magic. And now, this promising mage was using his half-finished prototype to help his sister search for that lost, mutated Pudgy. Weary, Salian dispelled the projection, pulled a vial of sapphire blue mana potion from his robe, and drank it down. 2 straight days of sustaining this unoptimized combined spell had exhausted even him. Maybe it already ran far away. He tried to phrase gently, hinting that perhaps his sister should give up. Fresh from a draining negotiation, without rest before being dragged into this search, Salian felt utterly worn out. No way. Aelowyn spun around, her face filled with worry. Little G is just a Pudgy. Even here in Ishildarin, it's too dangerous for it. What if a fierce forest owl or a burrow lizard snatches it? It saved me, and I brought it out of the dungeon. If something happens to it now, that would be my fault. Salian's mind instantly replayed that Pudgy flattening her other monsters with ease. His lips twitched. For it, Ishildarin might not be as dangerous as you think. You scared it away. The shorter Aelowyn locked her clear green eyes on him. Finally, Salian sighed in resignation. Fine, fine. Let's keep searching. He focused again, mana gathering. The translucent probe sphere rose in his hands once more, and the siblings' figures vanished beneath the forest canopy. They searched another 2 days, still nothing. By the 4th day, Salian was too drained to leave his house. So Aelowyn went to continue the search alone, combing through the treetop market districts they hadn't yet checked. By this time, Scout number 1 had fully recovered. The mana crystal it had dug out was casually buried by Linden. A B-rank mana crystal was hardly worth keeping. Linden had plenty. The reason the scout Pudgy hadn't returned to Aelowyn's little house was that Linden's attention had been caught by an elven magic potion shop. Silent Twin Town also had potion shops, but their shopkeepers at best could brew basic mana potions and basic healing potions. Most others had to be imported. But this elven shop was clearly on a different level. Every potion inside was concocted by the shop itself. In a quiet branch corner of the elves' treetop market hung a delicate little potion shop, looking like a natural fruit of woven vines sprouting from the giant tree. A sign shaped like a potion bottle, braided from supple twigs, swung gently in the dappled afternoon light filtering through the canopy. Flapping its small wings, the scout Pudgy landed on a side branch where several bunches of dried herbs were hung. "Grandpa, look, that flying mushroom is back again." A crisp young voice called out from inside the shop. At the window, a small elf girl, appearing 11 or 12 in human terms, her hair in 2 long braids, was tiptoeing, eyes wide and sparkling as she curiously studied the Pudgy. Elves had long growth cycles. Not to the extreme of centuries before adulthood, but still, it usually took over 30 years to develop an adult's body. So this little girl, in front of him, was probably already in her 20s. Of course, by elf standards, 20-something was still considered child. "Oh, where's it, Riel?" From behind the counter, an old elf with a beard nearly reaching his waist slowly lifted his head. For an elf to appear aged meant his life was nearly spent. This one, already this frail, likely had only a year or two left. Following his granddaughter's pointing finger, the old elf smiled faintly. Yesterday, when this Pudgy first slipped inside, they had noticed the green cloth tied around its foot, but neither of them knew Eowyn, nor that she was searching for it. They merely thought it was someone's free-range pet, a special little guest. If it wants to come in, let it. The old elf's voice was raspy and slow, yet soothing. Riel, be careful not to scare it. But the caution was unnecessary. Even before Riel could move away from the window, the Pudgy was already squishing past her face, squeezing itself inside the herb-scented shop. Linden couldn't understand their words, and simply explored wherever he wished. After several days of exploring, he had to admit he had developed a certain fondness for this elf city. The environment wasn't the main thing. After all, to Pudgis, foul swamps were the real paradise. What he liked most was that elves were, for the most part, friendly to Pudgis. Even those who didn't show particular affection usually chose to ignore them rather than try to capture or harm them. Back in Silent Twin Town half a year ago, it would have been a miracle if human adventurers resisted the urge to clear out a wandering Pudgy that crossed their path. Of course, things are different now. In Silent Twin Town, almost no one dared to harm a Pudgy. A strange rumor had spread. Anyone who killed a Pudgy would be haunted by its vengeful spirit in their dreams. Absurd as it sounded, priests had detected no trace of evil spirits. The tale spread all the same. Occasionally someone had a nightmare, and recalling they had recently harmed a Pudgy or trampled mycelium carpet, they became convinced the rumor was true. In reality, only a tiny fraction of cases had anything to do with Linden. Most were simple self-suggestion. But mixed with a little truth, the rumor grew all the more terrifying. Back to the elves. Thanks to the green cloth, Scout Pudgy moved almost unhindered. Even now, barging into the shop without an explicit invitation, no one thought to mind it. It hopped up onto the smooth wooden counter, plopping down right in front of the old elf grinding herbs. Riel hurriedly tidied away scattered herbs and tools so their guest wouldn't knock them over. She even reached a small hand under the Pudgy's round, squishy body to rescue a poor flower it had flattened. So soft. She looked at the Pudgy again, unable to resist poking at its bouncy white body with one finger. A mycelium tendril extended, gently pressing back against her fingertip. The old elf continued his work with practiced focus, his motions carrying the calm of many years. Grinding, mixing, brewing, a deep violet potion soon bubbled in the small cauldron. He carefully poured the finished liquid into 3 little glass vials. Linden couldn't tell exactly what potions they were, but he recognized the 4 materials used. 3 of them grew in his own dungeon. The last, a yellow flower, he had also seen in the Divine Tree dungeon. Linden's interest in potions was natural. He had piles of materials back home, but no means to turn them into truly valuable potions. He remembered when the Demonoids formally joined him, wanting to strengthen ties with Demonheart. He had given Sho and Cheong bottles of limb regeneration potion. Aiden had procured those through guild channels at a discount, but even then, it cost Linden 500 gold. Even with the wealth poured in from adventurers' sponsorships, he couldn't afford to keep spending like that. How great it would be to make his own, not to sell, but to meet internal needs, and to give purpose to the mountain of materials piling up in his dungeon. Otherwise, it was like starving while sitting on a mountain of gold. Whether by learning himself or recruiting someone new, potions were a path he needed. Linden decided to do both, study and scout for talent. The scout Pudgy would flit from shop to shop, observing. Whenever he saw a recipe with all the ingredients available in his dungeon, he'd replicate it, no matter the effect. Failures were common, but the dungeon was rich enough to afford the losses. When successes came, Minotaurs volunteered as test subjects, and Linden carefully recorded the effects. The old elf finished his 3 potions, then leaned back into a vine-woven chair, eyes closing in rest. His stamina simply couldn't match the young anymore. By contrast, The owner of another potion shop several hundred meters away could tend 3 cauldrons at once, brewing all day without pause. Unfortunately, that one was among the few elves who shooed Pudgis away. Otherwise, Scout Pudgy would have stationed itself there to learn. No wonder this old elf shop had such poor business. Linden hadn't seen a single customer in all this time. But perhaps the old elf didn't even care about sales. The elves' territory wasn't large, but the elven forest was still far bigger than most human cities. And despite that, its population was fewer than 100,000. Resources were plentiful, and survival was hardly a concern. Those who competed only did so in pursuit of greater ambitions. Having watched enough potion making, the Scout Pudgy turned and flew off. Riel, denied her chance to squeeze its soft body, pouted. She resolved that if it came again tomorrow, she would block the window, so it could only get in by brushing past her. The Scout Pudgy was about to head to the next shop when, from afar, came a familiar call. "Little G. Treetop Market District. Little G." Eowyn's cry rose again, each time starting with desperate courage, only to end in a faint, faltering note. Shame burned across her cheeks and ears, each breath scalding hot. This was the 3rd day. She forced herself to project her voice clearly, staring straight ahead, deliberately ignoring the gazes around her. She regretted it now. If only she had searched this area with her brother earlier. But thinking of little G possibly in danger, alone in the forest, she drew a deep breath, crushed down her fear, and called out again. Not far away, 2 beautiful elf girls, who had been watching her, frowned. One, a blonde with a jeweled parrot perched on her shoulder, turned away with open disdain. "Hey, enough already, Eowyn." Her clear voice was sharp with annoyance. "This isn't your private hunting ground. Don't you know how loud you're being?" She was Verania, someone Eowyn knew. Her companion added, "Yeah, what are you so pitifully searching for this time? Another one of your weird little treasures?" She deliberately emphasized the word treasures. The bear, the python, that fuzzy ball cub, at least the parrot was normal. Lena counted them off on her fingers, her mocking smile widening with each name. Like master, like pets, every one of them strange. Eowyn lowered her head, not meeting their eyes. Her hands clenched for a long moment before she decided to leave. But Verania suddenly said, "Why leave? Tell us. What incredible thing is it this time? Who knows, maybe we've seen it." Eowyn hesitated, then forced out a few awkward syllables. "Pooh. Pudgy with wings." "Pudgy." Verania exaggerated the word, exchanged a glance with her friend, and both burst into shrill, mocking laughter. "Pahaha. Those lowly, stinking mushrooms that only grow in muck in dark caves. Eowyn, you'll really pick up anything, won't you?" Their laughter shook the branches. But at its peak, the jeweled parrot perched on Verania's shoulder suddenly vanished into thin air. Only one bright tail feather fluttered down her feet. Her laughter cut off at once, shock and confusion flooding her face. "Leolie feather? Where's my Leolie feather?" Her friend's laughter choked too. "Wow, what happened?" Both frantically looked around, but no trace of the parrot remained. Then, pop, pop, 2 faint snaps, almost lost in the marketplace noise, sounded. The 2 elves suddenly felt their belts loosen. "Ah! What the?" Before the stunned crowd, the 2 young ladies clutched at slipping trousers, squatting in panic, their faces red with shame and rage. Not far away, Eowyn blinked in confusion at the chaos. Then, a familiar, heavy weight settled on her head. Little G. Warmth and reassurance surged through her, washing away all the humiliation and strain. Invisible, the Scout Pudgy tapped her head with its feet, urging her to leave. In truth, more than one elf present could see through optical invisibility. Linden noted at least 2 nearby whose panels showed the ability. But none spoke up, and that was why the Pudgy had limited itself to snapping belts. Just a small retaliation, not actual bloodshed. Even without knowing their words, the scene alone made clear. These 2 had bullied his elf rider. Too many people here. Only once they returned to the quiet forest below did Aelowyn lift the pudgy from her head. It released its invisibility, revealing its round body. "Little G, I finally found you." Aelowyn hugged the soft mushroom cap with delight, then, as if by habit, slipped her hand beneath it to its belly pouch. She pulled out the unconscious jeweled parrot. "So, it was you helping me just now? You're the best." The pudgy extended a mycelium tendril, as if to stuff its trophy back inside. But Aelowyn gently stopped it. "Be good, little G. Let this one go okay." The tendril hesitated, then reluctantly withdrew. When the parrot awoke, it trembled in Aelowyn's palm, cast one terrified glance at the pudgy, and then beat its wings in panic, fleeing into the forest. Its radiant plumage still intrigued Linden. Maybe he could cultivate rainbow-colored mushrooms? But there was time. Once the mycelium carpet spread here, he could visit again, even with Aelowyn watching. When they pushed open her door, Feifei the parrot swooped down excitedly, only to spot the white figure on Aelowyn's head. It braked hard midair, whirled around, and bolted straight into the back garden. The scout pudgy hopped lightly down and followed. In the garden, Feifei was trembling, buried in the thick fur of Big Bear. Doubting and Bubble instantly crouched low to the ground when they saw the pudgy, while only Silly Hairball continued basking lazily in the sun. The pudgy patted each one's head with its tendrils, even the unwilling Feifei. Watching Little G get along so peacefully with her companions, Aelowyn felt her heart melt. All her exhaustion and humiliation of the past few days vanished like smoke. From then on, the scout pudgy spent its days drifting among potion shops and returned to Aelowyn's cabin each night. It even scouted out the homes of Arania and her parrot. Carefree, just waiting for the mycelium carpet to spread here. Meanwhile, far away on the northern ice fields, an uninvited guest appeared. Broad-shouldered, heavily muscled, his body covered in dark magic runes. This demonoid, named Garen, level 60, was detected by the mycelium carpet long before he reached the tribe. Huff! The white vapor Garen exhaled froze into frost the moment it touched the frigid northern wind. His mood was even darker than this barren, frozen wasteland. He had just mocked Gray for taking on a thankless assignment, only to be handed orders himself, exiling him to this cursed place. He even suspected Gray had whispered something in the clan leader's ear, setting him up on purpose. The Empire never bothered to claim this far north for a reason. As far as the eye could see, only endless snow and ice. Roads were impossible here. Horses couldn't survive. The only way forward was stumbling step by step on foot. Resources were scarce to the extreme, not worth the Empire's effort. His mount had been left behind in the Empire's last border town. From then on, the long journey was all on foot. Apart from the brutal terrain, he hadn't met much trouble. Only once, just past the border by a frozen river, he was ambushed by two invisible monsters. He killed them easily, and after that, no further problems. He passed through scattered settlements along the way, but no one dared provoke an imperial emissary. When he demanded supplies, they volunteered them without hesitation. Now at last, he neared the demonoid tribe. Recruitment? Just thinking of the mission made him sneer. A bunch of trash hiding in this forsaken corner of nowhere, probably never even seen real combat. What's worth recruiting here? Crunch! A faint sound beneath his boot. Frowning, Garen looked down. His soul had stepped on something odd. He scraped at it with a fingertip. A pale, snow-colored thread clung there. Mycelium. Glancing around, he noticed thin white filaments everywhere, in cracks of ice-covered rock, tucked into sheltered corners, stubborn enough to push up tiny gray mushrooms even in this bitter cold. Surprised that fungi could live here, he dismissed it from mind. When he reached the demonoid camp, he frowned again. Gray's report had spoken of 200 to 300. But here, most huts were abandoned, few figures moving. 50 living souls would be a stretch. I come as emissary of the demonoids of the Empire. His voice was cold, carrying across the snow. Honored emissary. The chieftain awaits in the great tent. A guard said respectfully. Chieftain, Garen snorted, striding straight to the largest tent. Inside, he found Shou and Xingho. He immediately noticed Shou's hand was not maimed as the report had said. But that wasn't a concern. Limb restoration was difficult, yes, but not impossible, especially for demonoids. Diamond rank? Even if there were 2 or 3 more, they posed no threat to him. What made his eyes narrow was the mycelium entwined in their dark runes. And when he recalled, the gate guard's markings had shown the same. He had dismissed it as unusual patterns, but now, contaminated demon cores? If so, he'd have a problem explaining this mission. And another thing, at the center of the tent stood a bizarre creature, shaped like a walking mushroom, holding a stone cup aloft. May I ask the emissary's purpose? Shou's steady voice drew his focus back. Looking down on them, Garen spoke with imperial arrogance. The chieftain is merciful. Out of kinship, he grants you abandoned ones a chance to enter the Empire's domain under its protection. Pack up. You leave with me at once. Shou's answer was solid as stone. We apologize, emissary. We have long since taken root here. We have no intention to migrate. Garen's face split into a cruel grin. Recruit them? Escort them? Waste of time. Slaughter them all. Seize their cores. That would be quicker and easier. If they had truly yielded, it would have been boring. Just as the runes on his body flared, ready to strike. The Pudgy in the center suddenly flung down its stone cup. The crude vessel crashed onto the furs with a muffled crack. In that instant, Shou and Xingho shot backward like arrows, bolting out of the tent, not toward Garen, but away from him. Their speed left no doubt. They had planned this. At the same time, distortions rippled, and more than 10 Pudges appeared inside the tent. Boom! A chain of explosions tore through the air, shockwaves shredding furs and canvas alike. Garen's pupils shrank to pinpoints, his grin twisting into rage and shock. The threat wasn't these exploding mushroom creatures, nor the 2 fleeing demonoids. It came from farther away. Trusting his instinct, Garen lunged forward, bursting through the explosions. And his instincts proved right. An instant after he left his spot, a blast of condensed magical energy obliterated the tent, carving a smoldering crater in the snow. He steadied himself, gaze grim. That strike, even with his defenses, taking several would be disastrous. He quickly found the source. On a distant slope, strange construct stood, 4 meters tall, alien in form, hauling a massive, many-handled cannon. From its muzzle, destructive mana gathered once more. Again, the frozen earth cracked beneath his feet as he launched sideways like a cannonball, dodging tens of meters in a blink. Boom! The second beam seared past his afterimage, gouging a deep trench in the snow behind him. Relief washed over him. Whatever that weapon was, it was clearly unwieldy. Too slow to turn, too slow to aim. Only the first surprise shot had been dangerous. Now, he would never be caught again. A pack of ignorant peasants. His fury flared anew. To dare strike at me first? Who gave you the courage? Maybe I did. The voice oozed at his feet, sickly, distorted, layered with 1,000 echoes. So close, and he hadn't sensed a thing. A shiver lanced down his spine. Instinct drove his body. He whirled, stamping down with a kick that howled through the air. Smash! Mycelium burst apart, ice shards scattering. Only a pit remained. What? Alarmed, Garen scanned the area. Nothing. Then that nauseating voice whispered again, this time behind him. Oh, 10th level physical defense. Excellent. Garen, shall we be friends? It knows my name? Thoughts flashed lightning fast, and he understood. Gray, you set me up. He was livid. Gray must have allied with outsiders, conspiring to kill him. If Gray knew his strength, then every trap laid here would be deadly serious. As he leapt back, he finally saw it. A warped, twisted form slithering in the snow, like a ragged scrap of cloth mangled and discarded, writhing as it whispered. Don't stay so far away, friend. Shards of rock burst out with a sonic boom, shooting like bullets. The already ragged voice Pudgis was instantly smashed to tatters. However, your struggle is meaningless. For me, death is nothing more than a blink before restart. But for you, your fate was sealed the moment you stepped upon this icy plain with malice. The voice Pudges had no skills loaded, no combat ability at all. For Lin Jun, as long as there was mycelium, he could pinch one out in a few seconds. Impossible to kill them all. Another mana cannon blast came from afar, this time with a longer interval. Garen dodged again. Death? Nothing but puppet tricks, empty, ghostly posturing. After brief unease, Garen quickly regained the calm of a true powerhouse. He wasn't like certain vampires who seemed high-level only because they had endured long years of grinding. He had risen from battle after battle, every level forged in blood. Betrayed, caught in a trap, so what? Using puppets to make noise in hopes of shaking his mentality was just a pathetic trick. The situation didn't seem so bad. For some reason, the enemy hadn't prepared the strength needed to truly pin him down. Those invisible mushrooms were annoying, constantly appearing at his feet to self-destruct. But against his powerful defenses, they still couldn't inflict any real damage. In fact, from the looks of the battlefield, it wasn't impossible for him to smash that magic cannon first, then counterkill everyone else here. Garen did a backflip, leaping high to dodge another, slower cannon blast. Landing, he turned and bolted. He was retreating. He had a hot temper, but he wasn't stupid. A fool couldn't fight their way to level 60 and survive. Since this was Gray's handiwork, there had to be more traps waiting, just waiting for him to charge in. He wasn't about to take that risk. All he needed was to return and expose Gray's treacherous scheme before the clan chief. That would be enough. Where are you going? You're built like a bear, but when you meet an opponent, you only know how to run. That disgusting voice appeared again, but this time, Garen smirked. Seeing him retreat made them anxious. The more desperately they tried to taunt him into fighting, the more it proved his retreat was the right choice. A flash of icy blue light. Xingho raised her staff and cast an ice wall across his escape path. But Garen didn't slow. He barreled straight through. The wall shattered like stone under a boulder strike. Just as his foot touched the fractured ice, a sharp whistle came from his side. The spear show hurled with full force. Thud! The weapon smashed against Garen's brow, staggering him, half his face instantly drenched in blood. But he only shook his head, then charged forward again, nearly without slowing. Shou and Xingho went rigid, deeply shaken by Garen's terrifying strength. And yet, Garen's heart at this moment was burning with fury. Two pieces of trash. Just wait. I'll deal with that traitor Gray first, then come back and grind your entire tribe into dust. Run north if you dare. Run to the ends of the earth. I'll drag you out and tear you limb from limb. Garen's bellow echoed through the frozen wind, his figure shrinking, vanishing into the snowy horizon. Shou watched him disappear, then glanced at the anxious Xingho, and couldn't help asking through the mycelium network, "Boss, why did you have to smash a cup as a signal? Couldn't you just command through the network? If the first cannon had hit him off guard, maybe we could have—" Idiot! What would a bumpkin like you understand? Shou didn't want to question the boss, but letting this Empire envoy escape would definitely mean trouble later. But Lin Jun wasn't finished speaking. Besides, who said he can get away? Before the words had faded, a black blur swept across the low sky like a ghost. The violent pressure wave knocked over several Pudges, hauling the resonance cannon in the distance. The Mushroom Garden's fastest legend, Gray, deployed. Gray chased far ahead, while Louisa, in bat form, arrived late. Leaving together, she simply couldn't outfly Gray. Behind her came Norris and the Pudges army. Lin Jun had discovered Garen's movements early thanks to the mycelium carpet, but only about an hour in advance. The Demonkin tribe didn't normally station much fighting force here. They had to hastily transfer troops from Mushroom Garden number 3 and cobble together a resonance cannon. If Garen had truly gone berserk and fought to the death, the Demonkin side would have suffered casualties for sure. But fleeing? No matter how he ran, he wouldn't escape the range of the mycelium carpet anytime soon. As Lin Jun said, his fate was sealed the moment he stepped on this ice field with malice. On the ice field, Garen sprinted nonstop. No pursuers behind him. The way ahead was clear. He might actually escape. Far easier than expected. Just what was Gray thinking? No matter. Once he returned, Gray was finished. You don't actually think you've escaped, do you? That voice again. Impossible. How could one be here too? The sudden mushroom voice made Garen instinctively glance toward it. And in that split second of distraction, a black shadow ripped down from the sky like a thunderbolt of darkness, wrapped in killing intent and sonic booms. What? Realizing the trap, Garen tried to counterattack, but two dragon claws covered in black scales, strong enough to rend steel, clamped down on his arms. The violent impact slammed him into the frozen earth, gouging a trench over 10 meters long as ice and stone exploded. Golden vertical pupils gleamed with cold ferocity through the flying snow. A killing move? It's a dragonkin. Enduring the agony, he spat a mouthful of blood at Gray's face. Gray instinctively turned aside, and in that instant, Garen gathered all his strength into one savage kick, booting her hard in the gut and blasting her away. Garen staggered to his feet, arms torn and bleeding, bones faintly cracked. Combined with the shock to his organs from being slammed down, just this first clash had inflicted more damage than everything else before combined. Gray twisted midair, her broad wings snapping open. Without pause, she dove again. Garen roared, black magic patterns on his skin blazing, defenses pushed to the limit, and swung a fist. But in the realm of absolute speed, he wasn't even worthy to carry Gray's boots. His heavy punch caught nothing, exposing his weakness. After a few failed attempts, he was forced into a purely defensive stance. But defense alone never wins a battle. Another tearing strike came, dragon claws again. Garen's eyes flashed with grim resolve. He didn't dodge. Rip! Gray's claws pierced straight through his right chest. The agony made him black out, blood gushing from his mouth. But he seized the chance, grabbing Gray's claw with one hand, while his left hand, already prepared, unleashed all his remaining strength and skills in a single blow to her head. Boom! The impact hurled Gray into a frozen slope, stones and ice crashing down. Pulling the claw free inflicted a second wound, but Garen endured, trembling as he fumbled out a small battered metal case, extracting a high-grade healing potion. Without treatment, he'd soon bleed out, but four Pudges appeared at once around him, their resonance shattering the fragile glass bottle. Buzz. Crack. The clear shattering rang sharp on the silent ice plane. Garen stared, stunned, at the spilled potion mixing with shards of glass on the snow. Another voice, Pudges, popped up at his feet. Well, maybe if you lick it now, it's not too late. Squelch. Garen stomped down hard, crushing the noisy voice Pudges into a spray of mycelium. His lungs felt like they were about to explode with rage. Anger hurts your liver and shortens your life. Why bother? A fresh voice Pudges popped its head out of the snow nearby, continuing with Lin Jun's favorite trash talk. Garen ignored it. With his still functioning left hand, he clutched desperately at the gaping wound in his right chest. Each staggering step left a vivid red print on the pristine snow. His eyes locked fiercely on the rubble where Gray had been smashed. He had to finish off that dragonkin once and for all. Boom! A mana cannon struck at his feet, blasting him into the air. When he crawled up again, what he saw was that long, familiar device appearing not far away. Now, closer, he finally saw it clearly. On the device were countless stubby legs, looking suspiciously like the feet of walking Pudges. Was this weapon actually made out of walking Pudges? Absurd as the idea was, the more he looked, the more it seemed true. This cannon wasn't as powerful as the first one he had seen, but his current state was also far worse than before. But seriously, where had all these walking Pudges come from? He couldn't figure it out at all. Another resonance blast came. Garen rolled desperately to the side, barely avoiding a direct hit. But the explosion's shock wave still slammed into his battered body, sending him flying again. There was a gap between each attack. If he could kill that dragonkin before the next one fired, then he still had a chance. Lifting his bloodied face, he looked toward the ruins. only to see a sight that filled him with despair. From a heap of ice and stone, Gray shook her head, shards tumbling off her body. One horn scale at her brow was shattered, blood streaking down one side of her face, making her look a bit battered. But that was all. So far from what he had expected. That last attack had been a desperate strike, traded with his own grievous injury, his strongest blow. Even her defenses are this strong. Gray shook her head, her golden vertical pupils sweeping the snowfield in confusion for a moment. When her gaze locked on Garen, the memory of his heavy punch instantly rekindled her fury. Ruhar! Her anguished, wrathful roar shook the entire ice plain. She kicked off the ground, her body a black streak of lightning, faster and fiercer than before, shrieking through the air as she pounced. Her claws slammed him down, and black dragon breath poured over him from above. Shit, not that move again. The blast engulfed not just Garen, but several unlucky Pudges nearby as well. By the time Pudges with acid resistance dug out of the underground tunnels, Garen was nothing more than a charred rag sprawled across the snow, life or death uncertain. Not entirely unknown, though, the panel was still there. Gray growled low, clearly unsatisfied, raising her claws for the final strike. Gray, stop! Linden's voice echoed sharply through the mycelium network. Gray froze, tilting her head. Blood from her brow dripped into one of her eyes, stinging and uncomfortable. That annoyance made her feel that maybe smashing him dead was still the better choice. But just then, a delicious Pudges with a bright red cap bounced up and landed neatly in her arms. At the sight of its familiar color, even before tasting, drool welled at the corner of her mouth. Chomp! She bit down instinctively. A burst of exquisite flavor exploded across her tongue. The lethal temptation of delicious LV6 made her forget her stinging wound and the half-dead enemy on the ground. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. There was no problem a delicious Pudges couldn't solve. At the same time, Linden promised her that she'd get more of the shiniest crystals later. Food and gems together. The dual comfort was enough to calm Gray's fury at last. Truthfully, even without Linden's intervention, Garen could never have beaten Gray. His desperate attack had looked impressive, but Linden had seen the actual data on the panel. It only caused a brief stun and a minor injury. Gray's black scales were no joke. They were a natural armor of terrifying defense. She licked her lips after finishing off the delicious Pudges, still wanting more. Then she lowered her head and began combing through the snow carefully, gathering the precious black scales she had shed during the battle. One by one, she picked them up and tucked them away. Linden had no idea why she wanted them. They weren't exactly shiny gems, after all. Meanwhile, the Pudges were already wrapping up the near-dead Garen. From Piggy, they fetched a bottle of healing potion and poured it into him, barely keeping his life tethered. Later, Linden would interrogate him about the Empire situation. He didn't plan to decompose him. Not yet. The man's skills were tempting, but that max-level physical resistance was too rare. Linden wanted to test his theory with it. The only problem was his own physical resistance was only at LV8. The progress bar was close, but reaching LV9, then LV10, would take quite some time. For now, this guy would have to be locked away. Louisa licked her sharp fangs with her crimson tongue as she watched the Pudges carry Garen off. Sho and Norris arrived last, far behind. There was no helping it. Only Gray had the speed to reach in time. But once the mycelium carpet stretched far enough, allowing him to detect intruders hours, or even days, in advance, they wouldn't be forced into such a rushed response again. Gray trotted up to Norris, tapping the yellow book strapped to the front of an armored Pudges. The scout Pudges perched on its head tumbled off, and Norris poked his head out in puzzlement. Big Sis Gray, what is it? Norris had no idea of her actual age, but with power like hers, calling her sis was only natural. Gray lifted her claws and offered the scale she had collected, still streaked with blood. For me, Norris pointed at himself. Gray nodded firmly. He didn't want them, but faced with her eager stare, Norris had no choice but to take them carefully. But even after giving them away, Gray didn't leave. Instead, she continued staring at him with those golden vertical pupils, filled with anticipation, as if waiting for something. "She wants you to give her a gift back," Louisa whispered with a smirk. "Norris." And so, that day, Gray cleverly managed to earn herself a few extra shiny gems. After everyone departed, the beast Pudges cleaned the battlefield one last time. In the snow, they discovered a fragment of a shattered magical crystal tool. "Gray, the chieftain summons you." On the training field, Gray paused mid-swing, sweat pouring as he drilled his combat skills. He grabbed a cloth, wiped down his face and body, and tidied himself before strolling outward. But on the way to the hall, he found it odd. A simple summons should have needed no escort. Yet two fully armed clansmen had come together, and even after delivering the message, they didn't leave, instead flanking him left and right, as if escorting a prisoner. Surely they weren't guarding against him? The thought was so ridiculous that Gray himself chuckled and shook his head. Clang! The faintest metallic scrape sounded behind him, the unmistakable whisper of a blade sliding free of its sheath. Gray's smile froze. Inside the hall, the clan chief stood with his back to the door, fiddling with a delicate little device. Gray recognized it immediately. A costly magical communication tool, able to receive brief transmissions from specific sending crystals. Such items were only issued to the most trusted operatives or powerful corps members. The chief's hand glowed briefly with mana, activating the device. From it came a voice Gray loathed. "Gray, you schemed against me." "Garen." The clan chief turned slowly, his towering figure casting a suffocating shadow over Gray. The pressure of his presence weighed heavy, crushing. "Gray," the chief's voice rumbled. "About this message from Garen. Can you explain it?" On the training field, shadowy figures surged forward endlessly. Each time Garen threw a punch, another figure shattered to pieces. After crushing two more, suddenly no new enemies appeared. The familiar training ground had changed. Somehow it now resembled the inside of a colossal mushroom. On a high platform, a glow lit up, revealing the silhouette of a walking Pudges. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Mushroom Arena. Tonight, our star gladiator, the pride of the Empire, warrior of the Demonkin, Garen, will once again demonstrate his so-called indestructible will. Let's see how long he lasts." As soon as the Pudges finished speaking, the solid ground beneath Garen softened and cracked. With a grotesque sound of roots tearing through soil, several hulking tree demons, their bodies veined with frenzied crimson lines, roared as they emerged. Thanks to Linden's frequent use, mental guidance had now reached level 4, allowing for more flexible variations. For someone like Garen, whose dreams were always set in a combat training field, Linden could alter the theme into an arena and replace shadowy enemies with monsters of his choosing. Of course, too much absurdity would backfire. Ultimately, this was a contest of spirit and soul. The appearances only served to guide, to suggest, or, as now, to shatter the opponent's mental defenses. Just these rotten logs. Roaring, Garen charged headlong into the frenzied tree demons, his iron fists blazing with black magic patterns. Splinters and blood sprayed as he tore through them, each clash leaving him bloodier, yet still ripping his way forward with brute force. More and more tree demons rushed him. On the arena floor, a brutal struggle raged, black magical light clashing violently against the crimson glow of madness. Though injured again and again, Garen fought harder and harder, until at last, only he remained standing. The Pudge's voice came again, right on cue. "Tiska, the appetizer seems a bit bland. No matter, we've got plenty more. Next course, buzzing death. Poisonous giant wasps and twin-headed serpents spewing corrosive fluid attacked in waves." Garen's body was torn to shreds, yet he still refused to fall. The Pudge's tone now carried a faint trace of frustration, unbelievable resilience, but the grand finale always arrives at the most hopeless moment. "Are you ready to face your ultimate destiny?" The lights of the arena dimmed. From the highest, grandest viewing stand, space twisted, and a monstrous figure several meters tall slowly emerged. Larger than in reality. More oppressive. Gray, final form. Her brutal golden eyes locked upon Garen at the center of the arena. Ruhar, a soul-shaking dragon's roar shook the air. Then, in an instant, Gray's massive body vanished. Where Garen had stood, an apocalyptic strike landed, pulverizing the ground. A shockwave blasted outward in a circle, a sandstorm wall of smoke and dust tens of meters high ripping through the arena stands. And yet, when the dust cleared, Garen was still there, kneeling on one knee, arms crossed over his head in desperate defense. The magical markings on his arms blazed as his armored flesh shattered, revealing bloodied bone and torn muscle. Half his body was crushed into the cracked rock floor. But he had stopped her blow. Gray's colossal claws hovered just above his head, blocked by his mangled arms. "Is that it?" His rasping roar rang out, filled with defiance and madness. Not enough. No matter how ferociously Gray ravaged him, Garen would not collapse. He never yielded. Not until the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon. The dreamscape dissolved like a fading painting, colors twisting, blurring, then vanishing completely. As expected, breaking through his mental defenses wasn't so easy. In fact, Garen's mental resilience was even greater than Linden had anticipated. In the pitch-black dungeon cell, faintly lit only by a few bioluminescent mushrooms, Garen awoke from the forced slumber. The agony in his body quickly reminded him of reality. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with exhaustion, but held not a shred of fear. His limbs, shoulders, and torso were pierced and locked in place by hardened rock-armored Pugis tendrils, pinning him in a humiliating kneeling position. He could not move. Spiritual magic? Garen rasped, turning his head to glance at a silent Pugis beside him. He gave a hoarse, mocking laugh. "That suits a coward like you, always hiding behind puppets, never daring to face me directly." Footsteps echoed through the dungeon. Sho appeared before him. "Warrior of the Empire," Sho said in a low voice. "What exactly do you demonkin want? Why do you resort to killing at the slightest disagreement?" Garen was silent for half a minute, then asked coldly, "Gray hasn't been working with you?" Catching the flicker of confusion in Sho's eyes, Garen understood at once. He did not regret sending that final message accusing Gray. Ending up here, he knew Gray's sloppy intelligence bore much of the blame. What was that nonsense about only one half-diamond level combatant? That black dragonkin, those walking Pugis, none of it had been mentioned. Cursing Gray endlessly in his heart, Garen finally lifted his gaze, his bloody lips curling in a sneer. "Humph. And if I tell you, you still wouldn't see it coming? For the demonkin of the Empire, besides mana cores, what else would drive us to such lengths?" Sho's face darkened at the confirmation of his worst suspicions. Seeing this, Garen grinned, baring bloody teeth. "Defeat me, and what of it? What you face is not just me, but the Empire's entire demonkin. Even the Empire itself. Against that, what can you do? That dragonkin, the more you resist, the more miserable your fate will be. Release me now. Take your tribe and your mana cores. Return with me to the Empire. I can make it as if none of this ever happened. Or kill me now if you like." His eyes burned into Sho's as he spat each word. "And then watch your tribe, thanks to your stupidity and stubbornness, reduced to ashes." Sho said nothing. His gaze shifted instead to Garen's shoulder, where a voice Pugis had crawled up. "Tisk, tisk," the slimy, distorted voice drawled with mock admiration, whispering in Garen's ear. "Who would have thought? A brute like you, but with such a silver tongue. Come on then, tell us just how mighty your Empire's demonkin are. Maybe if you scare me enough, I'll surrender." Even restrained, Garen's skin prickled with goosebumps at the sound. But after June himself spoke, Garen knew persuasion was hopeless. He shut his mouth tight, assuming the posture of one who awaited death, unyielding, unbending. Seeing no response, June lost interest, tossing the problem to Louisa, who found such matters far more entertaining. After all, Linden hadn't captured Garen for information. What he really wanted was that physical resistance LV-10. As for the Empire's threats, Linden wasn't particularly worried. This was the far north. Who could really march an army here? At most, elites might come. If they were too weak, they'd just be food. If they were too strong, Linden could simply retreat, taking the entire Demonkin tribe back to his homeland. Back home, he had lightning punishment, battle automatons, and even humans. Let them come if they dared. And if someone truly arrived with some broken, godlike skill that screamed overpowered, Linden would immediately seal the northern rift shut. In the end, the far north was only an outpost. Its greatest value lay in the Demonkin, who could be relocated at any time. With a retreat always available, Linden wasn't concerned. The only regret was that he had hoped to make allies of the demons as well. From the looks of things, that goal was slipping further away. Mushroom Cannon LV-10. At last, his very first max-level skill achieved entirely through practice, without relying on greedy devour at all. If he could push several mushroom-related skills to maximum, perhaps they could even fuse into some ultimate of mushrooms. Now the cannon's power, on top of the level 9 base, had increased by several more degrees. Stack it with the effect of Resonance LV-4, and it was even more terrifying. Speaking of resonance, as its level rose, so too did the number of pudges he could coordinate. The resonance cannon used before had been a combination of over a dozen pudges. But that battle had also exposed plenty of problems. For instance, the thing was so long it had to be carried by multiple pudges at once. That made it slow to turn, nearly useless against high-speed targets. This weapon was basically a cannon, best for bombardment and fire suppression, not precision sniping. Still, with enough of them firing wildly across a battlefield, the effect would be worth seeing. But that led to the second problem: mana consumption. A 2-pudges resonance cannon didn't just double the mana cost. The more participants, the more mana it devoured exponentially. That was why after the first 2 shots, the resonance cannon's firing intervals grew longer. The pudges' natural mana had been drained. After that, every shot had to be temporarily recharged from the mycelium carpet, slowing things down. Of course, in the face of such overwhelming firepower, these were minor issues. Linden was hardly someone lacking mana. Just 2 days after the battle, the spot on Gray's forehead, where Garen's crushing punch had shattered her scales, was already sprouting tiny new black scales. Another 10 days or so, and it would be fully healed. Linden had purchased a batch of gems from human merchants for her. Though none compared to her treasured pure green emerald, their sparkling clarity and vivid colors far outshone ordinary glass baubles. Gray was very pleased. The price Linden had paid? Only a few red mushrooms with delicious LV6, with some even left over for Aiden to use as event funds. Worth noting, in human markets, common delicious mushrooms, usually only LV2, had already begun a steady decline in price. Though the yield ratio wasn't particularly high, the mushroom farms had expanded so explosively that what was once rare was now becoming commonplace. The price drop didn't just affect mushrooms, it dragged down the market value of all fruits bearing the delicious attribute. Some nobles, furious over their losses, tried pressuring Fowl to restrict mushroom farm expansion. Too bad. Fowl didn't care in the slightest. The constant surge of mushroom exports was now his greatest political and economic leverage. Especially since the elves were unwilling to send more grain, Silent Twin Town's importance to the United Kingdom grew daily. And with Fowl's father being the president of the Adventurers Guild, though the man never played favorites, the sheer fact of his existence was enough to make would-be schemers hesitate. Was it really worth risking ruin over a few coins? Through grain trade, Fowl had secured the management talent and high-quality building stone Silent Twin lacked. Bit by bit, the town was transforming into a true city. But meanwhile, Gray had a new problem: too many shinies. Her mushroom house was nearly full. Every time she pushed open the door, a few gems would tumble out with a clatter. She could only squat down and carefully gather each fallen treasure back inside. But whenever she tried opening the door again, the scene repeated. Gray wasn't stupid. After a dozen rounds of this, she simply gave up on sleeping inside. Instead, she curled up outside, wrapping her thick tail around herself, and slept in the open air. Fortunately, her adaptability was strong. Thanks to it, her cold resistance had already risen to level 8. Otherwise, she might have frozen herself silly. And truth be told, she rather liked this. Sleeping outside made it easier to bare her fangs at any demonkin foolish enough to come near her mushroom house. Linden had no plans to expand her mushroom house for her. That would only treat the symptom, not the cause. Barely half a year had passed, and already she'd stuffed a house full. With her ever-growing collecting ability, even an expanded house would soon overflow again. Was he supposed to build her an entire shiny storage zone? A whole row of mushroom houses just for her hoard? No, he'd heard that life's struggles often sparked ingenuity. He chose to believe in Gray's wisdom. Though Garen's situation had drawn much of his focus, the spread of the mycelium carpet in the sacred tree dungeon never stopped. At the topmost surface of that colossal spiral structure, the dungeon's entrance to the surface, a mound of dirt shifted. Several pudges popped out from the newly dug tunnel. They ignored the nearby monsters who peeked curiously at the disturbance, scattering special spores around the hole as markers before slipping back underground. Linden's plan was to dig downward at a slant. By the time they entered the elves' scouting zone, they'd be 100 or 200 meters deep, safe from detection, a natural barrier of that much rock and soil. Even Linden's own scout, Pudges, couldn't sense the surface from so deep. There was no way elves could do better. It wasn't that he doubted their technology, but such wide-area detection simply couldn't cover an entire elf city. If they could keep watch over the royal palace, that was already impressive enough. Of course, Linden still prepared for the worst. Every Pudgy chosen for this mission had been carefully screened. Aside from the odd-looking burrowers, they all looked relatively ordinary, and none carried mana crystals. Even if discovered, they could pass for a group of mutated wild Pudges digging underground. Surely elves wouldn't wipe out every mouse and mole beneath their city. And indeed, Linden's caution proved excessive. The excavation went smoothly. Not a single elf intervention. The only issue was the occasional underground water vein, forcing the Pudges to reroute. Just when Linden was already thinking about how to help the elf graveyard spirits return to nature more quickly, the rock resistance ahead abruptly vanished. One burrower lost its footing and fell straight into an open space. Not a natural cavern, but a clearly man-made chamber, crudely carved. The space was small, less than 10 square meters. No one was inside. Otherwise, Linden would have noticed already. A dusty wooden bed, a shut chest, an empty table, a corner lamp made from a small mana crystal. Clearly, someone once lived here, but had long since left. But the key point was, this was nearly 200 meters underground. What kind of underground chamber would be built at such an absurd depth? In any case, best to open the chest first. The burrower Pudgy had already tumbled into the underground chamber. From a freshly dug hole, 2 more Pudges hopped out. One was a scout Pudgy, responsible for detecting any magic arrays or lurking underground monsters. The other was a self-detonation Pudgy, just in case. This was the perfect excavation team. The 3 Pudges gathered around the wooden chest, pawing at it with their stubby legs for quite a while. The chest didn't budge, it was locked. What was even the point of locking it? An unattended chest in a hidden room. Why not just break it open? A quick sweep with mana sense confirmed no magic arrays inside. The burrower Pudgy lay flat, its drill-like head aligned with the chest. The other 2 Pudges pushed it forward with their feet. Its vibrating blade easily carved through the wood around the lock. They carefully controlled the force so as not to damage anything inside. Crack! A faint snapping sound came from the keyhole. In the next instant, 3 fine needles shot out. The burrower Pudgy's legs buckled. It collapsed dead on the spot. A trap? The needles were laced with poison. But aside from corrosive damage, Pudges were almost immune to toxins. The problem was the impact. With only 10 HP, any direct hit was fatal. Minutes later, mycelium wriggled, reviving the burrower Pudgy in place. Except now, 3 embedded needles dug deeper with every movement, causing secondary damage each time. The trap was single-use, though. After reviving, the Pudgy quickly drilled a hole through the chest. One kick, and the box sprang open. Inside, some wrapped dry rations, 2 water skins, a pendant bearing the image of a balanced scale, and a thin booklet. The booklet's cover depicted a strange tree, half lush and green, half withered and decayed. Flipping inside revealed page after page of neat, elvish script. Linden couldn't read it, but the organized typesetting marked it clearly as a book, not a personal journal or letter. That meant it probably didn't contain any illicit secrets. The pendant was an ordinary ornament, without a hint of mana. It wasn't even silver, just copper. For a hidden chamber, the contents were rather underwhelming. The Pudges scoured the room again, leaving little round footprints everywhere, but found nothing else. There was, however, a crude staircase. Roughly hewn, uneven steps. The Pudges hopped upward one by one, eventually emerging from the tangled roots of a massive tree. The area was deserted, clearly remote. They returned to the chamber. More Pudges came through, collecting the booklet and pendant. Afterward, they stacked a mushroom ladder and slipped back underground, leaving only a few self-detonation Pudges behind. Once the group was far enough away, boom! A muffled blast collapsed the chamber and half the tunnel, erasing all trace of their presence. Taking a detour added another day, but eventually they reached the cemetery. By memory, they located the old elf's grave. As expected, nothing but scraps remained. The corpse was incomplete, which would directly affect Greed's plunder effect. Back before he gained inspiration, Linden had taken this as obvious. The more intact the corpse, the more proficiency stolen from it. But now that he understood he was actually peeling skills from the soul, it no longer made sense. The soul was whole. It didn't rot piece by piece with the body. So why did corpse condition matter? He couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. Mycelium spread from the network, slowly covering the corpse. 7 sins of greed activated. Skill plundered. Elvish language LV1. Skill plundered. Nature magic LV1. Skill plundered. False voice LV1. Elvish language was obvious. Nature magic also expected. Elves blessed with natural affinity often acquired the skill even if they weren't mages. Take Elawyn, for instance. Though a ranger hunter, she still had nature magic LV4. But false voice? When we first saw the old elf, he'd already been a corpse, so Linden never saw his status window. Now, it was like opening a mystery box and pulling an unexpected prize. With a name like False Voice, surely it was for mimicking speech? Could he create Pudges that talked directly? He eagerly made a false voice Pudgy. But no matter how he looked, it was just a normal Pudgy. No mouth. No sound holes. Talking? Not a chance. It seemed mismatched to Pudges. Thinking it over, Linden created a voice Pudgy instead. Boss, I think drills are the strongest. After half an hour of tinkering, the voice Pudgy finally spoke, sounding vaguely about 40% like Norris. Linden figured it out. The skill didn't produce speech itself. It only altered sound that already existed, modulating it to mimic someone else's voice. The problem? It didn't make the Pudgy's voice better. It just turned Norris' voice into a hoarse, slimy, echoing abomination. So, what was the point of this skill? Meanwhile, above the secret chamber in the forest, 2 elf rangers combed the ground for traces. Suddenly, one crouched at the gnarled roots of a giant tree, whistling softly to his companion. Here, the other strode over, palm glowing with gentle nature magic. Under his control, the tree roots shifted, revealing a passage below. Another one of these hidden chambers? The first ranger frowned deeply. Who in the world made these? Who knows? The other muttered warily, scanning the quiet woods. The last few we found were empty too. Not a single clue. The 2 exchanged a look. One slipped inside nimbly, while the other readied his bow, guarding the perimeter. Minutes later, the first ranger scrambled back out, dusting himself off. It's been blown shut. The passage is totally buried. That mana pulse we sensed earlier must have been the explosion. Blown shut. His partner frowned. 2 months ago, the first hidden chamber had been discovered by accident, immediately alarming the captain of the guard. Subsequent searches revealed several more with similar layouts, but all of them had been abandoned quietly, their owners gone without trace. This one was different. It had been violently destroyed. The first sign of deliberate erasure. Let's report it. Maybe they'll send an earth mage to dig it out. But I bet, even if they do, there'll be nothing left. Yeah, his companion sheathed the bow, looking toward the royal city. How much longer until the captain recovers from his wounds? That human sword saint, he struck so viciously. Bastard. 7 sins of greed, activated. Skill plundered. Elvish language LV1, LV2. Skill plundered. Nature magic LV2, LV3. In the elven cemetery, a few inconspicuous mushrooms had quietly begun sprouting. Linden hadn't spread his mycelium openly. All of it was done through hidden underground passages. After each elven burial, a burrower Pudgy would dig to the grave site from below, stripping the body until only a skeleton remained. Then the temporary patch of mycelium would be quickly reabsorbed, the tunnel carefully filled back in, leaving no trace behind. So far, no one had noticed anything unusual. It felt almost like he was just waiting for elves to feed him. The only problem, elves didn't hold funerals often. In the past week, there had only been 2. But Linden wasn't in a hurry. Elsewhere, Elan sat idly at home, bored out her mind. After her near-death during her last solo adventure, her brother Salian had imposed a strict ban. She was forbidden from entering the Sacred Tree dungeon alone unless she found reliable companions to join her. To enforce this, Salian had even spoken with the rangers patrolling the forest perimeter, completely cutting off any chance of her sneaking out. And as for joining a band of strangers to form an adventuring team, she'd sooner die on the spot. Why don't animal companions count as teammates? Elan buried her face in a furball's fluffy coat, muttering gloomily, "You're way more reliable than some strangers." Right, furball? The parrot on her shoulder squawked in agreement. The little cabin felt emptier with winter settling in. Bean and Bubble had gone into hibernation in their burrows. Little G never stayed still, always flying around, only showing up occasionally. Now, the only ones keeping her company were Furball and Fei. She rested her chin on the cold windowsill, staring at the gray sky. When will little G come back? Outside a potion shop, the sound of beating wings drew attention. Riel, who had been leaning on the counter, focused intently on her grandfather brewing potions. At the sound, her long ears twitched. She leapt to her feet in an instant. She darted to the window in a few quick steps, grabbing the frame with both hands. Her small body blocked the entire opening. Last time, she hadn't expected a Pudgy to be so strong. It had simply forced the window open with its tendrils. But this time would be different. The scout Pudgy landed on an empty herb rack outside. Instead of barging straight in, it stayed put. Oomph. Riel grinned smugly, convinced of her victory. The Pudgy hopped down, stretched out a tendril, and casually pulled the door handle. Creak! The shop door swung open. The Pudgy trotted in naturally, gave 2 light hops, and plopped onto its usual spot on the counter, sitting upright, as if nothing had happened, eyes fixed on the brewing process. Riel's lips trembled. She tried not to cry from frustration. Her grandfather had seen it all, his wrinkled face showing helpless fondness as he shook his head. Suddenly, cough, cough, the old elf doubled over, thin frame trembling, clutching the counter with bony hands to stay upright. Grandpa, what's wrong? Are you sick? Riel's face went pale with fright as she rushed to support him. The Pudgy, however, saw clearly. It wasn't illness. It was simply age. Extreme senescence, all base attributes reduced by 80%. The same debuff Linden had once seen on the old bat. But unlike the bat, who had the sunstone to stave off death. This elf had nothing. Linden remembered. When he first met him, the debuff had only been 78%. In just a few days, it had risen to the maximum. This elder had even less time left than expected. He likely wouldn't survive the winter. Nearly 30 agonizing seconds later, the old elf finally caught his breath, chest heaving violently. Still trembling, he reached toward the half-finished potion on the counter. "Grandpa, rest. Let me do it," Riel cried, pulling his hand back with all her strength. A faint glimmer lit the old elf's cloudy eyes. He rasped, "Then, does Riel still remember how to brew hair growth potion?" Riel looked at the bubbling mixture, then nodded hard. "I remember. First process the moongrass, cut off the roots, then..." She fumbled through the steps while trying to follow his instructions. Next she stared at the light green liquid, brows furrowing. What was it? Dewflower stamens? No, that was for purification. Maybe stoneheart powder? No, that wasn't right either. Grandpa had told her this so many times. Her forehead beaded with sweat. The more anxious she grew, the more her mind went blank. Just as tears were about to fall, plop! A small bundle of dried brown root dropped into the cauldron, tossed in by the scout Pudgy's tendril. You're ruining it," Riel gasped, reaching instinctively to fish it out. But she froze. The root dissolved instantly in the potion. The pale green liquid darkened before her eyes, brimming with vitality, until within seconds it became the deep green of success. Not only was it the correct ingredient, even the quantity was exact. You, Riel pointed at the Pudgy, face filled with disbelief. "Don't tell me. You actually learn alchemy?" She glanced between the perfect potion and the Pudgy on the counter, casually swinging its little legs. "A Pudgy actually knows potion making better than me. Grandpa taught me so many times, and I still couldn't remember." In truth, Linden hadn't mastered much, just a handful of recipes over the past week. He had simply gotten lucky with this one. The old elf reclined in his chair, just as startled, but only mildly so. After all, the Pudgy clearly had a master, likely modified into some kind of familiar. Some familiars were cleverer than others. He reached out, stroking Riel's hair. "Riel," his voice was hoarse yet warm, "don't be discouraged. There are still countless potions and methods I haven't had time to teach you." He leaned forward slightly, giving her an encouraging smile. "In the days left, Grandpa will teach you everything I know, one step at a time. You're so smart. You'll learn them all." Riel sniffled and nodded fiercely. The Pudgy didn't understand the heartfelt exchange. Seeing they weren't continuing the lesson, it simply flapped away toward the next shop. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, a bound Minotaur volunteer suddenly had hair sprouting wildly, transforming into a hair cowman. Linden was quite satisfied with the effect. "Norris, come try this. It's good stuff." Fifth layer of the mushroom forest. "Senior Dylan, is this really safe?" Norris asked nervously. He shifted his shoulders uncomfortably. The rare sensation of wearing a shirt again made him feel awkward beyond words. At the moment, there were no scales on his body, no claws to be seen. Dressed in leather armor, he looked just like a proper human adventurer. And thanks to plentiful food and constant combat training, his body was stronger than when he'd been a miner. But this was his first time fully disguising himself as human to walk the surface, and his heart was anything but steady. Opposite him, Dylan seemed perfectly at ease, leisurely checking the straps on his weapon. "What's there to panic about?" Dylan cast him a sidelong glance. "With mimicry at level 7, unless someone half-beats you to death, your true form won't show. Back in my day, I only had a low-level mimicry that broke the moment I got scratched, and I still made it through the whole island chain. Today we're just strolling around right outside our own dungeon, perfectly safe." His words calmed Norris a little. "But," Dylan added with a smirk, pointing at Norris's head, "you sure you want to go out looking like that?" Norris knew exactly what he meant. Thanks to his boss, his hair now reached down to his waist. With his rugged features, he wouldn't be mistaken for a woman. But even so, among human adventurers, men almost never wore hair this long. It was the boss's order, Norris sighed helplessly, his tone heavy with resignation. Just then, two pudgy clambered up on each other's shoulders, waddling behind him. One extended a tendril, clumsily gathering up his long hair, twisting it into a rather ugly bun. Then from who knows where, it produced a twig and jammed it into the bun to hold it in place with a snap. After finishing, the pudgy patted Norris's shoulder solemnly. "Kid, you're still too green to understand. This is the true hairstyle of real men. Trust me, you'll thank me later." Dylan wisely swallowed the words, "I don't get it either," knowing that saying anything now would only get him dragged in. Once ready, the two headed to the stone wall bordering the mushroom forest, where Hidden Room was already waiting. On the surface, Dylan strode out of the dungeon, gates openly. Norris followed behind, far less comfortable. The moment they stepped outside, both instinctively shielded their eyes. Such piercing sunlight, they hadn't seen it in so long. The dungeon only had the glow of mushrooms, and even the far north, the light was always hazy and white. This brightness was incomparable. It took a long time before their eyes adjusted. Dylan's pack bulged with gold coins, and he even carried an A-grade magic crystal, just in case they needed to exchange for cash. Their goal was to post quests at the Adventurers Guild. With Linden studies in alchemy, they needed ingredients not found in either dungeon. Not particularly rare, just things the local environment didn't grow. The easiest way was to issue collection requests at the guild. Merchant caravans would accept and bring the supplies. Alchemy materials were only part of it. The real expense was for bounties on powerful monsters in the Scarecrow Abyss that carried the skill negative energy collection. Such monsters lived in the deepest and most dangerous levels. The bounty had to be high. They'd start at 500 gold coins. If no one took it, they could always raise the price. Linden's liquid funds were nearly gone. What remained were high-grade magic crystals, valuable but hard to liquidate quickly. He'd need channels to sell them bit by bit. Dylan was the perfect man for the job. Letting Aiden or Inanna handle it was too risky. Their identities drew too much attention. As for Norris, this was a chance to stretch his legs, get fresh air, and practice his disguise. But as they truly walked into town, both were left stunned. The settlement had expanded dramatically. The distance from dungeon to town had been cut in half. The old wooden buildings still stood in the center, but the outer ring was now filled with new stone houses. Most shocking of all, the population had grown tremendously, and the composition had shifted. Silent Wind had once been a small adventurers' hub. Inns, taverns, and shops all catered to adventurers. Now, common townsfolk vastly outnumbered adventurers, giving the place a completely different air. Even more absurd, among the crowds, here and there were pudges, wandering freely, and no one even blinked. Beyond the town limits stretched vast mushroom fields, with countless farmers at work. Some carried buckets of water to irrigate. Others hauled monster corpses in carts to fertilize the fields. Farther out, groups were chopping down trees. Too dense a forest blocked sunlight. Too sparse was fine, but thinning trees to open farmland was the balance they needed. Dylan gaped. Last time he'd passed through, the refugees were still living in tents. Now everything had changed overnight. Norris even wondered if they had somehow stumbled through another rift. "Senior, is this really Silent Wind?" A drunk passing by overheard, stopped, and slapped a hand on Norris's shoulder. "Kid, you must be from out of town." "Silent Wind? Nobody calls it that anymore." The drunk hiccuped, proudly declaring, "This place is now called Mushroom Town, and soon it'll be Mushroom City. If you've got coin to spare, don't miss our specialty, creamy mushroom soup. Nowhere else can you get it so fresh." Without waiting for a reply, he staggered off, only to trip after a few steps, crashing to the ground. But he wasn't hurt. Beneath him lay a flattened pudgy, having cushioned the fall entirely. The onlookers murmured, "He's finished. Tonight the pudgy will claim him." That's what he gets for drinking in the streets. Even the drunk sobered up instantly, panicked. I didn't mean it. Wait. If I go make an offering now, it's not too late." He scrambled up and sprinted toward the newly designated Monster Corpse Market. Leaving the Adventurers Guild, Norris was still savoring the lingering taste on his tongue. Because their bounty involved a large sum of money, they had been taken to a private room to process it. The drinks provided there were unlike anything he'd ever had before, fruity, lightly sparkling, refreshing, and sweet. The taste left a deep impression. As a cadre of the mushroom garden, Norris never lacked tasty mushrooms. But in the dungeon, there was no such thing as real wine or beverages. He thought about buying some later, to share with Louisa, Gray, and his demonkin friends like Chow. But that would have to wait until just before heading back. Besides posting the bounty, they also had another mission. Near Mushroom Town, in a patch of forest not yet cleared, a woman dressed like a plain peasant made her way quietly to a small woodland pond. The scene around the pond was bleak, flowers and grass blackened, trees withered, as though a plague had swept through. It was her doing. Yesterday, she had poured in an entire bottle of decay potion. Yet instead of satisfaction, her face was clouded with gloom and frustration. Because beneath the rotting branches and blackened leaves, white mycelium still spread stubbornly, even climbing the dying trees to absorb their last nutrients, growing even more vigorous. Even decay potion doesn't work, she muttered in disbelief, gnawing her fingernails hard enough to make them click. Over the past days, she had tried all 6 poisons she carried. The results were disastrous. Poisons that could wipe out whole fields of crops did almost nothing to these fungal carpets. Even the most promising decay potion only managed to wither the fungi touching the water's edge. To actually kill the mycelium, she'd have to pour pure, undiluted potion directly on it. But the cost? Who could afford that? A single bottle of decay potion was worth enough to buy a wagon load of mushrooms. Yet it could only destroy a patch of mushroom field barely 4 square meters wide. Clearly, poisoning the fields was no longer a viable plan. Damn it, she bit harder at her nails. She could still report back with this result. It wasn't her fault. Who could have predicted the mushroom fields would be so resistant to poison? But it also meant no credit for her. And she had worked so hard for this mission, disguised among refugees, walking for a month and a half from the front lines, only to gain nothing. The thought made her burn with unwillingness. Then, her ears twitched. Someone was coming. She darted behind a tree, slowed her breath, and listened. 2 people, not headed toward the pond, so likely hadn't spotted her. They stopped at a distance, talking, far enough that an ordinary person wouldn't even notice. But her hearing was extraordinary. "How's it look?" asked a raspy male voice. "Got down to the 7th layer. Picked up some key intel. What about you?" Another, younger voice replied. "This is the latest map of the mushroom fields and population data," the raspy one said. "Same deal as always. Let's trade." The sound of papers being shuffled followed. "All this over a bunch of mushrooms?" the younger voice muttered. "If the front lines just pressed harder, humans would be crushed already." "Shut up," the raspy voice snapped, suddenly sharp. "His Majesty and the 12 Pillars plans aren't for you to question. Do your work and watch your tongue, unless you want." His words cut off abruptly, voice rising. "Who's there?" Dylan and Norris spun as one, weapons flashing free, pointed toward the dead tree where the woman stepped out. "She heard us. We can't let her go." Dylan barked. The 2 lunged like arrows. But the woman didn't panic. In fact, a faint smile curved her lips. Judging by their movements and speed, they were slightly weaker than her. 2 against 1, she could still escape. But she had no intention of running. Her arm warped grotesquely, transforming into a monster's claw. Norris and Dylan skidded to a halt. "Guess that makes me one of you," the woman said, flexing the claw before returning it to normal. She smiled lightly. The 2 exchanged a glance and slowly lowered their weapons, though not fully sheathing them. "No need to be so tense," she said airily. "I've got sharp ears, that's all. Happened to overhear. Since we're all working for the Empire, why not share intel? Mutual aid makes life easier, doesn't it?" Dylan's gaze stayed cold. He slid his blade back into its sheath. "Intel? We've already exchanged what we had. We don't need extra. Don't be so cold." She reached into her clothing, producing several glass vials filled with dangerous, shimmering liquid. "No intel then," But you won't turn down poison, will you? Even sold quietly, it's good coin. Well, that's true, Norris admitted, licking his lips, reaching for the vials. The woman drew them back quickly. Call me Rita, shapeshifter. As for which master I serve, that's not for now. And you too? A little honesty? Norris's skin peeled away to reveal silver scales. Norris, lizard man. The illusion on Dylan's face rippled and vanished, revealing a visage covered in green fungal threads, eerie and inhuman. Dylan. Rita studied him. No race came to mind. Likely something rare. Best not to press. She handed over the poison. They in turn gave her their intel. One question, she asked as she read. Are you here long-term or short-term? Dylan, long-term. Norris, short-term. She committed both reports to memory, then returned them. Turning to Dylan, her eyes gleamed. Perhaps we could build a more lasting partnership? After a pause, Dylan spoke quietly. Soon, a place called the Pudgy's House and will open in town. He gave her a long look. Next time, don't try to fob us off with a few bottles of poison. Understood. Rita laughed. Understood, understood. Call it a debt I owe you. With that, the three parted without another word, disappearing into different directions of the forest. Only after she had gone did Dylan and Norris rendezvous again. Boss, Norris said through the fungal network, confused. I still don't get it. Why did I have to act like some greedy, lecherous lizard man? Don't you get it? Linden snapped, exasperated. It's called character building. Rich backstory. You seriously don't understand? Boss, Dylan asked, so I'm the innkeeper now? Exactly. The spy that had slipped in days ago had made Linden realize the risk. Killing every spy would be too conspicuous. Ignoring them might let them wreak havoc. Better to manage them directly. The idea came from Dylan's old travels with Chlororo. The demon race's spy network was vast, but not united. Each duke commanded their own agents under the Emperor's orders. In theory, spies of different dukes worked separately. In practice, in the same region, survival often led them to cooperate, sharing intel, each reporting back to their own lords. Everyone earned credit. Yes, there was a risk of exposure, but overall, the benefits outweighed it. After all, enough credit meant being recalled to the Empire to live in comfort. Who wouldn't want that? Mutual aid was the shortcut. So Linden decided. He would be the one to organize this mutual aid society. If it failed, well, then he just wiped them all out. On his home turf, what was there to fear? Norris returned to Mushroom Garden number 3, lugging a huge barrel of the drink. He was already planning who to invite first to share the luxury. As he opened his mushroom house door, clatter, a few glass beads spilled out, and behind him came a familiar low growl. The soft mushroom bed beneath him rippled slightly, enough to stir Norris from half-sleep into wakefulness. Sorry, did I wake you? Xiong was tiptoeing at the door, pulling it open just a crack. On seeing him stir, he gave a slightly apologetic smile. Ah, it's fine. I should be up anyway. Norris rubbed his sleepy eyes and instinctively reached toward the bedside, searching for the little tool he used to file his claws, only to find nothing. Then he remembered. It was still in his old mushroom hut, the one Gray had taken over. For now, he was bunking with Xiong. Outside sat an empty barrel, the remains of the drinks. Half of it had gone into Gray's belly, soothing her temper and sparing Norris from the dreaded scale-plucking crisis. The rest he'd shared with Louisa and a few demonkin friends, making for a cheerful evening. Norris stretched his stiff muscles from sleeping curled up, just in time to see Louisa's tall figure emerge leisurely from the dungeon passage. Fresh blood stained the corner of her lips. She'd clearly just finished her breakfast. Noticing his gaze, Louisa wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, then gave him a radiant smile, blood still glistening on her teeth. Norris didn't flinch. He greeted her casually. After all, he'd been bitten more than once already. He was used to it, and if it came down to choosing between being drained by Louisa's fangs or having his scales ripped out by Gray, he would choose the vampire without hesitation. The sharp bite carried a numbing sting, and the strange sensation of blood being drawn out held a subtle, indescribable comfort when savored closely. Meanwhile, Cheong was busy controlling Ajida, loading various herbs into a wooden cart. Mental integration was a required prerequisite for controlling Jidas, and the boss had already passed it down to most demonkin. But the way the skill manifested varied greatly between people. Norris could finally control multiple Pudges to perform different tasks in sync, enough to meet the standard for piloting Ajida. But such talent was rare. Most people just got a larger Pudgy control limit, ranging anywhere from a handful to a few dozen. Among them, Xingho's talent was the most astonishing. He could simultaneously command over 150 Pudges, and sometimes there were those for whom the skill made no difference at all. Whenever that happened, the boss would mutter something about waste spiritual roots, can't cultivate, words none of them understood. Once the herbs were loaded, Cheong tied several ox Pudges to the cart with strong fungal cords. "I'm heading to the tribe," he told Norris. "These few days, just keep sleeping here in my hut." Norris had already been granted a new mushroom house of his own, but without accelerated growth, it still needed about a week to mature. Until then, he had to stay with others. Still, he wanted to be where the action was. "I'll come too. At least I can help out," Norris said, summoning his Jida to his side. After the last battle, the tribe had been almost completely destroyed. The boss had said it was all Garen's fault. He just wouldn't stay put and die properly when he should have. Fortunately, they'd been prepared and no one was killed. Hunter had suggested abandoning the area entirely, moving the whole tribe into the safety of the third mushroom garden. But the boss had vetoed that. The cradle and the magic core would be transferred to the gardens, yes, but the tribe site itself was to be rebuilt, turned into a forward fortress. His words were, "This way, we gain strategic depth." Norris didn't know what strategic depth meant, but the boss was usually right. So now Cheong was hauling supplies there. When they arrived, Norris almost didn't recognize the place. This was no longer a rough encampment. It was the beginnings of a fortress. The crude walls of ice and timber had been dismantled, replaced by thick ramparts made of armored Pudges fused together like living stone. The walls were lumpy and uneven, with that signature clod-like texture of Pudgy construction, ugly but solid beyond belief. Inside, warehouses for supplies and mushroom houses for resting had already been built. A tunnel was being dug to connect the fortress to the dungeon, allowing demonkin to move swiftly between. Garen had been a level 60 warrior, a figure of weight in any faction, and even more so in the small demonkin race. Retaliation was certain. The only question was when. The demonkin who had thrown in their lot with the mushroom garden had no choice but to fight to the end, and they poured everything into preparing for war. The boss was busy too, planting invisible suicide Pudges and insisting on digging extra trap tunnels. He seemed very invested in the defenses. Yet to Norris, it felt less like worry and more like anticipation. Perhaps he was imagining things. He was just about to help move stone and ice when a commotion broke out nearby. Two demonkin warriors dragged in a figure, tightly bound with fungal cords, struggling violently. It was a lizard man, his limbs scaled in sandy yellow, a reptilian head and tail jutting from his fur cloak. "Caught sneaking around," one warrior growled, shoving him into the circle of onlookers. The lizard man hit the ground hard, grunted, and tried to get up, but the bindings held him down. His vertical pupils darted nervously across the hostile faces surrounding him. Hunter pushed through the crowd, spear in hand. He didn't even raise it, just rested it casually against the ground, but the weight of his presence pressed heavily on the prisoner. "Name, tribe, purpose." Hunter's voice was low and cold. The lizardman's eyes flicked nervously, and he forced a stiff smile, baring small teeth. "Hey, brothers, it's a misunderstanding. I'm Tak from the Earthscale tribe. I was just sent here to say hello, that's all. No malice. Say hello." Hunter narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. "By hiding on a snow hill 300 meters away, spying on us all morning with your pathetic lizard heat vision? That's how your rock-split tribe greets?" On the fungal carpet, there were no secrets. Tak's flimsy lie was crushed instantly. He stammered, trying to salvage it. "PSHH. Hunter's spear drove straight through his thigh, pinning him to the frozen ground. Eh? Tok thrashed wildly, blood spilling over the snow. Hunter's grip never wavered. He leaned closer. One last chance. Your purpose, or the next strike pierces your lungs. Gasping, tears and snot running, Tok broke. Don't kill me. I'll talk. It's the Empire. The Empire sent us. The crowd erupted in murmurs. They promised us. Tok howled. They said if we bring back Demonkin cores, our tribe won't be sent to die on the front lines. They'll give us the fertile southern valleys. We won't starve in the frozen wastes anymore. Then his eyes caught on Norris's silver scales. Desperation flared. He seized on it like a lifeline. Lizardman. And no, half lizardman? Look, we're kin, aren't we? Please, speak for me. I don't want trouble. It's the Empire's fault. Spare me. Spare me. Norris's momentary sympathy drained away. If it were up to him, the lizard man would already be dead. Hunter's face darkened like a northern storm cloud. He had expected the Empire's claws eventually, but the reality still brought a heavy weight. He was about to order the prisoner locked up when several Pudges suddenly emerged from the fungal carpet around Tok. Digestive slime sprayed out, drowning him. His screams were brief. Within minutes, under accelerated decomposition, the lizardman's flesh was gone, leaving only bones and scales. A voice Pudgy climbed onto the husk. The eerie voice rang clear across the fortress. Only sending one lizard tribe against us? Kik, my friends, I like war. The Pudges around it trembled in unison, echoing the declaration. Whether that lizard man scout lived or died didn't matter much. But to the Demonkin, who had long seen the Empire as an almost unstoppable force, the capture at least weighed heavily on their minds. They weren't cowed, but worried not at them. So Linden simply offered up the scout as a sacrifice, using him to rally morale. The truth was, it wasn't just one lizardman tribe. 2 days later, Pudges caught another spy, this one from a nearby half-demon tribe. From Hunter, Xingho, and Louisa, Linden learned the details about them. Half-demons were hybrids, born from unions between demons and other races, or even between different demon races themselves. Their forms varied endlessly, but they were all lumped together under that name. Unlike the Demonkin or Lizardmen, who had chosen self-exile out of loyalty to the Demon King in generations past, the half-demons were outcasts, pushed aside and driven out. Once in a while, a gifted hybrid emerged, but the vast majority were weak. Their diluted bloodlines weakened or erased racial talents. Worse still, possessing multiple bloodlines meant that every 10-level skill roll was a gamble. Pulling mismatched traits from unrelated races often left them with kits that simply didn't work together. The higher their level, the more glaring their shortcomings compared to purebloods. And with interbreeding among half-demons continuing unchecked, each generation grew weaker than the last. The Empire did not keep useless mouths. Every year, countless half-demons were purged and exiled. Even those allowed to remain lived only a notch above slaves. On rare occasions, a hybrid of extraordinary fortune might unite the strengths of many bloodlines, rising to become truly formidable. But such cases only changed that one life, not the fate of the half-demon race. As for trying to live among humans, elves, or dwarves, impossible. They'd be killed on sight as demons. That path had been ruined long ago, when desperate half-demons in history betrayed their descendants' chances at survival. Thus, when the Empire dangled promises of autonomous lands, no one leapt at the offer more eagerly than the half-demon tribes of the north. The spies captured now were from the closest half-demon tribe to the Demonkin. Even so, close meant at least 4 to 5 days' travel away. The Demonkin lived at the very edge of the northernmost frontier. It was telling. Even among northern tribes, the extreme cold was a wall few could cross. That was why no other settlements lay near the Demonkin. Few races could push their cold resistance to level 7 or 8. The half-demons lived further south, where tundra mixed soil and ice, slightly warmer ground. With resistance of only 5 or 6, they could just manage. The 2 captured scouts were among their hardier ones. Even with resistance of 7, they needed fur cloaks to survive here and fires to last the nights, which meant any force sent north could not endure long campaigns. They would aim for swift victory. And Lin Jun loved opponents who wanted quick battles. Once he confirmed the directions of the 2 tribes, his fungal carpet, once spreading evenly, shifted its growth, stretching in their direction, pushing out its reach to catch their movements at maximum distance. He wondered, would the 2 tribes fight separately or march together? Either way, this would be his first real large-scale defense. His heart pounded with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the great tent of the lizard men, Chief Tak tore into chunks of fatty meat, grease dripping down his scaled chin. Across from him sat the half-demon Chieftain Bastardos, a grotesque mixture of dragon, goblin, serpent folk, succubus, and more, a walking amalgam. The 2 sat on either side of the hall. At the head sat 3 envoys from the Empire. Had Hunter been there, he would have recognized one. The haggard-faced Magling, the Demon King Gray, whom he had once met. Though Galen's final words had accused him, their chieftain was not blind. Gray had merely reported the Demonkin's existence. The decision to send Galen north had been the chief's alone. Anyone could see this was not Gray's plot. Even so, once they confirmed through local tribes that Galen's last trail passed through Lizardman lands toward the Demonkin, the blame stock, Gray's faulty report had helped lead to disaster. This mission was his atonement. Though he and Galen had been rivals, no one now wished more than Gray that Galen had somehow survived. With him came another Demonkin, Pain, and the vampire Yunyul. Originally, the chieftain had sent Gray and Pain simply to drive these 2 tribes forward, use them as stones to test the mysterious Demonkin stronghold, find out what had destroyed Galen, then plan the next move. But for reasons unknown, His Majesty had parachuted in Yunyul, stripping command from them, and, judging by her demeanor, Yunyul intended to sweep the Demonkin aside in one go and be done with it. Gray wasn't inclined to object. Yunyul herself was a level 60 vampire count, equal to Pain. Among the tribal leaders, Bastardos was supposedly a Hull-tier warrior, though as a mongrel, his true strength was questionable. Combined with the 2 tribes' 20-odd diamond-rank fighters, surely overwhelming a single Demonkin clan should be easy. After all, Demonkin were known for 2 things, their ferocity in battle and their pitifully few numbers. And this clan was a remnant at that. Still, Gray dared not relax. If Galen had fallen, it meant traps or schemes awaited, enough to threaten even high-level warriors. At the high seat, Yunyul tapped her pale, slender fingers against the thin-iced stone table. Tap, tap. Her crimson eyes swept the 2 chiefs with disdain. We've waited here long enough. Tell me, chieftains, when will you march? Chief Tak swallowed his last bite, wiped his claws on his cloak. Envoy, further north the cold worsens. Preparations are needed, and besides, even if my people are ready, what the half-demons? I can't be the only one sent forward, can I? Bastardos gave a strained smile, his reedy voice cutting in. Brother Tak, what are you saying? If your lizard men march first, I'll naturally follow. Your scales are tough. No fear of ambush. It's safest if you lead the way. Bullshit. Tak slammed the table, eyes blazing. My scales are thick, not iron, and my life isn't worth less than yours. If anyone's fodder, it's your half-blood whelps. Enough. Yunyul's crimson eyes narrowed dangerously, pinning them both. The Empire's patience is not infinite. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days to rest, gather, and bring every last one of your so-called elites. Her tone dripped with mocking contempt. And after that, if you are still wasting time. She let the thread hang. Bastardos and Tak exchanged a glance, then bowed their heads in unison. Yes. Move that resonance cannon 5 meters to the left. On the wall of the Demonkin fortress, newly christened Fort Polaris, a Pooja draped in a flamboyant scarlet, marshal's cloak, and wearing a towering mushroom cap helmet was strutting about, giving solemn orders to the defenders. Each resonance cannon was mounted beneath a demonkin node. The more gifted warriors could even support two at once. At present, the fortress boasted 18 cannons. Not because they couldn't build more, but because magic supply was limited. A fungal carpet in one area could only channel so much mana. Once drained, it had to draw from adjacent regions, and the transfer rate was capped. Even with Linden's foresight, stockpiling large numbers of mana pool puja, sustaining 18 resonance cannons in one zone was the absolute limit. Especially since the cannons weren't the only drain. Just keeping up with the endless consumption of puja replenishment already ate through vast reserves. In the past 2 days, several more spies have been caught. Unlike the first, Linden didn't waste them as sacrifices. After thorough checks, he simply locked them all up. They'd be useful later. Honestly, after capturing Gallon, he'd been running around preparing for over a month now. If the enemy didn't come, Linden would cry bitterly. Luckily, the enemy seemed determined to hurl themselves to death. The steady stream of doomed spies was proof they were serious about pushing things to the end. That at least reassured him. Look, no more lone scouts. They'd upgraded to teams. On the gray, wind-lashed ice field, a bolt of lightning split the air. Where there had been nothing, a puja flickered into view, smoke trailing from its body as it collapsed, half its fungal flesh charred black. 5 figures emerged from the blizzard, closing in to examine the corpse. Scales, horns, and mismatched skin marked them unmistakably as a half-demon squad. A monster we've never seen, and it could turn invisible. No wonder the others never came back. Impossible to guard against. A half-demon with a lizard's tail kicked at the remains, his voice rough. Their leader, the diamond-ranked half-demon Captain Kins, frowned deeply. Clearly this demonkin clan controls these invisible creatures to watch their borders. From here on, we'll have to double our caution. He raised his staff. A dense white fog, heavy with chill, spread out to envelop the 5. Against the snowstorm, it blended seamlessly. To magical senses, it wasn't foolproof, but the mana-laden mist scrambled detection, making it difficult to pinpoint them precisely. Under its cover, they advanced with painstaking care. Whenever they drew near an invisible puja that couldn't be bypassed, a bolt of lightning would lance out, killing it before it could act. Step by step, they closed on the demonkin. Suddenly, Kins caught sight of a hunched figure wedged in a crack between 2 frozen stones. Early, drawing close, he recognized the familiar outline despite the heavy wrappings. Only a pair of eyes visible. Captain Kins, the figure, Early, seemed equally shocked. Then panic seized his tone. Why are you marching across the surface like this? Hurry, hide in here. He shifted aside, revealing a narrow, shadowed tunnel mouth behind him. One squad mate muttered, "We have the mist. Any invisible beasts we've handled ahead of time. We won't be spotted. But you, Early, you were part of the 3rd scout wave. Why haven't you returned with your report? It's been days. Leave? I'd love to leave." Early grew agitated, then forced himself calm. You don't know what it cost me to retreat this far. The mist isn't reliable. No time to explain. Get inside now. He spoke with desperate urgency, as if lingering outside for another moment meant death. The comrade who knew him started forward instinctively, but Captain Kins yanked him back. Wait. His staff rose, glowing faintly. He fixed Early with a hard stare. What danger is outside? And why haven't you uncovered your face? Were you injured? The question froze the others. All eyes turned to the cloth that wrapped Early's head tight. A few even tightened their grips on weapons. Yes, injured, Early's voice stammered, stiff. Blood scabbed into the cloth. Hard to take it off. Yet most of them never noticed the snow-colored threads beneath their feet. The few who did simply ignored them. Their advance was smooth, without the slightest resistance. Their tribes had scouts aplenty, but they found no enemies because there were none. Linden hadn't even sent invisible pujas to harass them. Wrapped in thick fur coats, warmed by roaring night fires, the half-demons and lizard men closed in smoothly, now only a day's march from the former demonkin settlement. The ease of it all left Bastardos with a strange sense of unreality. After all, none of his scouts had returned. He had already braced for walking into a dragon's den. Even if undermanned, the demonkin should have set traps to slow their approach. Such effortless progress made him uneasy. Chief, the demonkin must be terrified. Either they're cowering in their camp, waiting to die, or, in the hide tent, fire crackling, a senior warrior whispered, they've already abandoned the place and fled north. Another voice worried aloud. The demonkin are too few to face us, true. But if they flee, that's trouble. We can't chase them forever, can we? What will the Imperial envoys say if that happens? At this, all grew uneasy. A short chase was fine, but pursuing for weeks? Their supplies would never last. Yet the envoy's demand was clear. Wipe out the demonkin tribe and bring back their magic cores. Bastardos spoke. No need to worry. If our supplies strain, then how much better can the demonkin manage? Without that half-ruined dungeon, they won't last even a week. Their only chance is a decisive battle. After calming them, he added, still, do not take them lightly. The demonkin are not the type to just sit and wait for death. We're nearly at their settlement. If they have tricks, they'll use them now. Split the baggage into 4 caches, hide them apart, and double the night watch. Yes, at his orders, for senior warriors personally stood guard through the night against any ambush. At dawn, Bastardos was jolted awake by frantic cries. Chief, the baggage is gone. He sat bolt upright, yet his eyes showed no panic. Oh, so the demonkin finally act. Their target was the supplies after all. Relieved, he thought. Of course. In the face of an unstoppable army, going after baggage was their only choice. He looked at the pale messenger kneeling at the tent flap and spoke with steady authority. What are you panicking for? Stand up and report properly. Why, yes, Chief. The warrior straightened, steadied by his leader's calm. So then, which cache did they strike? What losses among the night watch? Bastardos asked while straightening his clothes. Strike? Night watch losses. The warrior looked blank. There was no strike, Chief. No battle, no enemy, but all 4 caches vanished overnight. The tent fell into 30 seconds of dead silence. The warrior glanced about, uncertain. Bastardos' composure cracked inch by inch. He lunged forward, iron fingers clamping the warrior's shoulders, nails biting into flesh, bloodshot eyes bulging as he roared hoarsely, voice breaking. All of them? What the hell did you just say?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.